Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Golden Prodigy Naruto Fell for Ino. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Flashback to the Nine Tails attack. I don't think I'm going to make it, Kushina Uzumaki said, looking into her son's eyes, tears streaming down her face. So please take good care of yourself. I will be placing you with the care of your father's former students, so please don't cause them too much trouble. She cried as her life began to fade. Just remember, your father and I will always love you no matter what, and we could not be more proud that you are our son. Kakashi, Rin, and I won't let you down. We will love your son as if he were our own brother, a Jonin of the Leaf exclaimed, tears in his eyes. Hey, now Obito, listen to me. I will be making you the Fifth Hokage. However, I want you to promise me that you will put the needs of the village above all else, even if it means making difficult choices. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, said, tears in his eyes, knowing he wouldn't see his son grow into the man he could become. Since I will do my best to live up to your legacy. Now, go tell Kakashi and Rin about my situation, and please, take care of Naruto for us. And whatever you do, make sure no one knows he is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Since I will honor your legacy and make Naruto the strongest shinobi in the Leaf. He will love the village just as much as you did, and I will do everything to ensure the village thrives in your absence. Obito exclaimed with determination, knowing he had a new purpose, to care for and train the savior of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, we're sorry we can't be with you, but when the time comes, we will visit you. We concealed our chakra within you, so when the time is right, we will meet you. When that happens, I will make sure to congratulate you on your success in life up to that point. With those words, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki passed on, and Obito Uchiha was named the Fifth Hokage of Konoha. He, Kakashi, and Rin took Naruto in and loved him like their own. Unfortunately, the elders leaked the information about Naruto being the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, leading to his continued ostracization by the village. Aside from Obito, Rin, Kakashi, Itachi, the librarian, and a select few ninjas, most adults regarded Naruto with disdain. When Naruto was 3, as he walked through the village, Naruto passed a shop when he heard the villagers' harsh words. Hey look, it's the demon brat, one shouted. He will pay for what the fox did to our families, another added. Naruto felt a wave of fear wash over him as the crowd approached. Please stop. You're hurting me, he cried, but the villagers showed him no mercy, pushing him around and making him feel small. This was a daily occurrence for him, and he would tell Obito and Rin about it, but he insisted that they not intervene, believing the villagers were just hurting from the Nine Tails attack and hadn't done anything truly serious yet. This torment continued for another 2 years until finally, someone stumbled across Naruto during one of these encounters. This man had long black hair and a pair of Sharingan in each eye. He was skilled with many weapons and easily fended off the angry mob of villagers. He turned around, and Naruto flinched, expecting another beating. Instead, the villager said, "Come with me, little boy, I will keep you safe." "Who are you?" Naruto asked, confused. "My name is Itachi Uchiha. I was on my way home from a mission when I saw what was happening. No one should endure that level of pain, regardless of who they are." Itachi responded with a reassuring smile. "Now I'll take you back to your place, get you cleaned up, and then we will report this incident to the Hokage." Naruto looked at Itachi with pure amazement. Aside from Obito, Rin, Kakashi, and Itachi, none of the adults ever acknowledged him. They all looked at him as if he were the embodiment of evil. But knowing there were others in the world who would not hurt him made Naruto smile brighter than ever. "Uchiha? So you're from Big Brother Obito's clan?" Naruto asked Itachi. "Yes, I am. And I am proud to be an Uchiha." A few minutes later, they arrived home. "Big sister, I'm home," Naruto yelled, hoping to see his big sister, Rin Noara. Rin came out of the kitchen and gasped at the sight of Naruto, bruised and battered. She rushed to him, enveloping him in a tight hug, tears streaming down her face. My poor younger brother. What happened to you? Who did this? I will make sure they pay for hurting you. It was the villagers. I was returning home from a mission sent by Lord Fifth when I saw them attacking him. I found him nearly unconscious, Itachi explained. And who might you be? Rin asked, her protective instincts kicking in. My name is Itachi Uchiha. Thank you, Itachi, for bringing Naruto home safely. I am forever grateful. I will report this incident to Lord Fifth now. I can't stand people who harm innocent children, Itachi said before leaving for the Hokage's office. Rin looked at Naruto with love in her eyes, hoping her favorite little rascal was not emotionally scarred by the incident. To her dismay, she sensed the fear radiating from him. He was truly scared of the world. She knew she needed to inform Kakashi and Obito about the villagers' actions, but she feared their reaction upon learning what had happened to Naruto. Naruto began to tear up, finally breaking down and telling Rin that she was the best big sister he could have ever asked for, thanking her wholeheartedly for being there for him. Suddenly, Naruto felt himself being pulled into his mindscape. In the mindscape, he looked around, confused and frightened. "Where am I?" he asked, finding himself in a gloomy sewer system faced with a large orange fox. "Oi, kid, who are you?" the demon fox asked, fully aware of who the little boy was. Who are you?" Naruto stammered, terrified. "I am the Ninetales, you brat. Now open this seal and let me out so I can be free again." "The Ninetales, huh? So you're the reason everyone hates me?" "Unfortunately, yes." "So, what is your real name?" "I know you are the Ninetales, but everyone has to have a real name. Otherwise, we'd all live in chaos," Naruto said with a serious expression. The Ninetales was taken aback. Nobody had ever asked him his name before. He sensed that this kid was different. He wasn't filled with hatred or seeking to exploit him for power. Instead, he just wanted acceptance and love. The Ninetales felt he could trust Naruto to use the power wisely, but he needed to be sure first. "Nobody has ever asked me my name before, so why should I trust you?" "Because I think you are misunderstood. I believe you have a reason for what you did to the village 3 years ago. Before I jump to conclusions about who you are, I want to understand your motives," Naruto replied earnestly. In his mind, the Ninetales thought, "This kid is different. My assumptions about him were right. I can trust him." "It's Kurama," he finally said. "Nice to meet you, Kurama. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's really nice to meet you. Can I ask why you attacked the Leaf Village?" "I was under a genjutsu. That blasted Sharingan of Madara Uchiha controlled me during my fight with the First Hokage, Hashirama Senju. I have no doubt he could do it again." "Madara Uchiha? I've read about him. He was a legendary shinobi who rivaled the First Hokage. But according to the timeline of the attack, he should be at least 80 years old. I doubt he had the strength to control a genjutsu like that. I think it was someone else pretending to be Madara, using his name to cause chaos," Naruto deduced. Kurama couldn't help but be impressed by the young boy's intellect. Now the question was who the impersonator was and what their motives were for wanting revenge on the Leaf Village. However, one troubling thought lingered in Naruto's mind. He knew that Kurama must have some knowledge of who his parents were. So he simply asked, "Hey, Kurama, do you know who my parents were?" Kurama looked at him and said, "I do, but it's not my place to reveal their identities. Your father had many enemies due to his past heroics. Telling you who your parents are now would only put you in severe danger. This level of hate is nothing compared to what high-level ninjas would do to you." Naruto nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I understand. I truly am sorry, kid. You deserve to know who your parents are, but trust me when I say it's best for your safety to keep it a secret, at least for now." With tears in his eyes, Naruto looked back. All he wanted was to know who his parents were. He knew he had family in Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, but they felt more like older siblings than the mother and father he longed for. But to hear that if information about his heritage were to be leaked, his life would be in jeopardy was too much for Naruto to bear. He broke down in tears. Why did they have to die? Why couldn't they just be here with me? Is it too much to ask for a mother and father? Kurama looked back at Naruto, feeling sympathy for the hardships he had faced in his early life. Before I go, this place seems really gloomy. Would you like me to change the scenery? Naruto asked Kurama. Yes, please. And could you bring me some other foxes to play with? It's lonely down here. As you wish, you goofy old furball. Naruto joked. Hey, brat, I'm the legendary nine-tailed fox, so don't go around calling me a furball, punk. Kurama scolded, feigning offense at Naruto's playful jab. In his mind, Naruto thought, yeah, that's never going to happen. Okay, sure, whatever, he replied. With that, Naruto imagined Kurama in a beautiful, lush forest, even giving him a female fox as a companion to play with. In return, Kurama offered to train Naruto to master his chakra when the time was right. Hey, Naruto, as a thank you, I will train you to master my chakra when the time comes. Right now, you're too young to start harnessing it, and using it prematurely could put you and the whole village in danger. Thank you, Kurama. I would gladly accept that, Naruto said, beaming with joy. Just promise me one thing. What is it? That you will only use my powers for good. Use them only as a last resort, when many lives are at stake. Otherwise, I would think you are just using me for my powers and not trying to better yourself. I promise, Kurama. I will not use your power for evil. With that, Naruto exited his mindscape and returned to the real world. He found himself in his bed, with Rin and Kakashi watching over him. In Naruto's home. Oh good, you're awake, Rin said with a sigh of relief. Hey big sis, how long was I out? Naruto asked. About an hour, Kakashi replied. Oh, I found out why everyone hates me and why they hit me. What do you know about the nine-tailed fox attack 5 years ago? How did you find out about that? Rin and Kakashi asked in unison. I met him in my mindscape. Now, could you please tell me what you know? Just remember, I can tell if you're lying because Kurama will let me know the truth. Okay. How about we wait for Big Brother Obito to come home, and then the three of us can answer all of your questions within reason, Kakashi suggested, hoping to reach a compromise. All right. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office. Come in. Obito called. Itachi entered, kneeling before Obito. Ah, Itachi, good to see you. What brings you here today? Lord Fifth, I would like to report some troubling behavior in the village today. As I was returning from my mission, I saw a mob of villagers with weapons attacking a child, calling him a demon and trying to harm him. If it weren't for his incredible healing abilities, he would have been in serious danger by the time I arrived, Itachi explained, his voice steady but filled with concern. Obito struggled to hold back tears. He knew exactly who the child was and the situation at hand, but it had never escalated to the point where villagers tried to harm him before. Obito felt disgusted with the village that his mentor had sacrificed so much to protect. He thought of all those who came before him, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, who united the clans, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, who advanced the village, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, who kept the village afloat in its darkest times. Obito felt a surge of anger that the village had betrayed his mentor's legacy, targeting the brightest child who simply wanted to live a normal life. I can't believe the villagers would go this far. This is not the village that Minato-sensei knew. This is not the village he wanted to protect. If I don't make them understand the difference between a scroll and a kunai, then what kind of Hokage am I? Obito told Itachi, who was his most trusted ally aside from Kakashi. I see. So what should we do? Itachi asked. Obito sighed. I will start by issuing a decree that if anyone harms Naruto, I will personally send them to another dimension. From there, I want you to train him, Itachi. You are the only one I trust to treat him with the respect he deserves. You can bring Shursui along for the training as well. Yes, Lord Fifth, I won't let you down. However, I would like to request that I train him alongside my younger brother, Sasuke. I believe this will help him grow stronger, and having a friend and rival in Sasuke will do wonders for him. I accept your terms, Itachi. Now I need to make a decree to protect the future of the leaf. All right, Lord Fifth, I will take my leave. Lord Third, I would like you to summon the Shinobi and Civilian Council immediately. Obito turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, requesting him to call upon Konoha's council to protect the life of his mentor's son, his friend, and most importantly his little brother. Right away, Lord Fifth, Hiruzen replied. At the council meeting, the heads of all clans in the Leaf Village, along with the civilian council and village elders, gathered in the room, wondering what the commotion was about. Why are we here, Lord Fifth? Shikaku Nara, the head of the Nara clan, asked, his expression bored. I agree with Mr. Shikaku, Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan, added. Well, if you would all calm down, we can start the meeting, Obito said, disappointed in the immature actions of the clan heads. Right, Lord Fifth, so what is this about? They all asked simultaneously. It has come to my attention that villagers were attacking and trying to harm a young child. Because they believe he is the nine-tailed fox that attacked the village 5 years ago. It sickens me that this is happening in our village. This is not the village that Minato gave his life for. Minato didn't sacrifice his life for the wrongdoers in the village, Obito said, his expression filled with disdain. He felt a deep shame for the village's actions and was determined to make things right. I've mentioned this before, anyone who breaks the laws and rules of the village is despicable. Those who abandon their friends are even worse, but those who would willingly try to harm a child simply for existing are the worst of all. His words elicited mixed reactions in the room. Some, like Hiruzen, Shikaku Nara, Fugaku Uchiha, and Inoichi Yamanaka, the head of the Yamanaka clan, agreed with Obito. They believed that anyone who would harm a child, especially one who did not fight back, was indeed despicable. However, others, including the village elders, Mabuki Haruno, the head of the civilian council, Some Inazuka, the head of the Inazuka clan, and many others present, were not pleased. They felt the need to direct their anger at someone, and Naruto Uzumaki, the current host of the Nine-Tailed Fox, became their target. You can't be serious, Lord Fifth, Mabuki exclaimed. The Nine-Tails attacked the village all those years ago, killed our families, and destroyed half the village, and you expect us not to hate the demon for what he did? Exactly. It was the Nine-Tails that caused the destruction, not Naruto. Consider this. Naruto was barely an hour old when the Nine-Tails attacked. How could he possibly have the power to destroy the village as a newborn? Obito countered. Still, that doesn't change the fact that Naruto is the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails, a being of pure malice, and someone who could harm the village one day, the village elders argued. Obito was infuriated by the council's ignorance. So much so that he felt compelled to take matters into his own hands and issue a new law. That being said, I am issuing a decree. If anyone dares to lay a finger on Naruto Uzumaki, I will personally use my Mangekyo Sharingan to transport them to the Kamui dimension. Anyone who treats a child the way Naruto is treated daily should not be allowed in this village. The same goes for any child. Every child has the right to be protected, loved, and cherished for who they are, not mistreated for something beyond their control. You can hate the Nine-Tails all you want, but do not take it out on Naruto. He is perhaps the best thing that has happened to Konoha in a long time, and it would be foolish to let him go, Obito declared coldly. Did you know that despite being mistreated every day for the past year, despite having bruises that no child should ever endure, he keeps smiling? That's because he hopes that one day things will get better. One day he wants to prove to the village that he belongs. Did you know that despite the villagers' hatred for him, he still told me not to take their freedom away? This kid is a saint in every sense of the word. Obito's words resonated with everyone present. They understood that Naruto faced daily mistreatment simply for walking down the street, regardless of who accompanied him. They realized that Obito would not take this lightly, and so they reluctantly agreed to the decree. As soon as the meeting concluded, Obito made the announcement. Citizens of Konoha, if anyone dares to lay a finger on Naruto Uzumaki, or any child in this village in a way that puts them in danger, I will personally have you thrown in jail, banished from the village, or sent to the Kamui dimension. A significant protest erupted among the villagers, who felt their anger could not be directed at the newest vessel for the Nine-Tails. They stormed into the Hokage office, shouting, "The demon deserves this. He destroyed half the village 5 years ago. He killed our families. He should be the one banished, or better yet, dead. This turmoil continued throughout the day. Later that evening, Obito called from the front doorstep, "I'm home." "Hello, big brother." "Hey there. How's it going, Obi?" Obito made his way to the kitchen and shared the news about the new decree. "From now on, no one will harm Naruto, and if they do, I will send them to Kamui." Rin and Kakashi sighed in relief and hugged Naruto tightly. Finally, their brother would not be tormented by the village for something he didn't do. However, Naruto still felt troubled. He knew he was not responsible for the Nine-Tails attack, yet he felt the weight of the village's hatred. So, he decided to ask questions. "Big brothers and big sister, can you please tell me what happened on the night the Nine-Tails attacked the village?" They all sighed, knowing they had promised Naruto this much. "Okay, but first, do you know what the term jinchuriki means?" "It's a person with a tailed beast sealed within them," Naruto replied. "The last jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails was Kushina Uzumaki, your mother. When she was giving birth to you, the seal keeping the Nine-Tails within her weakened, allowing it to break free and wreak havoc across the village," Kakashi explained, tears in his eyes. "While the Nine-Tails was attacking Konoha, I was assisting the Fourth Hokage in battling the mastermind behind the attack, someone we could only deduce was Madara Uchiha based on his Sharingan patterns and his ability to control the Nine-Tails," Obito added. "So, what you're saying is that the Nine-Tails attacking the village was not an accident but part of a larger scheme?" Naruto asked, his voice cold. "Unfortunately, yes. But it seems the villagers won't listen to reason. They are blinded by their hatred for the fox," Obito replied. "I understand. So how did my mom die? And where was my dad during all this?" Naruto asked, his anger rising. "Your father was with your mother the entire time," Kakashi interjected. "As for how they died, they used the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Nine-Tails into you." "Wait, that doesn't make sense. According to Obito, the only two males present when my mom was giving birth were him and the Fourth Hokage." Naruto's confusion deepened until realization struck him. "Unless..." "Yes, Naruto, your father was Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage." "Yes, Naruto, your father was Minato Namikaze, better known as the Fourth Hokage." Rin confirmed Naruto's suspicions. He now understood everything: who he was, why the village had treated him with disdain, and why he felt a sense of responsibility for the Nine-Tails attack. In a way, he felt accountable. If he hadn't been born at that time, the Nine-Tails wouldn't have been unleashed, and the bloodshed described by the villagers would not have occurred. Obito sensed Naruto's rising sadness and reassured him, "Hey, little brother, none of this is your fault. It's the fault of the masked Uchiha who controlled the Nine-Tails. So never think that the attack was your doing." "Okay, big brother," Naruto replied weakly. "Come now, it's time for dinner. Rin made your favorite, miso pork ramen with menma and fish cakes," Kakashi said excitedly, knowing this would lift Naruto's spirits. As soon as he heard ramen, Naruto dashed to the dining table, eager to enjoy his favorite meal. After dinner, he went straight to bed, knowing that the next day marked the beginning of his training with Konoha's top Umbu and his big brother's trusted advisor, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto could hardly wait to become a great shinobi like his father. At the Hokage office. Before training, Naruto stopped by the Hokage office to make a request of his big brother. "Big brother, I would like to make a request regarding my name." "What is it, Naruto?" "I will grant your request as long as it's reasonable. I would like to formally change my name." "To what?" "Naruto Namikaze." "I cannot grant you that request, Naruto, for your own safety. If other villages learned of your heritage and your relation to your father, your life would be in far greater danger than ever before. I cannot issue a decree to protect you, as there will be shinobi from other villages seeking to harm you. I understand the risks, but what kind of son would I be if I didn't acknowledge my father's legacy? What kind of son would I be if I wasn't proud to take his name?" Naruto reasoned. "My name will officially remain Naruto Uzumaki to prevent any attacks on the village, but I will refer to myself as Naruto Namikaze to those I trust. When I feel strong enough to defend myself, I will reveal my heritage to everyone." Does that sound fair, big brother? I agree to your terms, Naruto, but please let me know who you share your real name with so I can ensure they keep it secret for your safety, Obito implored. Sounds good. I'm off to train with Itachi-sensei now, Naruto said as he left the Hokage office and headed to the training grounds. At the training grounds. Hey, big brother, when can we start training? A raven-haired boy asked Itachi, eager to begin mastering his skills. In a bit, Sasuke. We're still waiting for big brother Shisui and another student around your age, Itachi replied. How long is he going to take? I'm getting bored. Sasuke complained. Oh, don't tell me Itachi is keeping you waiting again. I swear he can't start on time, even for our Umbu missions, a boy with shorter dark hair teased. Oh, shut up, Shisui. We would have started if I didn't have to stop by the Hokage office, Itachi shot back playfully. Just then, Naruto emerged from the trees, spotting Itachi and the two boys. He approached them and asked, Is this where we're going to train? Yes, it is. First, let me introduce my little brother, Sasuke Uchiha, and my best friend and your other sensei, Shisui Uchiha, Itachi said. It's nice to meet you both. My name is Minato Namikaze. Naruto introduced himself, half expecting negative reactions as he had received from the villagers in the past. But their responses were different. They saw Naruto for who he was, not as the Nine Tails. Nice to meet you, Naruto. I'm Shisui Uchiha, the boy with short hair exclaimed. I am Sasuke Uchiha. You kept us waiting, so now we make you pay, the young Uchiha said, trying to sound intimidating. Calm down, Sasuke, Itachi scolded his younger brother. He turned to Naruto and Sasuke, handing them a piece of paper. We will find out what your chakra natures are. Channel your chakra into this paper. If it burns, you have fire. If it splits in two, you have wind. If it crinkles, you have lightning. If it dampens, you have water. If it crumbles into dust, you have earth. Naruto and Sasuke began channeling their chakra into the papers. Sasuke's paper almost immediately crinkled and then burned, while Naruto's paper took longer but eventually split into two, with one half dampening and the other crinkling. Great job, Sasuke. Looks like you have fire and lightning affinity, just like many Uchiha, Itachi and Shisui exclaimed. And you, Naruto, seem to have wind, water, and lightning natures. They began their training by learning to control their chakra, first by walking up trees and then by walking on water. In no time, both of them could perform these tasks with ease, although it came more naturally to Sasuke due to Naruto's larger chakra reserves. Once they mastered the basics, they moved on to learning ninjutsu. Okay, guys, for ninjutsu, we will separate into one-on-one training. I will take Naruto, and Itachi will take Sasuke, Shisui announced. With Shisui and Naruto. Shisui and Naruto moved to a corner of the training grounds to practice ninjutsu. They started with the essential techniques needed to pass the academy. The transformation jutsu, the substitution jutsu, and the clone jutsu. However, like in the original story, Naruto struggled with the clone jutsu due to his excessive chakra. I can't do it. No matter how hard I try, my clones always have too much chakra. Is there another way I can pass the academy without doing the clone jutsu? Naruto pleaded with Shisui. He already knew the answer, but he couldn't help but ask. If he couldn't master a jutsu that required minimal chakra, how would he ever learn higher-ranked techniques and keep his team safe? I'm sorry, Naruto, but without mastering the clone jutsu, you won't be able to pass the academy, Shisui replied, his eyes filled with sympathy. But let's focus on sharpening your skills for now. You have wind, water, and lightning styles, right? Yes, Naruto responded eagerly. Great. Let's try something new. Can you combine your chakra natures? Start with wind and water. Naruto concentrated, merging the wind and water chakra in his palm. To his astonishment, an ice crystal formed, taking the shape of a sword. Shisui-sensei, I think I messed up. I created an icicle instead of combining the wind and water chakra. Is there something else I should do? Naruto asked, puzzled. No. This is fantastic. You've awakened the Ice Release Kekkei Genkai, a rare bloodline trait from the Yuki clan. In fact, it's the second most powerful Kekkei Genkai after Wood Release. Having this in Konoha is remarkable, Shisui exclaimed, clearly impressed. Now, let's try combining water and lightning. Naruto followed his instructions and conjured a thundercloud above his head, leaving Shisui in awe. Naruto, you have 2 Kekkei Genkais? Most people are lucky to have one. But you possess both Storm Release and Ice Release. Shisui couldn't hide his admiration. It looks like we have another prodigy on our hands, just like the Fourth Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened at this praise. He had always idolized the legendary Fourth Hokage, hearing stories of his incredible missions and the hardships faced during the Third Great Ninja War. Now, with the revelation that the Fourth was his father, he felt the weight of expectations but also a surge of confidence from Shisui's words. Being compared to his father meant everything to Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Itachi moved to a quieter corner of the training grounds, where Itachi began teaching Sasuke the basic jutsus needed to pass the academy. This came easily to Sasuke, who didn't have Kurama's chakra boost. They focused on simple fire-style jutsus unique to the Uchiha clan. By the end of the day, Sasuke had mastered the fireball jutsu and some basic lightning-style techniques. Next, Itachi and Sasuke turned their attention to improving Sasuke's taijutsu skills, which were his weakest area. They engaged in intense sparring sessions, each pushing the other to their limits until one had to yield. After some time, they regrouped with Naruto and Shisui, who explained Naruto's newfound abilities to Sasuke and Itachi. Wait, Naruto has 2 Kekkei Genkais? Itachi exclaimed in disbelief. That was my exact reaction. Shisui added, still amazed. Big brother, what's a Kekkei Genkai? Sasuke asked Itachi. A Kekkei Genkai is a bloodline trait passed down through clan members. For example, the Sharingan is the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan. It's rare for someone to have even one, let alone 2, Itachi explained, turning his attention to Naruto. So, in simple terms, Naruto is incredibly strong, Shisui said. You two could become great rivals one day. For now, I want you both to practice taijutsu sparring. The rules are simple. Continue until one person forfeits or can no longer continue. Yes, Big Brother Sensei, Sasuke and Naruto replied in unison. They took their positions, made the unison sign, and began their sparring match. Initially, it seemed like Sasuke would overpower Naruto, who was holding back on his attacks. At this rate, Naruto is going to lose before he even lands a hit, Itachi remarked, concerned. I think you're underestimating Naruto. He's analyzing Sasuke, waiting for the right moment to strike, Shisui explained, watching Naruto closely. When Naruto spotted his opening, he swiftly attacked Sasuke's right flank, momentarily immobilizing him. Naruto unleashed a flurry of jabs and punches, successfully gaining Sasuke's respect, as well as that of Itachi and Shisui. Wow, Naruto, you're really impressive. Itachi and Shisui exclaimed. You have to teach me how to fight like that. Sasuke said, eager to learn from Naruto. And that concludes training for today, Itachi and Shisui announced. Now, get some rest, you two. As Naruto and Sasuke walked through the streets of Konoha, they began to share more about themselves, their favorites, their families, and their dreams for the future. Hey, Sasuke, why do you want to become a ninja? Naruto asked. Sasuke paused, surprised by the question. He hadn't thought deeply about it before. To him, becoming a ninja was simply expected as a member of the Uchiha clan, known for their strength. Honestly, I haven't given it much thought. But if I had to say, it's because I want to protect those I care about. I can't stand the thought of my comrades suffering if I can help, Sasuke replied. That's a good reason, Sasuke, Naruto said, nodding. For me, I want to be a ninja to bring peace to a world filled with hatred. Until recently, I was bullied just for existing. The villagers here have so much hatred in their hearts that I want to be a ninja to show the world that we can also bring peace through pure love, and nobody will ever have to go through what I went through again. Sasuke reflected on Naruto's words. He understood the feeling of hatred all too well and how it consumes a person's daily life. He had witnessed it firsthand when he saw villagers attacking a child for no reason. Now, he sat beside a boy with a dream, one to bring about change in the shinobi world, to rise above his past, and to keep as a friend. Come on, Naruto, it's getting late. We should head home, Sasuke said. Time skipped 2 years. Naruto and Sasuke are now 7 years old, continuing their training with Shisui and Itachi, while Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and Sasuke's family also train them whenever possible. Naruto and Sasuke have become inseparable, doing everything together, playing, training, and eating. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin have become like a second family to Sasuke, just as Sasuke's family has become to Naruto. Quick overview of Naruto and Sasuke's training. Naruto is now proficient in water, lightning, wind, and storm release ninjutsu. He's currently training to master his ice style from scrolls within the Hokage's office. He excels in taijutsu, consistently besting Sasuke in their sparring matches. He has also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which made his father famous. His jutsu abilities include Water Wall and Water Release Gunshot for water releases, Gale Palm and Great Breakthrough for wind releases, Lightning Release, Black Panther for lightning, and Triple Dragon Thunder Dance for storm release. Sasuke is now proficient in fire-style ninjutsu while actively training his lightning style. He has developed the One Tomo Sharingan through training with Itachi. Sasuke is also skilled in taijutsu, second only to Naruto for now. He has mastered the body flicker technique from training with Shisui and is a competent genjutsu user. His jutsu abilities include Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Now back to the story. At the Hokage's office. Big brother, I have a question, Naruto said to Obito. How can I help you, Naruto? Obito asked. For the life of me, I cannot do the clone jutsu. Is there another type of clone jutsu that I could learn to help me pass the academy? Naruto pleaded. Obito looked at Naruto, understanding why he struggled with the clone jutsu. He decided to give Naruto one more gift before he entered the academy. Tell you what, there is a jutsu that will solve your problems. Have you ever heard of the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Obito asked. No, Naruto replied. It was developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Instead of using a drop of your chakra to make a clone, it splits your chakra among the clones so that each one has the same amount. This jutsu also allows you to control the clones you make and helps speed up your training process. I think this will be perfect for you given your chakra reserves. Alright, then how do I use it? Obito formed the hand signs for the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and Naruto followed suit. Suddenly, nearly 100 Narutos appeared in the Hokage's office. Obito was shocked but not surprised. He knew the extent of Naruto's chakra and the talent he displayed daily in training. Okay, Naruto, I think that's enough for today. Now I need to fix all the damage in here, Obito said, laughing. Sorry, big brother. I'm going to meet Sasuke now. Alright, but be home before dinner, or big sister will get mad again. Obito called from the office. With Sasuke and Naruto. I'm telling you, Yellow Flash of Konoha versus White Fang of Konoha. Yellow Flash wins the fight with mid to low difficulty, Naruto argued. What are you talking about? White Fang is so much more powerful than the Yellow Flash. Yes, the Flash had speed, but one hit from the Fang and it's all over for him. Don't be biased just because he's your father, Sasuke retorted. Yes, but how is he going to win if he can't land the hit? The Flash can just teleport out of the way before anything bad happens to him, Naruto countered. As they continued their debate about who would win in a fight, they walked by a park and noticed a group of bullies harassing 2 little girls. The boys hid behind a tree and watched from a distance. With the girls and the bullies. Stop this. What has she done to you? The girl with blonde hair said, defending the girl with pink hair, who was being harassed by the bullies. She wouldn't stop staring at me with her giant forehead, the tallest bully said, cracking his knuckles. Plus, I didn't get to beat anyone up today, and now my friends here are hungry for a fight. The girl with pink hair stood up and said, Go run. Don't put yourself in danger for me. No. I can't stand it when people bully others for no reason, when people treat others differently because of who they are, the blonde-haired girl replied. So will you stop bullying her? At that moment, Naruto grabbed Sasuke and used the body flicker technique to appear in front of the bullies. Are you the ones who are going to stop us? Haha, you're just a pathetic little girl, the bullies laughed, swinging their fists. The two girls closed their eyes, bracing for the blows that never came. They're not your opponents. We are, Naruto and Sasuke said in unison, ready to confront the bullies with their taijutsu skills. Who are you two? The bullies asked, fear creeping into their voices. We're just a couple of guys who are heroes for fun, Sasuke replied in a deadpan tone. After easily handling the bullies, Naruto and Sasuke turned their attention to the two girls, who were in awe of what they had just witnessed. Come on, don't be shy. We're not here to hurt you, Naruto said soothingly, flashing a bright smile. Come on, we're just going to grab a snack at this ramen place I like. Why don't you girls join us? Sasuke suggested. The girls slowly got up, a bit scared, and said, all right then. Good, now hold on to me. This might make you feel a bit queasy, Sasuke said. The girls hesitantly held on to Sasuke and Naruto as he used the body flicker technique to transport them to Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke, how are you two doing? The old man behind the counter exclaimed, clearly excited to see his favorite customers. We're doing well, Mr. Tucci. How's business? Naruto replied cheerfully. Well, without you two, I might have already gone out of business, Tucci laughed, prompting Naruto and Sasuke to chuckle in response. Now, who are these two lovely ladies? Tucci inquired. Naruto and Sasuke gestured for the girls to step forward, and they did. I never got the chance to introduce myself. Hello, I'm Naruto Namikaze, from the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans, Naruto said. And I'm Sasuke Uchiha, from the Uchiha clan, Sasuke added. The pink-haired girl spoke up first. Hi, I'm Sakura Haruno. I'm not from a clan. Finally, the blonde chimed in. I'm Ino Yamanaka, from the Yamanaka clan. Nice to meet you, Ino and Sakura. Are you two planning to become ninjas as well? Naruto asked. Yes, we are. How did you know? Ino and Sakura replied in unison. I can see it in your eyes. You have the drive and desire to make a difference in this world. It's the same look that Sasuke and I had while training, and the same look my brothers and sister have when they're focused on something, Naruto explained. But I must warn you, the ninja world is more dangerous than you might think. Without complete dedication and commitment to becoming a ninja, that could mean the difference between life and death for you and your comrades. So I need to ask you, are you willing to put in the hard work to become great ninjas? Because having determined eyes means nothing if you're not ready to put in the effort to perfect your skills. This ignited a fire within Ino, Sakura, and Sasuke. This boy sitting beside them wasn't afraid to speak the harsh truth, nor was he concerned about what others might think. He genuinely cared for the lives and well-being of his comrades, and they felt a renewed determination to become better ninjas themselves. Time skip. 1 year later, Naruto's 8th birthday. Naruto, Sasuke, Ino, and Sakura had become the best of friends, with Ino and Sakura joining Naruto and Sasuke for training alongside Itachi and Shisui. Ino had mastered fire and earth release jutsus, while Sakura focused on earth release jutsus. Over the past year, Naruto and Ino had grown very close, clearly becoming positive influences in each other's lives. Naruto had met Ino's family, who accepted him wholeheartedly since Inoichi and Minato were childhood friends. However, Sakura's family was less accepting of their friendship, viewing Naruto with suspicion due to his past. They didn't forbid Sakura from seeing him, but they advised her to be cautious when he was around. At Naruto's place to celebrate his birthday, Sasuke, Ino, and Sakura arrived at the door. Knock knock. Rin went to open the door. Happy birthday, Naruto, the three shouted in excitement. Naruto was overjoyed. Less than 3 years ago, his birthday was a day of sorrow, a reminder of his parents' deaths. He had come to dread it, but this year was different. This year, he was surrounded by friends and celebrating with the people he loved. It was a day to honor his life, not to mourn his parents. The party went off without a hitch. Rin, Obito, and Kakashi had done their best to make it special, knowing that the next day would be Naruto's first day at the academy. Big brother Kakashi, big brother Obito, big sister Rin, I can't thank you enough for this. This has truly been the best birthday party ever. Thank you for being a part of my life. Thank you for giving me a home. Thank you for accepting me for who I am, Naruto said, tears of joy in his eyes. He finally felt true love in his life, allowing him to push aside the villagers' harsh judgments. However, that last sentence lingered in Ino's mind. What does he mean by that? Ino pondered. She knew the villagers gave Naruto dirty looks whenever they walked down the street together, and she understood that he lived in fear of their disdain. Yet, every time she tried to discuss it, Naruto would change the subject. She respected his privacy but felt compelled to confront him about it. This was a day for celebration, not tears, so Ino resolved to talk to Naruto and uncover the truth. She decided to speak with the Hokage and Naruto's siblings first. Lord Fifth, may I speak with you, Mr. Kakashi, and Ms. Rin in private? Ino asked. Of course, Ino. Let's head to the kitchen, Obito said, leading the way. In the kitchen, Ino spoke up. I would like your permission to learn about Naruto's past. I think I'm ready to know. Are you sure you're prepared to hear about Naruto's past? It's a sensitive subject for both the village and for him, Rin cautioned. Yes. I've known him long enough to understand the kind of person he is, and knowing his past won't change my feelings about him. To me, he's a kind, handsome, and amazing young boy with a bright future ahead. No matter what, I will always stand by his side, Ino replied confidently. And if knowing his past does change my view, it will only be for the better. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were satisfied with Ino's response and decided to grant her request, but with one condition. You cannot force Naruto to share his past with you. This is something that has haunted him for a long time, and he is afraid to reveal it to anyone because of the disdain he has received from those who knew about his past. Let him come to you with his past, don't go to him, they all said. I understand, Ino said, feeling defeated. She knew that this was a burden Naruto had carried from the beginning, but she couldn't comprehend why he didn't trust his friends with his secret. After their conversation, everything became clear. Naruto was scared of being alone in this world, scared that once his secret was revealed, everyone would turn their backs on him, look at him as if he were different, and that terrified him. Growing up without parents was hard enough, but facing the village's open disdain was more than he could bear. Ino could see that pain, and it fueled her anger toward the villagers. But I swear one day I will help foster a sense of unity in this world. I want to ensure that no other child has to endure what Naruto supposedly did. That's my reason for becoming a ninja. Ino looked back at the trio with determination in her eyes, bringing smiles to the adults' faces. It was then clear to Obito, Kakashi, and Rin more than ever, Ino cared deeply for Naruto. No one else would possess such resolve at her age for someone they had only known for a relatively short time, even if she wasn't ready to admit it to herself. They could also see that she was a significant positive influence in Naruto's life, her vibrant energy bringing a smile to his face whenever she was around. Thank you for those words, Ino. I can see you make Naruto really happy when you two are together. But I ask you this. Please, no matter what happens, do not break his heart. He has already faced unimaginable pain, and any more heartbreak could push him over the edge, Obito implored the young Yamanaka girl. Also, when Naruto decides to share his past with you, please keep it to yourself. The fewer people who know about Naruto's true heritage, the safer he will be. His father has many enemies, and if any of them were to discover Naruto's true lineage, it could endanger both his life and the village. I understand, Lord Fifth, and thank you for trusting me, Ino replied, turning away from the kitchen. And don't worry, I would never do anything to hurt Naruto. I care too much about him to see him sad. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito knew then and there that Ino would be the one to bring out the best in Naruto, the one to guide him through life, the one to support him when he stumbled, and the one to cheer the loudest when he succeeded. They decided to give their blessing when the time came for them to be together. They called Naruto into the kitchen to talk with him, hoping to encourage him to open up about his past. Naruto, I know this may be difficult for you, but I think it's time you start being honest about your past, at least with those you care about. I know you are scared to reveal yourself to everyone, but your friends are different. They will stand by you throughout your life and be your support system, Rin said in her most comforting tone. I know I need to be open. I'm scared. Scared that they will abandon me, scared that they will treat me like those villagers, scared that I will be alone in this world, Naruto admitted, his voice trembling. Rin hugged Naruto tightly, reassuring him, you have known these people for about a year now, and Sasuke for almost 3 years. They already know who you are and will not judge you for your past. I believe that much. Okay, I will tell them when I'm ready, Naruto replied, feeling the warmth of their embrace. He realized then what they meant. If he didn't share his past with his friends, he might lose them. The thought of losing Sakura, Sasuke, and especially Ino was unbearable. She had been there for him when he was down, lifting him back up, and he knew she wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. He had to let her know about his past before anyone else because she was the one he loved. Later that evening, after the party, Naruto approached Ino. Hey Ino, can you wait a second? He asked. Yeah, sure. What is it, Naruto? Ino responded, her bright smile lighting up the room. Naruto's face turned crimson at the sight of her smile. Her infectious positivity was what he loved most about her. It was the part of her that brought him joy and made him want to protect their bond more than anything else. He knew this was the moment to share his biggest secret, the burden he carried, one that would surely change her perception of him. Can we go into my room? I'd like to tell you something, Naruto asked hesitantly. Sure, Ino replied. They made their way to Naruto's room, and he closed the door behind them. He sat on his bed and began to speak. I'm going to tell you about my past now. But I would like you to hold your reactions until the end, Naruto said. Finally, I will get to know more about him, Ino thought eagerly. I'm ready, she said. My father was Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage, and my mother was Kushina Uzumaki, the head of the Uzumaki clan. The day I was born was also the day they died. That's something I have to live with every day, Naruto began, trying to set the mood for his story. I see, but if you're the son of the legendary Fourth Hokage, then why do the villagers hate you so much? It doesn't make sense. I would think they would treat the Fourth Hokage's son with more kindness, Ino said, confused. First, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you know what a jinchuriki is? Naruto inquired. I read about it. A jinchuriki is someone who houses a tailed beast within them. They are said to be some of the most powerful ninjas in their villages, and for generations, they have been used as trump cards in many different wars, Ino responded. You are partially correct. While it is true that a jinchuriki is very powerful and that a tailed beast lives within them, what is not often mentioned is how they are treated by the villagers. Many see them as beings of mass destruction, and without the love of their communities, most of them endure very difficult lives. Wait, are you saying the reason you're disliked in the village is because? Yes, Ino. I am a jinchuriki. More specifically, I am the jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, the same nine-tailed fox that attacked Konoha 8 years ago today. That is why everyone in the village looks down on me. Ino felt tears welling up as she listened to his story. She realized that this was something Naruto needed to share, and while she had promised to be ready for it, she had never fully grasped the burden he had carried throughout his life. And that's not the worst part. I have kept this hidden from everyone but my family, but when I was 3 years old, classified information about my status as the jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was leaked to the villagers. For over 2 years, I faced daily hostility and mistreatment. It got so bad that the villagers once attempted to harm me. However, the worst part was the names they called me. I was often labeled a mistake, a burden, a monster, someone who didn't deserve to live. But the most painful name of all was demon. That label stuck with me throughout my childhood. To them, I was nothing more than a piece of trash, someone they thought was better off gone. Ino was openly weeping now. She had known about the name-calling and the whispers, but she had never realized the extent of the abuse he had suffered. All she wanted was to hold him close, to tell him everything would be okay, and to assure him that she would always be there for him. But she had promised to wait until he finished his story, and she intended to keep that promise. Although the mistreatment has lessened, I still feel like a burden. Do you want to know why Ichiraku Ramen is my favorite restaurant in Konoha? It's because it was the first place where I was accepted for who I was outside my home. Old man Itachi was the first adult to see me as a person rather than just the nine-tailed spirit. While I do love the ramen, the main reason I go there is to show my gratitude to Mr. Itachi. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have anywhere to go outside my house. Naruto continued. I also wear this orange jumpsuit not because I like it, but because it was the first place where I could buy clothes without being turned away. It was the first shop that welcomed me and didn't inflate the prices just to keep me from buying anything. I've always disliked this look, but I wear it as a reminder of my struggles and of who I am today. Ino struggled to contain her emotions, sensing that Naruto could feel her turmoil too. Out of respect for him, she summoned all her willpower to remain composed. And I can't even reveal my true identity to the villagers, or I would be in even greater danger not just from them, but from outside threats. The more people who know about my heritage, the higher the chance that information could be leaked to other villages, putting Konoha at risk. Tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks. Ever since I discovered my family, I've wanted to shout from the rooftops about who I am, but I know I'm not strong enough yet to defend myself or this village from any potential attacks. So until I reach at least Chunin rank, I have to learn to live with this mark, this life, and the villagers' disdain for something I didn't choose. Ino turned to face Naruto. Look at me, Naruto. She gazed into his eyes, captivated by his handsomeness. Behind those bright blue eyes and golden blonde hair was someone who had endured more suffering than anyone should have to bear. In that moment, she realized she loved him more than anyone else. She knew he was the one for her, and she would do everything in her power to see him smile. You are not alone in this world anymore. You have me, your family, Sasuke, Sakura, and your future classmates who will cheer you on and support you. Ino looked deeply into his eyes, feeling a surge of courage. It was time to confess her feelings. To Naruto's surprise, Ino suddenly pulled him close and pressed her lips against his. Initially taken aback, Naruto soon melted into the kiss, feeling a warmth he had longed for over the past year. Knowing that the passionate girl he had fallen for not only supported him but also cared for him deeply filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy. This was a moment of pure happiness with the one he loved most, and he never wanted it to end. Ino had always been one to take what she wanted, but this was different. With Naruto she felt safe. She believed he would be the one to provide comfort in her life, the one who would stand by her through thick and thin, thriving off her fiery spirit. She knew it was her responsibility to ensure Naruto's happiness, and she would gladly step up to protect the man she loved from harm. His cool, calm, and collected nature hid a dark past, and she knew she had to be the one to bring him to the light. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke the kiss. Naruto looked into Ino's eyes, hoping to confirm his greatest wish. What was that for? He asked, hope shining in his gaze. At that moment, Ino could no longer hide her feelings for him. She needed to express them quickly. I love you, Naruto. I always will, and I will be there for you no matter what. Even if you don't feel the same way, I will never stop loving you. The way you keep a smile on your face despite everything you've been through, I truly admire that about you, Ino said earnestly. Suddenly, Kurama chimed in. She's not lying, Naruto. She truly does love you. That was all the confirmation Naruto needed to reciprocate her feelings. Thank you, Ino. I feel the same way about you. I've felt this way for a long time, but I was scared to say anything and risk losing you as a friend. I'd rather have you in my life than not. Ino then pulled Naruto in for another kiss, this one filled with a deeper passion, as if to declare, nothing can stop us now. They wanted the world to know about their bond. After the kiss, Naruto asked, does this mean? If you want it to, then yes. Ino replied. More than anything. But we need to keep this relationship quiet for now. Only our families can know, Naruto said. Wait, why? Ino asked, puzzled. Because I'm still seen as a demon by the village. The last thing I want is for them to see you as one too just because you're dating me. Let's keep this under wraps until we become Genin. That way, we'll have the support of our friends when we reveal everything. Though Ino felt upset, she understood his reasoning. He wanted to protect her, and she knew that with the villagers' attitudes, she wouldn't be safe just yet. But she resolved to change their perceptions, starting by voicing her ambitions in front of the man she loved. "Remember the day we met? You asked me why I wanted to become a ninja," Ino said. "Clear as day, but you didn't give me an answer," Naruto replied. "At that time, I didn't know why I wanted to be one. My family were ninjas, so I thought it was expected of me. But I've thought a lot about it since then, and now I know." "Well, what is it?" Naruto asked, intrigued. "One day, I will help foster a sense of unity in this world, so no other child has to experience what you went through. That's my reason for becoming a ninja." Naruto could see that his girlfriend was serious about her aspirations, and he couldn't be prouder of the strong woman she was becoming. "Let's get some sleep. We need to go to the academy tomorrow. We don't want to be late on our first day," Naruto joked, motioning for Ino to sleep next to him. The next day at the academy entrance, Naruto and Ino quickly shared the news of their relationship with their families, who accepted it without hesitation. Although Ino's father was a bit hesitant due to their age, he recognized that Naruto would be a positive influence in Ino's life. He also understood that without Ino's love, Naruto would not have the same bright energy he usually displayed. "Now, let's introduce all the academy students and Irika-sensei." Naruto, Ino, Sasuke, and Sakura walked into the academy. "Good morning. I am Irika Yumino. I will be your sensei during your time at the academy. For the next 5 years, you may refer to me as Irika-sensei." "Now, let's get started with the introductions," the tall man in the Chunin vest announced, turning to the class. "Good morning, everyone. We have 4 new students joining us today." He turned to the newcomers and asked them to introduce themselves, sharing their names, clans, likes, and dislikes. Skipping the introductions except for Naruto's. Naruto was the last to introduce himself. "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am from the Uzumaki clan. I like the ramen from Ichiraku and my family. I dislike many things, but the top one is people who can't tell the difference between a scroll and a kunai, and those who mistreat others for things they didn't do. Note to self, don't get on his bad side." "Okay, Naruto, go take a seat at the back with Ino," Irika instructed. "Alright, sensei." "So class, today's lesson will be on the Hokage. Who can tell me the name of the first Hokage and what made him famous?" Irika asked. Naruto knew the answer but wanted to give his classmates a chance to shine. Just then, a girl with long, dark hair raised her hand. "Hashirama Senju," and he became famous for his proficiency in wood style, which earned him the title of the god of shinobi, she responded confidently. "Very good, Mira. How did you know that?" Irika inquired. "How could I not know my great-grandfather?" Mira replied with a hint of sarcasm. This piqued Naruto's interest. He wanted to know more about her. However, he sensed Ino's discomfort with him paying attention to another girl. Suddenly, he felt a light punch on his arm. "You idiot, why are you staring at her?" Ino whispered. "I'm intrigued by her. She seems like she's hiding something," Naruto admitted. He didn't particularly like her arrogant demeanor, but he believed that if she lightened up a bit, she would be loved by everyone. "I see. Why don't we talk to her after class? Plus, I want to introduce you to some people. Bring Sakura and Sasuke along too, but be warned, I'll act like a fangirl for you, so don't hold it against me," Ino said, looking at him with pleading eyes that Naruto found hard to resist. Just then, Irika brought him back to reality. "Naruto, can you tell me the identity of the Fourth Hokage?" The Fourth Hokage, also known as the Yellow Flash of the Leaf, was Minato Namikaze. Kakashi Hatake, the sensei of the current Fifth Hokage, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara, was also trained by the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and married to Kushina Uzumaki. He gained fame for perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. With this ability, he single-handedly led Konoha to victory in the Third Ninja War. Naruto shared this impressive history, leaving Irika amazed at how much he knew about the Fourth Hokage. "How do you know so much about the Fourth Hokage, Naruto?" Irika asked. "2 simple reasons. 1, his students are my family, so they shared many stories about him," Naruto explained. "And 2, the fourth is my idol. I want to be like him when I grow up. Iruka accepted this as true, unaware of Naruto's true identity. Only Sasuke and Ino knew that Naruto was the son of the Fourth Hokage. While Sakura knew he was a Namikaze, she had yet to connect the dots. At lunch later that day, Naruto and Ino met up with Sasuke and decided to catch him up on a few things. They shared details about their relationship, knowing he could be trusted to keep it a secret, and expressed their desire to talk to the new girl, Mira. Mira was the epitome of an introvert. She preferred solitude and was wary of interactions, as many were put off by her blunt attitude and belief that friendships hindered true greatness. Her sole goal was to uphold her clan's legacy, the strongest clan to ever exist, and she thought that avoiding friendships would keep her focused. Unbeknownst to many, she was also the jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Kokuo, though their relationship was different from Naruto's bond with Kurama. To her dismay, she noticed 3 students approaching her, 1 girl and 2 boys presumably to befriend her. Mira scoffed at the thought. She preferred to be left alone, unlike the other kids. Unfortunately, these 3 were not like the rest. Are these seats taken? Sasuke asked Mira. No, go ahead, but don't try to sweet-talk me. I'm not interested in making friends, she replied, her disinterest evident. However, she felt a flicker of curiosity toward the blonde boy who always wore a bright smile. Naruto felt a twinge of frustration. Not interested in making friends? He thought before deciding to introduce himself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. This is Ino Yamanaka, and the guy next to you is Sasuke Uchiha. May I ask for your name? Why would I give my name to people like you? You obviously want to be my friends, which I'm not interested in, Mira said dismissively. Her tone ignited a spark in Naruto, prompting him to engage her in a different way. Why don't you want friends? He asked. Friends make people weak. My goal is to live up to my clan's name. I can't do that if I have friends holding me back, Mira replied, her cold demeanor starting to irritate Ino. Sensing this, Naruto gently reassured her, indicating he would handle the situation. Who told you that? Naruto inquired. Lord Danzo in the Umbu, Mira answered. That manipulative individual? Naruto thought. Well, from what I know, that's the biggest misconception I've ever heard. Friends are the people worth fighting for in life. They push you to be your best, help you when you're down, and cheer the loudest when you succeed. Without friends, life is solitary and lacks purpose. Without people to share victories and defeats, those moments become meaningless. Friends give life meaning and stand by you, ensuring that even if you stumble, you have support. Also, clans are built on camaraderie. A clan isn't defined by an individual's last name but by a group working together toward a common goal. They strive to see the best in one another and refuse to accept defeat. Clans exist to foster unity, and the village was created to promote that unity. Friends are the foundation of that unity, he added. For example, your great-grandfather and Madara Uchiha. The Uchiha and Senju clans were at odds for centuries, igniting the warring states' PRD. However, under Madara and Hashirama's leadership, they set aside their differences and built the village we cherish today. Even though Madara eventually betrayed the village and was defeated by Hashirama, their friendship was crucial in creating a home for us, preventing a world of endless conflict. Mira was taken aback by Naruto's insights. She had never learned this about her clan or her great-grandfather. Yet she remained unconvinced. What's your point? Wars still happen, and there is still bloodshed. Friends can distract from a shinobi's duties and lead to weakness. Why do you think Hashirama Senju earned the title of the god of shinobi? If you believe it was solely through training and isolation, then you're mistaken. Hashirama's strength came from the bonds he cherished, bonds formed through friendship. This village wouldn't have survived without the connections between clans. Alliances are built on friendship and camaraderie. Without Hashirama's vision of a united world fostering friendship and unity, we wouldn't be here today. My point is that without the friendship between Madara and Hashirama, the bloodshed would have been far worse. We would still be trapped in an era of constant warfare, which would be disastrous for people like us, children forced to fight without proper training. With Madara and Hashirama, their friendship fostered a temporary peace within the world, allowing the 5 great nations to develop. Naruto knew he needed to convince Mira further, so he pulled out the oldest trick in the book. These are words from the 5th Hokage. Those who break the laws and rules of the village are regarded as scum, that's true. But those who would abandon even one of their comrades are worse than scum. Whether you like it or not, we're all comrades in arms here. I suggest you start making some friends, or else you won't find happiness in your life. I was just like you. As a kid, thought friends would betray me, but I found people who would stand by my side no matter what, and I'm stronger for it. I suggest you do the same, or your life will lack meaning. What Naruto said hit Mira hard. All her life, she had been trained to be emotionless, forced to eliminate her comrades to suppress her feelings, believing that friends would only weigh her down. However, learning the truth about her clan's past and that the strongest Senju had become powerful because of the bonds he created gave her a new perspective. She wasn't fully convinced about needing friendship, but she agreed not to push people away and to let them in occasionally. I'm still not convinced, but I'll give this friendship thing a shot, Mira said. That's great. As you know, I'm Ino Yamanaka. Why don't you start by introducing yourself, your likes and dislikes, and why you want to become a ninja? Ino asked. My name is Mira Senju. I like training and dislike being bothered by weaklings. I want to be a ninja to restore the Senju clan to its former glory. I am also the jinchuriki of the 5 tails, Mira responded. The last part resonated with Naruto. You're also a jinchuriki? Yes, why is that so shocking? Mira asked, giving Naruto a fierce glare, curious about his reaction. Because I thought I was the only jinchuriki in the village, Naruto replied. But now that I know there are more of us, it gives us even more reason to form friendships. From what I know, people like us aren't accepted by the village until we earn their trust, and that takes time. If you don't make friends, you'll never reach your full potential. Why is that? Mira asked. Naruto briefly entered his mindscape to consult Kurama. Hey Kurama, can I tell her the secret to unlocking the full power of a jinchuriki? Sure, I trust her. She's just been misguided, Kurama replied. Thanks, Kurama, for being my friend. Thank you for seeing me as a friend, Naruto. With that, Naruto exited his mindscape. The secret to unlocking your true potential is that you have to become friends with the tailed beasts sealed inside you. You need to gain their trust before you can use even a fraction of their power. If you don't, they may fight for control of your body, and you'll find yourself in a difficult situation. The tailed beasts aren't weapons. Once you prove to them that you won't use them as such, they'll trust you more. The first step to gaining that trust is making them your friend. How would I do that? Mira asked. Start by making friends with people outside. Begin with us 3, Sasuke suggested. He had been quiet during the conversation but felt it was time to speak up. Just ask if we want to be friends or hang out and see how we respond. Okay, so do you want to hang out? Mira asked. We'd love to, the 3 replied without hesitation. Time skip. 2 years later, Naruto, Sasuke, Mira, Ino, and Sakura had grown closer. They trained, ate, and played together. Mira, while still maintaining her tough exterior, had loosened up a bit around Naruto, Sasuke, and Ino. She remained somewhat reserved around Sakura, as she didn't know her well. Sakura, on the other hand, had started developing a crush on Naruto, admiring his looks, radiant smile, and cool demeanor. She decided to confide in Ino about her feelings. Ino, hey! Sakura called out, spotting her friend in a flower field. Hey, Sakura. What's up? Ino asked, excited to see her best friend looking confident. That bow tie really suits you. It highlights your best features. Thanks, Ino. You look great too. Sakura complimented, noticing how Ino had grown more beautiful over time, her hair tied in a ponytail with a few strands framing her face. So, anything new with you? Any boys you like? Ino asked, hoping to spark some girl talk with Sakura. She couldn't engage in such conversations with Mira, who was a tough girl and considered girl talk about boys a waste of time. Well, there is one, Sakura said, blushing at the thought of Naruto. Ino jumped up, her excitement palpable. Tell me. Who is it? What do you like about them? Are you going to ask them out soon? I'll give you one hint. It's someone from our friend group, Sakura replied. Is it Sasuke? Nope. Mira? No. I don't swing that way. What made you think that? Wait, is it Naruto? Yes. He's just so charming. His smile makes me melt every time, and his cool demeanor is just perfect. Well, I also like Naruto. But just because we like the same guy doesn't mean we can't be friends, Ino said, holding on to a sliver of hope that Sakura wouldn't use this as an excuse to end their friendship. She saw Sakura as her best friend, and the thought of losing that over a crush was heartbreaking. But she was also in a relationship with Naruto, and she decided that if Sakura couldn't accept their shared feelings, then perhaps she wasn't a true friend after all. Unfortunately, Ino's fears were confirmed when Sakura said, "We both like the same boy, that makes us rivals. Be friends with a rival." Even though she had anticipated this, Ino felt crushed by Sakura's words. The person she considered her best friend had ended their friendship over a petty crush. Sakura didn't even understand the struggles Naruto faced. She only saw his exterior, not the person he truly was inside. Ino broke down in tears after losing her friend and decided to seek comfort in Naruto. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office. Do you understand the mission parameters, Itachi? Obito asked his most trusted Umbu member. Yes, sir, Itachi replied. The Akatsuki pose a danger to everyone. I need you to monitor their activity. I will allow you to see your girlfriend as I am not cruel, but please remember that aside from us and Izumi, no one else can know about this mission. Not even Sasuke. Kakashi instructed Itachi, fully aware of the risks he faced if discovered. Yes, Kakashi, I understand the risks. But I will do it without hesitation if it means protecting Konoha, my family, and Sasuke. Good. Meet me at the gates tonight. Then we will leave for the mission, Obito told Itachi. Unbeknownst to them, another person was listening in. So Itachi leaves the village tonight. This will be the perfect opportunity for me to add to my collection. I already have Shursui Uchiha's eye, which allows me to influence the elders and bend them to my will. I need more allies if I want Konoha to submit to me. Danzo Shimura was a ruthless man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even if it meant sacrificing an entire clan to gain their dojutsus. He had made Mira the Five Tails Jinchuriki when she was a child and leaked information about Naruto being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, hoping the villagers would turn against him and force him to join his foundation as a weapon for his future revolution against Konoha. He was furious at being passed over for Hokage time and again first by his sensei, who chose Hiruzen Sarutobi as the third Hokage, then by his friend, who chose Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage, and now by Konoha for electing Obito Uchiha as the fifth Hokage. Determined to ensure Obito's reign was marked by tragedy, Danzo plotted against the most loyal clan to the fifth Hokage, the Uchiha clan. He now had the perfect scapegoat to blame for the impending massacre of the clan, Itachi Uchiha, the clan's prodigy and Konoha's most loyal Uchiha. He summoned some of his Umbu to help frame the coup d'etat he was planning against the Uchiha clan. They created fake copies of their coup plans and altered the names to make Fugaku Uchiha, Sasuke and Itachi's father, appear as the perpetrator. He brought the forged plans to the elder meeting. Lord Hokage, while monitoring the Uchiha clan, I discovered plans for a coup in their hideout, Danzo lied. Impossible. I visit their compound every day. If there were plans for a coup, I would have seen them, Obito countered immediately, calling Danzo out on his deceit. Listen to me, Lord Hokage, the Uchiha are planning to betray the village. We must eliminate them for the sake of Konoha. No. I will speak to the clan and see if your accusations hold any truth. If they do, then we will discuss how to proceed, Obito replied firmly. Talking to them won't change anything. How will we know if they're lying? Uchihas are known for their deception, Danzo protested. How do I know you're not lying to frame the Uchiha clan? Obito shot back. You need to reconsider your alliances. I always have Konoha's best interests at heart. We must act before their plan comes to fruition, Danzo insisted. No. We will not be eliminating a clan. That's final. The Uchiha have shown the most loyalty to the village. I can attest to that myself. Ever since the reign of the second Hokage, The Uchiha have felt marginalized. When I became Hokage, my first order was to give the Uchiha a more prominent role in the village. I don't believe they're planning a coup, and I think you're lying, Obito asserted. One more lie from you, and I will personally banish you from the village. The elders do not hold power here. I passed a decree stating that in matters concerning the village's safety, the Hokage can overrule any elder's decision. So don't try to manipulate them into believing your words. Your tricks won't work on me either, as I am an Uchiha with the most powerful Mangekyo. Danzo left the office, now knowing what he needed to do to enact his revolution. He needed the support of the Konoha population, but first, he had to eliminate Obito. He planned to assassinate the current Hokage and frame it as part of the Uchiha revolution, fully aware of the risks he was about to take. Attempting the assassination of the Hokage would mean banishment from Konoha at best, but that was a risk he was willing to take. Sometime later, after Itachi left the village. Okay team, let's take down some Uchihas. But remember to leave Sasuke and Izumi alive. We need to make the village think Itachi did this, and killing them will put suspicion on us, Danzo instructed his Umbu team. They began their attack on the entire clan, with one of them transforming into Itachi to ensure they could carry out Danzo's plan. While this was happening, Danzo made his way to the Hokage's office, intent on confronting Obito. He arrived just as Obito was finishing up for the day. As Obito closed his office door, he heard footsteps behind him. I didn't think you'd go as far as to frame the Uchiha for a coup that you were committing, Obito remarked, turning to face Danzo. I will do whatever it takes to ensure that Konoha reigns supreme as a military state under my rule, Danzo replied confidently. Let me guess, you were also the one who revealed Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Now you're betraying the village. You are the worst kind of scum, Danzo, Obito said, disgusted that someone of Danzo's stature would ever think of revolting against Konoha. Konoha needs the Jinchuriki as its weapon. With him fully loyal to Konoha, we would be unstoppable. He already is loyal to Konoha. It's his home, the home his father gave his life to protect. You mean the same father who couldn't even stop the Nine-Tails? The same father who was off fighting rogue shinobi while the Nine-Tails attacked the village? He was never fit to be Hokage. Not with the way he betrayed the village. I thought after that the village would make me Hokage, and I would lead Konoha to new heights, but no. The elders had to act on the fourth's last wish and choose Uchiha scum like you as the fifth Hokage. Say that one more time, and they will be the last words you ever say. Obito was beyond enraged. He transported them both to the Kamui dimension to prevent their fight from destroying the village. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Izumi witnessed the chaos. "Wi, big brother?" Sasuke cried out. "Why would you do this to our clan?" "To test my limits. To see what I can accomplish with these eyes." The imposter flashed his Mangekyo Sharingan at Sasuke, casting him into a vision where he saw his parents falling before him. This unlocked Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan, and he was left reeling at the sight of his relatives lying lifeless around him. "If you wish to fight me one day, come find me with the same eyes. Otherwise, your miserable life will suffer the same fate as this clan," the imposter taunted. "And remember, if you wish to kill me, nurture the hate you feel. You must sever your ties with friends. Emotions and love will only hold you back. Foster your hate, and when you have the same eyes, come and find me. We'll see who can be the last Uchiha." "I hate you, Itachi. I hate you," Sasuke shouted, completely shattered by the words. Unfortunately, Izumi was still unconscious from the earlier encounter, unable to explain that it couldn't have been Itachi, as he was on a mission. Sasuke then ran to the river, tears streaming down his face. "Why, Itachi? Why did you have to test your powers on the clan? Why couldn't you have done something else? Please answer me. Why is my clan dead? Why did Itachi do this? Why did it have to be me? Did it have to be my parents? And what happened to my big brother who always smiled no matter the situation?" Sasuke was utterly broken, unwilling to speak to anyone. He had a new goal, to grow stronger and avenge his clan by confronting Itachi. Back in the Kamui dimension, Obito and Danzo began their battle. Danzo launched the first attack. Wind-style, vacuum air bullets. Thousands of invisible air bullets shot toward Obito, who struggled to dodge them. Finally, he countered with a jutsu of his own. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Obito unleashed a massive fireball at Danzo, effectively neutralizing his wind-style attacks. Knowing that Obito could counter his wind with fire, Danzo resorted to a different strategy. Though water-style was not his specialty, he knew he had to use it to stand a chance. He gathered his chakra and shouted, "Water-style, water dragon jutsu." A massive dragon made of water surged toward Obito. Obito realized that if he could force Danzo to keep using water-style jutsus, Danzo would quickly exhaust his chakra. However, what Obito didn't know was that Danzo had been careful to avoid sustaining injuries, relying on his umbu to do his dirty work. Obito leaped aside and formed hand signs for another jutsu. "Fire-style, majestic destroyer flames," he called out, knowing Danzo would likely counter with another water-style jutsu. Power is everything in this world. The more power one has and the more control over that power, the stronger they become. I want Konoha to be revered by the other villages, to bend to Konoha's will. The job of the Hokage is to prioritize the village above all else. If we had it your way, no one would respect Konoha as a power, Danzo declared, trying to justify his actions. You truly are despicable. Using your umbu to do your dirty work so your hands remain clean, framing a Konoha shinobi just for power, stripping away the free will of children to turn them into mindless tools. Not to mention the attempted coup against the third Hokage and the plotted coup against the fourth Hokage. It's a wonder you haven't been banished yet. You are the reason I limited the power of the Elder Council. If we had it your way, a perfectly nice kid would become a mindless weapon, the most loyal clan in Konoha would bear a permanent scar on their name, and Konoha would be a place that even its own citizens would fear. That's not what being Hokage means. Being a Hokage means establishing relationships with other villages, building a brighter future for the children of the village, and not sending them into battles that could leave them traumatized. Obito was filled with rage towards Danzo at this moment. Danzo merely scoffed at Obito's words. Wind-style, great leaf tornado. Danzo unleashed a powerful gust of wind at Obito, who found himself caught in the storm and struggled against the force. Knowing he had to end the battle quickly, he summoned his strongest jutsu without going all out. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited around Danzo, extinguishing his winds and enveloping him in fire. The flames burned fiercely, causing Danzo to feel the heat as his bandages were consumed, revealing that he possessed Hashirama cells, granting him more chakra and accelerated healing than Obito had anticipated. Realizing he needed to finish this quickly, Obito delivered a decisive punch that knocked Danzo out and retrieved Shirsue's Sharingan before returning to the real world. Danzo barely regained consciousness to find himself in the Hokage office, facing Obito. He attempted to use Shirsue's Mangekyo on him, but it failed. Looking for this? Obito taunted, flashing Shirsue's Sharingan in front of Danzo, making it clear he knew all of Danzo's secrets. Give that back. It's mine. Danzo shouted. Actually, it belonged to Shirsue Uchiha before you took it from him. You don't deserve to be called a Konoha shinobi anymore. Out of respect for your former status and the third Hokage, I won't kill you for your plans of a coup, the massacre of the Uchiha clan, attempted assassination of the Hokage, and endangering children. Danzo felt fear creeping in. But you are hereby banished from the Leaf and forbidden from entering any of the 5 great nations. I've already sent notifications to the Mist, Stone, Sand, and Cloud villages, instructing them to contact me if you are seen entering their territory. I've also included your chakra data and a picture, so don't try anything foolish. You are branded a traitor to the Leaf and placed in the bingo book. You have until the end of the day to leave the village and never return. Otherwise, you will be dealt with on sight. Now get out of my sight, you disgraceful shinobi. With that, Danzo stormed out of the office and left the village, but not before collecting some Sharingan from fallen Uchihas. He planned to visit his favorite Sannin next. Obito had finally rid the village of Danzo, and now it was time to address the situation regarding the Uchiha clan, But he needed to inform Itachi first. He body flickered to Itachi's location, concealing his chakra, and intercepted him. "What brings you here, Lord Fifth?" Itachi asked. "Itachi, I have some tragic news. The Uchiha clan, except for Sasuke and Izumi, were killed last night." "It was Danzo," Obito said, struggling to hold back tears. Itachi's expression turned to shock, and he was on the verge of breaking down. "Is Sasuke okay at least?" "Yes." "He and Izumi were the only two who survived, aside from me. I have banished Danzo from the Leaf and prohibited him from entering any other great nation." "But Sasuke believes you were the one who killed the clan," Obito said, his voice strained. "Let him think that. It will only help him mature his Sharingan. Once he reaches the Mangekyo, I can place him under a genjutsu that reveals the truth. As for my absence, I would like you to label me as a rogue ninja. Izumi is already aware of the mission, but please inform her of this as well. And while I'm gone, take care of Sasuke. If any harm comes to him, I will make it my mission to bring destruction to the Leaf." Itachi instructed Obito. "I completely understand. Don't worry, I will take Sasuke into my family and ensure that no one intentionally harms him outside of missions," Obito reassured him. "Thank you, Obito. Please give Izumi my farewell. I hope to see her again. Now, may I have some time alone to mourn my family? And remember, if anyone tries to harm Sasuke, I expect you to be the first one there. If not, I will not hesitate to act against the Leaf Village," Itachi warned. "But, understand. Take care, Itachi, and keep an eye on the Akatsuki for me. We cannot afford another threat to the village. I will also allow Izumi to accompany me when we meet to exchange information." With that, Obito returned to the Leaf, hoping to welcome Sasuke into his household. Meanwhile, Naruto, Ino, and Mira were walking near the lake. "I'm telling you, Mira, if Naruto had to choose between me and ramen, he would pick ramen. That's how much he loves it," Ino teased her boyfriend. "Calm down, Flower. You know I would give up ramen for you if I had to," Naruto replied, and they all shared a laugh, with Mira chuckling at their playful banter. Suddenly, their laughter faded as they heard faint cries. They approached the lake and found Sasuke, utterly devastated. They were aware that his entire clan, except for Obito and himself, had been murdered the previous night by an unknown assailant. They decided to comfort their friend. "Hey, Sasuke, it's okay to cry," Naruto said softly. He understood Sasuke's pain better than anyone. He had just lost his entire family, his whole clan, and his beloved older brother in one night. Sasuke felt utterly alone, and now more than ever, he needed his friends by his side. Just when he needed them most, they were there. He felt Naruto's hand on his shoulder, a silent promise that even when hope seemed lost, he was not alone, and his friends would always stand by him. Turning around, he saw Mira, Naruto, and Ino standing there, embracing him, reminding him that he was not alone. Sasuke felt immense gratitude for their presence. "He killed everyone. The whole clan. Everyone except me, big sister Izumi, and the fifth Hokage is gone." Sasuke cried into Mira's arms. She had grown fond of Sasuke's hardworking and stoic demeanor, and seeing him so emotional and distressed truly worried her. "And that's not even the worst part. He told me I wasn't even worth killing. My life meant so little to him that he didn't care if I lived or died." "That's what hurt the most," Sasuke said, and his friends continued to show their support. After a while, Sasuke calmed down, thanking Naruto, Ino, and Mira for being there when he needed them. "I was about to jump into the lake fully clothed and never look back. Thank you for reminding me that I still have people in my life who care for me no matter what." "Hey, that's what friends are for," Ino playfully replied, and Sasuke let out a small chuckle. "Thanks again, guys, for being the best." "So what are you going to do now?" Naruto asked. "I'm going to train and get stronger. I want to confront Itachi for what he did," Sasuke replied, his tone cold. "I don't think that's the best course of action," Naruto said. "Why not?" "Because it doesn't seem like Itachi would do this without a reason," Naruto explained, and this made Sasuke think. He said the reason was to test his limits. He had just unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan and wanted to see how much his new eyes could accomplish. I think he's lying. The truth might be darker, or perhaps it wasn't him who performed the massacre at all. A transformation ninjutsu is something an academy student can do. Imagine what a full ninja could accomplish, especially someone powerful enough to take down the Uchiha clan, Naruto reasoned. It's too convenient that the assassin left some people alive, as if they were trying to frame Itachi. If Itachi had truly done it, Izumi would have also been a victim. So what should I do then? Sasuke asked. Continue training, but when you meet Itachi, instead of seeking revenge, look for answers. Ask him what really happened that led to the Uchiha massacre. If he still insists he was just testing his limits, then you can decide what to do, Naruto advised, and Sasuke agreed. Now come on, you can stay at my place as long as you like. With that, they all went to Naruto's home and spent the night there, preparing for the academy the next morning. The next morning at the academy. All right, class, today we will be doing sparring sessions. Irika-sensei called out. Before we begin the scheduled matches, does anyone have any requests? I do. I want to fight the demon, a loud student who always carried a dog with him shouted. This was Kiba Inuzuka, the self-proclaimed ladies' man. He always resented Naruto for his natural charisma and the attention he received from the girls in class. Kiba had a superiority complex, consistently trying and failing to prove himself as the best. His cocky attitude often rubbed everyone the wrong way, as he could never back up his words. Overall, Kiba was one of the weakest boys in the academy, yet he acted as if he could defeat Madara Uchiha in battle. Let's go, dog breath. And please, don't trash talk unless you can back it up, Naruto taunted, knowing he could easily hold his own. However, there was one person who could challenge Naruto, Taiga Sarutobi, the grandson of the third Hokage and a ninjutsu master. Taiga was the complete opposite of Kiba, remaining humble despite being one of the strongest in class. Naruto had always wanted to get to know him, but Taiga was hard to approach. He hoped to face him in sparring one day. But first, he had to deal with the loud-mouthed Kiba. Tell you what, I'll beat you without using my arms, Naruto taunted again, which only fueled Kiba's anger. He wanted to take down the demon of the village, the one who caught the attention of all the girls in the academy. Okay, first form the unison sign, Irika-sensei instructed, and the boys complied. Kiba did so reluctantly. Now fight. Go Naruto, the fangirls and Ino cheered. Kiba threw the first punch, lunging at Naruto, who dodged effortlessly. Kiba is done for. Naruto regularly beats Itachi in taijutsu, and Itachi is considered the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said, and Mira nodded in agreement. It seems Kiba fights based on instinct rather than strategy. This is where Naruto excels, and once he lands a hit on Kiba, it's over, Mira noted. Kiba kept attacking impulsively, and Naruto continued to dodge. Taking advantage of the situation, Naruto taunted Kiba again. If you keep attacking like that, I'll beat you without even landing a hit. Shut up, demon. You deserve to be punished for what you did to this village. Just because you have fans doesn't excuse the fact that you're an annoying, self-entitled brat. If it weren't for the Hokage, you'd be where you belong with your parents. Kiba shouted, crossing a line. This angered everyone. Ino and Sasuke were furious, the cheers for Naruto grew louder, and even those who initially supported Kiba began to root for Naruto. Naruto, however, was beyond enraged. You can say whatever you want about me, but as soon as you bring my family into this, you lose your right to call yourself a comrade. You're scum, he said, his calm tone sending chills down everyone's spine. Oh no, Kiba did it again, Kiba's friend Shino remarked. Even he knew better than to insult Naruto's family. Dead last is going to make the first part of his name a reality one day. He'll anger the wrong person and regret it, Sakura said, shaking her head. With one swift kick to the chin, Naruto knocked Kiba out. Sensei, stop the fight before I lose control, Naruto warned Irika. Fight is over. Naruto Namikaze wins. Can someone please take Kiba Inuzuka to the infirmary and remind him that we do not speak about our classmates that way? They are our comrades, Irika said. The fangirls erupted into cheers, causing a certain blonde Yamanaka girl to feel a surge of jealousy. Yet, inside, she was grateful that she had taken the chance to kiss him that day. The man who everyone adored was hers, and she couldn't be happier. She felt confident in her ability to attract anyone she desired, and knowing that she had won the heart of the man she loved, the one who made her feel at home and would always stand by her side, filled her with pride. She had always pursued what she wanted, and in doing so, she gained not just a best friend and partner, but a soulmate. Now, on to the rest of the matches. Irika announced as he called out the names. Shino vs Irrelevant, Shino wins. Taiga vs Irrelevant, Taiga one-shots. Sasuke vs Sai, Sasuke wins. Hinata vs Shikamaru, Hinata wins. Shikamaru forfeits because it's a drag. Mira vs Irrelevant, Mira easily defeats the opponent. Choji vs Irrelevant, Choji dominates. Naruto vs Kiba, do I even need to say it? Okay, last match for today, we have Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura Haruno. Irika called. Get ready, Ino Pig. I'm going to win Naruto's heart by beating you in this fight. Sakura declared, blowing a kiss at Naruto, who was too busy talking to Sasuke to notice. In your dreams, Fivehead, Ino taunted as she prepared for Sakura's attack. Ino had been paying close attention during Naruto's fight, analyzing his mannerisms, body language, and moves, which she committed to memory. As Sakura threw the first punch, Ino began to mimic Naruto's movements. Unfortunately, she wasn't as fast as him and took a few hits. However, in the end, Ino triumphed by using her Yamanaka clan's secret technique, entering Sakura's mind and taking control. I forfeit the match, Ino said from within Sakura's body. Naruto couldn't help but notice the graceful way Ino fought. It was almost as if she was dancing on the battlefield, and he was captivated. Ino Yamanaka wins. Tomorrow, the winners of the matches will face off against each other, Irika announced. Hey Naruto, how did I look out there? Sakura asked her crush. You looked good, but you were too impulsive. You need to slow down, analyze the situation, and assess your opponent before making your move, Naruto advised, hoping she would take it to heart and train harder. What about me? Ino asked, eager for his feedback. She hoped he wouldn't hold back and would point out any flaws in her performance. They had promised each other to always be honest, no matter how difficult it might be. During their training sessions, Naruto transformed from the loving boyfriend he was elsewhere into a strict instructor who pushed her to her limits. That was one of the things she admired most about him, his respect for her as a fighter and his desire for her to be her best. Your footwork has improved tremendously since our last fight, but you tend to wait too long to make your move. That can leave you vulnerable to getting caught off guard. Always be ready to act and keep your guard up, because some of the punches you took were easily avoidable. Naruto critiqued Ino's taijutsu skills, and she took his words to heart. All right class, now on to shuriken and kunai throwing. Irika called out. The class lined up and began throwing their shuriken and kunai. The results were as follows. Choji, 5-10 shuriken, 7-10 kunai. Hinata, 8-10 shuriken, 7-10 kunai. Shino, 4-10 shuriken, 8-10 kunai. Taiga, 10-10 shuriken, 9-10 kunai. Sasuke, 9-10 shuriken, 9-10 kunai. Kiba, 2-10 shuriken, 0-10 kunai. Mira, 10-10 shuriken, 10-10 kunai. Sakura, 6-10 shuriken, 8-10 kunai. Naruto, 10-10 shuriken, 8-10 kunai. Shikamaru, 3-10 shuriken, 4-10 kunai. Sai, 5-10 shuriken, 5-10 kunai. Ino, 7-10 shuriken, 10-10 kunai. Meanwhile at the Hokage office. All right, all the adoption papers are in order, Obito said, reviewing some documents with Rin and Kakashi. Thank goodness we got to Danzo before he could do any permanent damage, Rin said, still holding back tears over what Danzo almost did to her husband. But I don't understand why we can't just tell Sasuke the truth right now. He probably hates his brother more than anyone, and hiding this major fact from him could lead to serious consequences. I know, but this was Itachi's wish. He needed to go rogue to infiltrate the Akatsuki, and he believed it would ultimately make Sasuke stronger. For now, the best we can do is welcome him into our family and treat him as he deserves, Obito explained. Now, Can you please bring in Izumi Uchiha? Kakashi left and returned with Izumi. Yes, Lord Fifth, Izumi said, kneeling before Obito. Izumi, I am permanently reassigning you from the Umbu. I would like you to be a Jonin leader for some teams when they're announced. You are one of the last remaining Uchihas, and I believe you will be more than capable of leading a team, Obito instructed. You can still undertake Umbu missions, but your first priority will be the Genin team you're assigned to. I will still take you with me when I meet with Itachi, but these missions must remain confidential. Itachi has been branded a rogue ninja accused of killing his clan, using that backstory to infiltrate the Akatsuki. I understand, Lord Fifth, but what about Sasuke? Shouldn't he know that his brother is innocent? That the man he admired more than anyone did not kill his clan in cold blood? That was my thinking as well, but Itachi wanted Sasuke to use this hatred to become stronger, to rise to a level that even Itachi can't reach. When Sasuke is ready, Itachi will reveal the truth to him, but it's a gamble. He may either turn against Konoha for branding Itachi a criminal, or he may choose to protect Konoha alongside his brother. I know it's a risk, but it's one both Itachi and I are willing to take, Obito explained, satisfying Izumi. I have one more question. Why do you want me to be a Jonin leader? I don't think I'm qualified enough to be one, Izumi pondered. Why would the Hokage want to make her a Jonin when she was clearly the best Umbu he had? Lord Fifth and I reviewed your Umbu files, and without a doubt, you're the best we have after Itachi left and Shursui tragically passed away. However, we believe your skills in leadership and teamwork would be better utilized in training the new generation. This isn't a slight against your abilities as an Umbu, rather, we think your talents would shine as a Jonin leader, Kakashi explained, and that was all there was to it. Yes, Lord Fifth, I won't let you down, Izumi replied. Good. Now we have one more thing to share with you. Lord Fifth, Kakashi, and I are officially adopting Sasuke into our family. You are welcome to visit any time. Our door is always open for you, Rin informed Izumi, who graciously thanked them. Thank you so much, Lady Rin and Lord Fifth, but why go through all this trouble? I promised Itachi that I would take care of Sasuke, and this is the best way I can do that. I was going to do it anyway. We remaining Uchihas have to stick together, Obito said with a smile. Now let's head home so we can surprise the boys, Rin said to Obito and Kakashi. You can come too, Izumi. They made their way back to their house, arriving just in time to surprise Naruto and Sasuke. With Naruto and Sasuke. Hey Sasuke, let's go to my place, Naruto said, grinning. He already knew about his family's plan to adopt Sasuke and was thrilled that the person he considered a brother would officially become his brother. I'm not in the mood today, Dobe. I'm just going to visit my parents, Sasuke replied, his head hanging low, and a few tears escaping down his cheeks. Oh no, you're not, team. No being sad today. It's a happy day. Naruto insisted, trying to lift Sasuke's spirits, but the real surprise awaited them at home. Naruto and Sasuke rushed to Naruto's house and knocked on the door. Naruto told Sasuke to wait a moment before entering, and he took his place inside. Is everyone ready? Naruto asked. Yes, now bring him in, Rin urged, unable to contain her excitement any longer. She couldn't wait to welcome Sasuke into the family. Hey Sasuke, you can come in now, Naruto called. Sasuke hesitantly stepped into the house. Surprise! Everyone was gathered at Naruto's place, classmates, Irika, Naruto's family, and even his big sister Izumi. Welcome to the family, Sasuke. You are officially my brother now, Naruto declared, giving Sasuke a fist bump. Sasuke could no longer hold back his tears. But these weren't tears of sadness, they were tears of joy. He still wanted to grow stronger and seek answers from Itachi, but now he had a family that would stand by him no matter what, and he couldn't be happier. His life had been filled with darkness, his family had been taken from him, and his brother was the one he believed responsible for the tragedy. He had once felt lost, even contemplating giving up, but with Naruto and his friends by his side, he found the strength to keep going. He discovered the courage to confront the hatred he felt and the determination to forge his own path. He was Sasuke Uchiha, free to make his own choices and carve out his own destiny. That was all he had ever wanted, the chance to prove himself to his family. After everything that had happened, he had nearly lost hope, but he chose to fight on, and now he was rewarded with a new family, one that accepted him for who he was without comparing him to the legendary prodigy of the leaf. Sasuke could only utter 3 words in response: "Thank you, Naruto." Time skipped 2 years. Naruto and Sasuke had grown much closer since Sasuke's adoption into Naruto's family. They trained relentlessly to achieve their goals, and their hard work paid off as they became the undisputed strongest in their class. When they weren't training, they studied ninjutsu, delved into history, and sought to deepen their understanding of the shinobi world. One day, Naruto, Mira, Sasuke, and Ino were reading an article about the tailed beasts, which resonated with Naruto, Mira, and Kurama. Most of the information in the books about the tailed beasts was inaccurate, according to Kurama. As they progressed through the book, Kurama's frustration grew at the misrepresentation of his brothers and sisters in the history of the shinobi world. Finally, he decided it was time to share the true story behind the tailed beasts and what they truly represented. "Look here, I found a book about the tailed beasts. I wonder what we can learn from it. Maybe it will help us understand why Naruto was so hated for a long time," Sasuke exclaimed. They picked up the book and began to read. They learned that there are 9 tailed beasts in total, each one with a different number of tails, corresponding to their power levels. Ino continued reading to find more intriguing facts about the tailed beasts. It seems that each of the tailed beasts has different chakra and power levels, with their strength directly related to the number of tails they possess. They can either roam free or be sealed within a human. A human who contains a tailed beast is known as a jinchuriki, and each person can hold only one tailed beast at a time. However, the tailed beast a person can host is linked to their chakra capacity. For instance, the previous jinchuriki of the 9 tails included Hashirama Senju and his wife, Mito Uzumaki. They could house the tailed beasts because the Senju and Uzumaki clans naturally had high chakra reserves. Since then, the jinchuriki of the 9 tails has always been a member of the Uzumaki clan, with the most recent being Kushina Uzumaki. Ino continued reading, sensing Naruto's emotions beginning to rise. Naruto was not surprised by this information, as he already knew his mother had been the previous jinchuriki, but hearing her name stirred painful memories of his past, when all he wanted was to see his parents. Eventually, he calmed down, and they continued. All of the tailed beasts originated from a single mass of chakra known as the 10 tails. After the Sage of the 6 Paths defeated the 10 tails in battle, he used its chakra to create all the tailed beasts, distributing the chakra among them according to their tails. Ino continued. After the creation of the villages, they began to see the beasts as tools for increasing their power. Many conflicts were determined by the number of tailed beasts a nation possessed and the strength of those beasts. The world viewed the tailed beasts as weapons in battle, leading to the First Great Shinobi World War, where nations fought for control of as many tailed beasts as possible. Kurama had been listening the whole time, and when he heard about the tailed beasts being used as weapons, he could no longer remain silent. "Hey Naruto, bring everyone into the mindscape. I want to educate these uninformed individuals about us tailed beasts," Kurama said firmly. "Kurama, just give me a moment," Naruto replied. He gathered everyone and transported them into his mindscape. "Goldie, I love you, but please give us a heads up before you do that," Ino said, ready to punch Naruto. "I'm sorry, Flower. I'll warn you next time," Naruto assured her, calming her down before she could take action. "Where are we, Dobe?" Sasuke asked, half expecting a silly answer. "We're in my mindscape, Tim. I want to introduce you all to someone." "Hey Kurama, you can come out now," Naruto called. Suddenly, a giant fox with 9 tails appeared before them. Ino and Sasuke were visibly startled. Mira looked unfazed as if she had seen him before, and Naruto approached to pat Kurama's head. "Everyone, this is Kurama, the 9-tailed fox that was involved in the incident 12 years ago." Hello, Kurama," Ino and Sasuke stammered, still shaken by the sight. "Hello, oversized kid's toy," Mira quipped, causing Naruto and the others to chuckle. "Hey Kokuo, you better get your kid under control before I lose my patience," Kurama warned. "Who and what is Kokuo?" Mira asked, "and why should I care?" "You are Kokuo's jinchuriki." Kokuo is the five-tailed horse that resides within you. What are her abilities? Mira asked, unaware that such a question without establishing rapport with the tailed beast could lead to trouble, prompting Naruto to intervene. Kurama's irritation flared at Mira's question. She had the audacity to inquire about Kokuo's powers without even knowing her name. Kurama could sense that she viewed the tailed beasts merely as sources of power, which he detested. Naruto sensed Kurama's rising anger and quickly spoke to Mira. Mira, the tailed beasts are not weapons and they never will be. Do you remember what I told you 4 years ago when we first met? You must become friends with your tailed beast, or things will end poorly for you. I can keep Kurama's anger in check for now, but one more careless comment from you, and I can't promise I will be able to hold him back. Naruto warned. You need to build a bond with Kokuo if you want any chance of happiness. Kokuo will always be there for you, but only if you earn her trust. You can use her power now, but it won't be nearly as effective as it could be if you gain her trust. You must prove yourself worthy of the tailed beast's power, otherwise, you will never reach your true potential. Mira stood still, absorbing Naruto's words. She then turned to Kurama and said, I apologize, Mr. Kurama. Please forgive me for my earlier comment. It's not me you need to apologize to, but Kokuo. You should express your regret to her for that remark, Kurama replied. I'm sorry, Kokuo. My name is Mira, and I hope you can forgive me for what I said. I didn't mean to offend you, Mira offered, and Kurama accepted her apology, allowing her and Kokuo to start anew. That's all well and good, but why did you bring us here? Just to meet the Nine Tails, or is there another reason? Ino asked, her impatience evident. I brought you here because Kurama wanted to speak with you, Naruto explained. Now, what did you want to tell us, Kurama? Kurama shared the true story of the tailed beasts, expressing their desire not to be used as weapons. Instead of being mindless agents of destruction, they longed for a peaceful existence. He also revealed that the attack had been orchestrated by a mysterious Uchiha wielding the legendary eyes of Madara Uchiha, and that he had not intended to attack the village. I see, so the attack was caused by some unknown Uchiha using Madara's eyes, and not because you are a mindless beast of destruction, Sasuke remarked, processing the information. This realization made Sasuke even more frustrated, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, which prompted a scoff from Kurama. Yes, Uchiha brat, that is exactly what I'm saying, Kurama replied, clearly annoyed. Wait, so if you didn't attack the village of your own accord and you're not out to get everyone, then why does everyone still treat jinchuriki the way they do? Ino asked. Because humans fear what they cannot understand. We tailed beasts possess more chakra than all the humans combined, and those who can insist that chakra are among the most powerful people in the world. Thus, they are feared. One misstep could lead to disaster. This is also why many jinchuriki are turned into weapons by their villages, and why many tailed beasts, including myself, struggle to get along with humans, Kurama explained. That's also why many people pick on jinchuriki when they are kids. They think that if they can eliminate the jinchuriki, they can stop the tailed beast and live in peace. But what they don't realize is that if they harm the jinchuriki, they don't actually eliminate the beast, meaning they're hurting innocent children for no reason, Kurama elaborated. Thank you, Kurama, for not being like the literature describes you. For what it's worth, I think you're really cool, and don't let what anyone else says get to you. They just don't understand, Ino told Kurama. Thank you for not seeing me as a monster and for giving Naruto a chance. Now, all of you leave, I need my beauty sleep, Kurama said. Hey you, blonde girl, stay back for a minute. Everyone except Ino exited Naruto's mindscape. Why do you need me to stay? Ino asked Kurama. I must tell you something important regarding Naruto. It may eventually lead to tragedy for you. There's a group trying to collect all the tailed beasts and extract them from their hosts. Once a tailed beast is extracted, the host inevitably dies. I'm telling you this so you can brace yourself and protect Naruto. If I'm extracted from him, he will die, Kurama warned Ino, sending her into despair. What do you mean he's going to die if you're extracted from him? Ino asked, her voice trembling. I mean exactly what I said. You must do everything you can to protect both Naruto and Mira. If a jinchuriki's tailed beast is Extracted, the loss of chakra is too much for their body to handle and they will die. I understand. In that case, I will train and become even stronger. Naruto and Mira's lives depend on me and Sasuke, and I swear to you, with every fiber of my being, I will do everything I can to ensure neither you nor Mira's tailed beast is extracted, Ino declared, her determination unwavering. I can see why Naruto loves you more than life itself. Cherish him, because if you break his heart, there's nothing I can do to stop the ensuing rage, Kurama warned Ino, who looked up at him with a smile. I wouldn't dream of it, Ino replied. With that, Ino left the mindscape and returned to the real world. Before long, they all had to head home and train. The Genin exams were just a few days away, and they were eager to strengthen their skills before then. A few days later, at the Academy for the Genin exams. All right, class, today is the Genin exams, Irika announced. The first stage is a written examination. Mizuki-sensei will pass out the papers, and you can start as soon as you receive them. Naruto felt a knot in his stomach. Mizuki was his least favorite academy teacher, primarily because he still viewed Naruto as a demon rather than a person, and he would do everything he could to make Naruto's life difficult. Mizuki smirked as he handed Naruto his paper, subtly placing a genjutsu on it to ensure that Naruto would face harder questions than everyone else. Naruto quickly noticed this, and when Mizuki turned away, he dispelled the genjutsu and finished in just 15 minutes. To throw Mizuki off, he pretended to struggle with a few questions and waited until half the class was done before handing in his paper, smirking at Mizuki as he exited the exam room. All right, this completes the first stage of the Genin exams. The second stage is kunai and shuriken throwing. To pass, you need to hit at least 5 out of 10 targets. All the students lined up and began throwing their weapons, some achieving better results than others. The scores were as follows. Taiga, 10-10. Sasuke, 9-10. Ino, 8-10. 10-10. Shino, 6-10. Choji, 7-10. Shikamaru, 6-10. Hinata, 9-10. Sai, 8-10. Sakura, 8-10. Kiba, 5-10. And lastly, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto collected his kunai and shuriken from Mizuki, who had intentionally made them dull so they couldn't pierce even the softest pillow. Noticing this, Naruto channeled wind chakra into the blades, successfully hitting 9 out of 10 targets. This shocked Mizuki, but he still had one more trick up his sleeve. He was one of the judges for the final test, the jutsu performances. That concludes the second part of the exams. Follow me back inside for the final test, Irika instructed his students. For this test, you are expected to perform the clone jutsu, the transformation jutsu, and one more jutsu of your choosing, Irika explained. The rookies immediately knew what they wanted to showcase. First up, Sasuke Uchiha, Irika announced. Sasuke stepped forward and performed the test, creating 10 clones and transforming them into his parents. All right, very good, Sasuke. Now show me any jutsu you would like to. Sasuke unleashed his signature jutsu. Fire style, majestic destroyer flames. The room was briefly engulfed in flames, forcing Sasuke to extinguish the fire. As expected, Sasuke passed the exam, emerging with a new headband that caused all the girls, except Ino and Mira, to swoon. I never knew Sasuke was so cool, the fangirls exclaimed. Now we have 2 boys in the class to admire. If Naruto rejects us, Sasuke surely won't. They all agreed. Naruto seized the opportunity to tease his best friend. Looks like you've got a new set of fangirls. Thanks for taking them off my back, Naruto joked. Oh, when you pass, I'll be completely forgotten. Your girlfriend will get jealous, and I'll be laughing with all the fangirls surrounding you, Sasuke teased back. Speaking of which, when are you going to announce your relationship with Ino? I'd love to see the hearts of the fangirls get crushed harder than the village after the Nine-Tails attack. Sasuke and Naruto chuckled at this. Naruto. A familiar voice called out as Sakura rushed toward them, proudly displaying her new headband. I graduated. How do I look in my new headband? She asked, beaming with excitement. You look really pretty, Sakura. And it seems like you've grown out of the fangirl phase, so thank you for that. With that look, you'd definitely catch any guy's attention, Naruto complimented, making Sakura blush. Ino, however, was not pleased that Naruto had called someone else pretty. A tick mark appeared on her forehead. Goldie, what was that? Why did you call Sakura pretty? Are you leaving me for her? She asked, her eyes wide and pleading. Sorry, Ino, I just can't stand to see someone upset. But don't worry, you're the only one for me, Naruto reassured her. Next up, Naruto Uzumaki, Irika called out, and Mizuki wore a small smirk, eager for his moment. Okay, Naruto, perform a clone jutsu, Irika instructed. Naruto executed the shadow clone jutsu, and suddenly, 25 different versions of himself filled the academy room. You were asked to perform the clone jutsu. That was not the clone jutsu, Mizuki said with a smirk. I'm sorry, but you fail the exam. Hang on there, Mizuki. The rules state that the student must be able to perform a clone jutsu. It doesn't specify which one. So technically, Naruto is still passing, Irika challenged. But, no buts. My decision is final. Naruto, please perform the transformation jutsu now. Naruto transformed into Obito, Kakashi, Rin, Minato, and Kushina, easily passing the second part of the exam. He then showcased the water wall as his jutsu, successfully completing the third part as well, much to Mizuki's frustration. Well done, Nav. Here's your headband. Make me proud, Irika told him. Thank you so much for everything, Irika-sensei. I will become a shinobi you can be proud of one day, Naruto promised. As he stepped outside, a crowd of fangirls surrounded him, congratulating him on passing the exam. He simply smiled and thanked them. While Ino was annoyed by the attention Naruto received, she couldn't deny that it was well-deserved. He had a warm personality that drew people in, and despite everything he had been through, he always wore a smile, even when those who knew him understood the struggles he faced. Naruto was also incredibly talented, scoring perfectly on the practical test. His handsome appearance, with spiky blonde hair and dark clothing that highlighted his features, only added to his charm. Ino found herself blushing as she thought about all the things that made him perfect. Hey Ino, everyone's going to get barbecue to celebrate passing the exam. Are you in or out? Naruto asked, snapping her back to reality. I'm in. It's a great idea. We've all had it pretty rough so far. Let's take today to celebrate our achievements, Ino replied. The Rookie 12 held Naruto in high regard, viewing him as a leader. To them, he was like their Kage, a person who prioritized others' lives and encouraged everyone to pursue their goals. This earned him the respect and admiration of his classmates. Unfortunately, one classmate, Kiba, harbored a grudge against Naruto. That demon. I will surpass him one day, and then I can finally show him he's not better than everyone, Kiba muttered to himself. It sounds like you want to get rid of the demon. Mizuki said with a sly grin. Well, I have a perfect way to do it. Yeah? What is it, Mizuki-sensei? Kiba asked, intrigued. Go to the Hokage's office and steal the scroll of sealing, then bring it to me, Mizuki instructed, his smirk widening. Unbeknownst to Kiba, he was walking into a trap. Alright, I'll grab the scroll and meet you in the Forest of Death, but how will we get the demon for this? Kiba inquired. All in due time, my good friend. All in due time, Mizuki replied. Later that evening at the restaurant, laughter filled the air. I swear, every time that idiot opened his mouth, I knew he was about to say something dumb, Choji joked. How did Dead Last and his little mutt even pass the Genin exams? Last I checked, he couldn't even perform a simple transformation jutsu. Taiga laughed along with the others. Whoever ends up on the same team as him, I feel sorry for you in advance, Sakura chimed in. They all burst into laughter at Sakura's remark. I'd laugh so hard if you ended up on Kiba's team, Ino shot back. Oh god, if that happened, I'd rather end up kissing Shino. No offense, Shino, Sakura said. None taken, Shino replied in his usual eerie tone. Suddenly, Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Oi, Naruto, I think your classmate Kiba is up to no good. I sensed him entering the Hokage's office and leaving with a scroll. Okay, I'll go see what's happening, Naruto said. Hey guys, I'm sorry, but I have to step out for a minute. Kiba's being reckless and I need to stop him. Wait, Naruto, let me come with you, Ino said, eager to spend some time with him. Alright, you can come along. As they walked, Ino tightly held onto Naruto's arm, conveying her desire to never let him go. Naruto responded with a gentle kiss on her forehead, causing her to blush once more. Hey, Flower, I think when our teams get announced, we should tell everyone about our relationship. I'm tired of hiding it, and it would be fun to see the hopes and dreams of the fangirls get crushed, Naruto joked. I love the idea. Plus, I want to see them cry when they realize you're not available, Ino agreed. Time passed, and Kiba met up with Mizuki while Naruto and Ino hid behind a bush, eavesdropping on their conversation. Alright, here's the scroll of sealing. The Hokage had no idea what happened, Kiba said, handing it over. If I were the Hokage, my second order of business would be to increase security. Kiba laughed along with Mizuki. Come with me, we will set a trap for the demon. Mizuki smirked. To Naruto and Ino he said, Alright, I'm going to follow them. You stay here just in case anyone else comes. Be careful out there, Foxy. Ino gave Naruto a quick kiss on the cheek and sent him off. When Naruto finally caught up with Mizuki, he couldn't believe his eyes. Kiba was tied up in chains, and Mizuki was laughing in front of him. This wasn't part of the plan, Mizuki-sensei, Kiba pleaded, struggling to get free. Oh yes, it was. My plan was to use you to get the scroll of sealing, then eliminate you and frame the demon for your murder. It will be glorious to watch, Mizuki laughed sinisterly. Why did you need the scroll of sealing if you were just going to kill me anyway? Kiba asked. I needed the scroll because the leaf doesn't deserve this kind of power. This level of power belongs only to my master. He is the only one who can use it correctly and will bring justice to this world by eliminating the demon and everyone he ever loved. The thought of Mizuki and his master harming Naruto's loved ones was enough to push Naruto over the edge. He performed his shadow clone jutsu, and 10,000 Naruto clones rushed at Mizuki, catching him by surprise. Ah, so the demon fox finally decides to show himself. This couldn't be better timing. Mizuki laughed as Naruto stood before him, filled with rage. Do you want to know why everyone hates you? Why everyone looks at you as if you were the plague? It's because of the nine-tailed fox. You contain the fox's spirit inside you. You are the reincarnation of pure evil. Okay, so what does that mean? Naruto replied, his tone flat. It means you, Naruto Uzumaki, are the nine-tailed fox. Mizuki laughed, waiting for Naruto to get angry. You're completely mistaken. I already know about Kurama, so tell me something I don't know. Naruto continued to taunt Mizuki, who grew increasingly furious with every word. Why you little? Storm style, triple dragon thunder dance. Naruto yelled. 3 dragons began swirling around Mizuki, as if dancing around him. The dragons then converged toward Mizuki, who was unable to dodge them. It was a decisive blow. Naruto freed Kiba, who thanked him for saving his life, but then the weight of what he had done hit him. He had taken a life, even if it was for the sake of his friends and his village. It still hurt to have gone to such lengths. I'm sorry for how I acted towards you, Naruto. I was just jealous that you were this talented star in class who got all the girls' attention. I just wanted to be recognized and bring a good name to my clan, Kiba admitted, to which Naruto thought, he just wanted to feel accepted. I can relate to that. All I wanted as a kid was to be accepted in this village. Maybe he's not so bad after all. I accept your apology, Naruto said. But you need to understand that respect isn't just given, you have to earn it. Start by training hard, being nice to people, and then slowly, you'll earn their respect. You know, Naruto, I was completely wrong about you. You're not that bad of a guy, Kiba said. Thanks, Kiba. Now I have to report this mission to the Hokage. You head to the barbecue shop, and remember, start by being nice to people, laugh at their jokes, and give them a chance to get to know you. Sometime later, they met up with Ino. Ah, you found him. I knew you were the best, Naruto, Ino said, blushing. Thanks, Ino, but we need to report this to the Hokage office first. At the Hokage office, Naruto, Ino, and Kiba reported the situation and how Mizuki had tricked Kiba into stealing the scroll of sealing. Obito was grateful and decided to award this as an official mission to Naruto and Ino. As for Kiba, since he had been tricked by Mizuki, Obito did not punish him but warned him not to pull a stunt like that again, to which Kiba complied. I would like to personally thank you for bringing back the scroll of sealing and tracking down the traitor. Obito commended Naruto and Ino. You know, Naruto, this scroll was originally developed by your father to house many secrets, including his famed technique. Wait, my dad made that scroll? Naruto asked. Yes, it was his greatest achievement, and one he bragged about constantly. Your mother really had to set him straight before he calmed down about it, Obito joked, making Naruto laugh. Returning to more serious topics, I am awarding you, Naruto Uzumaki and Ino Yamanaka, your first S-rank assassination mission. Here is your compensation. Obito handed a hefty stack of rewards to both Naruto and Ino. Before I leave, big brother, I have a question for you. Go ahead, Naruto, I'm all ears. Does it ever get easier? You know, having to take lives? Naruto asked, concern evident in his voice. If I'm being completely honest, no. I always hated taking lives, mainly because I don't understand why we do it. It just breeds more hatred in the world, as those we kill have families who mourn them. Even if they did something wrong, I'd rather try to help them see the error of their ways. But sometimes, we have no other choice, it's either us or them. I survived the Third Great Shinobi War, and without taking lives, we'd all be dead. This shinobi world breeds hatred, and I want to be part of the solution that ends it, Obito explained. I see. So what will you do if you don't find that solution? Naruto asked. Then I will leave that job to you, my trusted younger brother, my sensei's son, and my future successor. If I can't find that peace, I want you to find it. Put an end to the hatred in this world, Naruto. You may be the only one who can, Obito said. But enough of this serious talk. Don't you three have a celebration to get to? Yeah, let's go guys, Ino said, and they all made their way back to the restaurant, enjoying their last official night as academy students. A few days after graduating from the academy, Naruto and Ino received their payment for defeating Mizuki. Now it was time to find out the Genin teams and the bell tests. At the Hokage office, with Obito, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, and Izumi present, Obito began. These will be your teams for the upcoming Genin class. This year, due to the exceptional quality of the graduates, I have decided to form teams of 4 instead of the usual 3. This will not only give us an advantage on missions but also foster a greater sense of teamwork and camaraderie, which will elevate our village's strength. I have arranged the teams so that each consists of 2 attack types, 1 sensory tracking type, and 1 support type. I have also considered personal requests, but I would like to know if anyone has any objections to their teams. The academy scores for the males of the Rookie 12 were as follows. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Namikaze, Taiga Sarutobi, Shino Aburame, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Kiba Inazuka. The academy scores for the females of the Rookie 12 were as follows. Mira Senju, Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno. Returning to the discussion, Izumi asked, Lord Fifth, I don't understand. Why are Sasuke and Mira not on the same team? Normally, we have the top student and the best kunoichi paired together. Why the change this year? Obito explained, the reason for the change is that having the top students on the same team has fostered jealousy among their peers. Even if we separate them into different teams, they will still be comrades. I cannot have teams with members feeling envious of each other. By placing the strongest members of the graduating class on different teams, we can encourage them to grow closer, almost like mini-jonin leaders. The rest of the teams were arranged based on their academy skills and grades, which is why you see the teams before you. I understand, Lord Fifth, Izumi replied. Does anyone else have questions about the team placements? Once we leave this room, the teams cannot be changed, Obito warned. No, Lord Fifth, they all replied in unison. They made their way to the academy to see their teams. Meanwhile, at the academy, Sasuke remarked, I hope I'm not on a team with losers. His superiority complex and high ego were evident, especially after placing first in the class. Calm down, Sasuke. Even if you end up with less skilled teammates, it would be even more satisfying to complete missions successfully, wouldn't it? Mira teased, knowing about his subtle crush on her. Oh, shut it, Mira. I know you don't want to be paired with weaklings either, so don't pretend you're any different from me, Sasuke shot back. Wow, get a room you two, Naruto laughed as he approached them. If only they weren't so afraid to admit their feelings, they would both be much happier, he thought. Yeah. When are you and Ino going to announce your relationship? I want to see the fangirls' reactions, Sasuke said, brushing off the moment. We'll tell everyone as soon as the teams are announced. By the way, I heard my brother say that because this class has so many excellent shinobi, we'll be placed into teams of 4 instead of 3. That means me, you, Mira, and Ino could be on the same team, Naruto said, excitement building among them. If they could be on the same Genin team, they would be unstoppable. Hopefully that's the case, Naruto. I would hate for you to be on a team with all those fangirls, Ino said playfully. If any of them dare to make a move, I'll make sure they forget they ever met you. Naruto smiled at Ino's fiery personality. She was like the sun, brightening his day and protecting him from the villagers' disdain. He couldn't wait to share their relationship with everyone, not to crush anyone but to express the love he felt openly. He looked into Ino's eyes, silently promising to always be there for her, through thick and thin. Hey Ino, can I talk to you in your mind? There's something I want to say before I lose the chance, Naruto asked, and Ino agreed, setting up the mind link. What is it, Goldie? Ino asked, a hint of worry creeping in. Oh no, is he breaking up with me? She thought, fearing the worst. Before we get placed on our teams, I just wanted to tell you. Naruto began, determination shining in his eyes, making Ino anxious. What is it, Naruto? You're kind of scaring me here, Ino replied. I love you, Ino Yamanaka. I always will. Even if we aren't on the same team, I will do whatever I can to protect you, to see you smile, and to support you when you're down, Naruto reassured her, and her heart soared. Ino stepped forward and kissed Naruto gently. I love you too, Naruto Namikaze. I always will. And I too, even if you are on a different team, I will keep cheering you on from the sidelines. I will lift you up when you're down, and I will be the fire in your life to balance your water. Naruto felt a warm blush spread across his cheeks at Ino's words. To him, she was utterly perfect, kind, smart, protective, genuine, beautiful, caring, sweet, and best of all, his best friend. He turned to Ino and said, What did I do in life to deserve someone like you? Ino laughed softly and replied, By being yourself, silly. I've seen how the village treats you every day, yet you never give up. You always put your friends and family first. You cared so much about what the villagers might do to me that you hid our relationship from them, and you endured so much pain when you could have just revealed your heritage to make it stop. But you chose to endure because you believed it would be worse for the village. You care for everyone as if they were your own family. It's not you who doesn't deserve me, it's me who doesn't deserve you. Naruto smiled, his cheeks still flushed, and stepped closer to Ino. I promise, when we're in the field, I will do everything I can to protect you. Even if it means risking my own life. No dying until we're at least 80. Got it? You will not die on me, Naruto Namikaze. You are the son of the Fourth Hokage. You will not leave this world until we're old and frail. So keep that in mind. If you die before we're 80, I will personally bring you back and give you a piece of my mind, Ino declared firmly. Alright, no dying before 80. Same goes for you, Naruto replied, mirroring her sentiment. Now let's get back before our friends get suspicious. They exited the mindscape just in time for the teams to be announced. What were you two doing? Hopefully, you weren't up to anything inappropriate in Naruto's mind, Sasuke and Mira joked, earning them sharp glares from the couple. You're just jealous that we're in a loving relationship and you're not. Until you step up, you have no business commenting on our relationship, Naruto teased. That's out of line, bro, Sasuke shot back. Suddenly, a man wearing a green jacket entered the room. It wasn't Irika-sensei. The color of his vest indicated he was a jonin, likely to be one team's leader. He had a cigarette in his mouth, blowing smoke as he entered. Following him were two others in Jonin vests and the Hokage. First off, I would like to personally congratulate the graduating class on a stellar performance in the Genin exams. Obito began. But I must warn you, from here on out, life will not be easy. You will face dangers, and some of you may not return. You need to approach every mission with full commitment, or else your life and your comrades' lives will be at risk. What do you mean some of us may die? How dangerous are these missions? Choji asked. When I was barely a chunin, I was moved into battle during the Third Great Ninja War with my teammates and sensei, the Fourth Hokage. Our mission was to secure a strategic point in the enemy's supply routes. Unfortunately, the Fourth was sent to the front lines to confront enemy shinobi who had already defeated many of our ninjas, leaving my team to take the bridge. On our way, some stone shinobi captured my teammate, Rin, Obito recounted. Naruto could sense the weight of the memory on Obito, knowing how painful that day was for him. So, what does that have to do with anything? Kiba asked, his arrogance evident. Let me finish, Kiba, Obito replied. Flashback 15 years ago, the Katanabe Bridge mission. We need to complete the mission, Obito. We can come back for Rin later, young Kakashi stated. Are you really saying that, Kakashi? Rin is our comrade, our friend. Are you going to just leave her behind to suffer? Obito was furious at Kakashi's stance. To him, his comrades meant everything, and it sickened him that his teammate would consider abandoning her. She let herself get caught, Obito. If she had been more careful, we wouldn't be in this situation. If she had been more careful? Listen, Kakashi, if we had all been more careful, we wouldn't be in this mess. We are a team. Teammates always have each other's backs. So get your head on straight and let's go save her. And abandon direct orders from the Hokage? I will not abandon a mission to save a comrade. The mission always takes priority, Obito. That's one of the first things they teach us at the academy. Well, I don't agree with that. I know you don't either. There was a time when you would drop everything to help your comrades. Where did that Kakashi go? Obito's frustration boiled over. The rules of the village state that the mission always comes first. Those who break the laws are scum, Kakashi tried to reason. Then call me scum. I'm going after Rin, whether you join me or not, Obito declared, turning his back on Kakashi. But remember this, those who abandon even one of their friends are worse than scum. If your father were here, he would do the same thing I am. With that, Obito ran off to save Rin, and Kakashi reluctantly continued with the mission. But soon, Obito's words echoed in his mind. Those who break the laws are regarded as scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse. Realizing he needed to help Obito, Kakashi rushed to find him. When he arrived, he saw Obito engaged in battle against stone ninjas, his Sharingan fully activated. Kakashi knew he had to jump in. Glad to see you finally came to your senses, stupid Kakashi, Obito joked as they fought off the shinobi together. I had to make sure you wouldn't get everyone killed, didn't I? Kakashi replied with a smirk. Let's take down these punks and save Rin. From what I gathered, she's being held up in that cave right there. The place was surrounded by stone ninjas, so they needed to remain vigilant at all times. Obito had done an excellent job surveying the area before entering, knowing exactly how to confront the ninjas, and Kakashi was impressed by Obito's observation skills. Suddenly, a stone ninja appeared in front of Kakashi, who turned just in time to be struck. Seeing this, Obito went on a rampage, taking down nearly all the stone ninjas and making their way into the cave where Rin was held captive. They managed to free Rin when, unexpectedly, the cave began to collapse above them. The act of freeing her triggered a paper bomb designed to detonate if someone didn't recognize the connection. Obito and Rin almost made it to the exit when they heard Kakashi stumble over a fallen rock. Obito noticed a massive rock falling toward Kakashi and sprang into action. Kakashi, look out! Obito shouted, but Kakashi couldn't move in time. Obito leaped toward Kakashi and pushed him out of the way, taking the brunt of the impact himself. Go, you guys, complete the mission and return to Konoha. I can't get out of this without a miracle, Obito urged. Back to the present. I almost died that day. If it weren't for my sensei placing a special seal on me, allowing him to transport to my location and get me out, I wouldn't be here. That's also why I cover the right side of my body. So, you never told us what this means, Kiba shouted again. I was just getting to that, Kiba, Obito sighed in frustration. What it means is that you all must pay 100% attention when you're on missions. I don't want any of you to have to choose between your comrades and your mission. You must work well with your team, you must give your all to becoming a ninja, and you must be able to live with the decisions you make. If you don't do even one of these things, you could end up in serious trouble, Obito warned. I would like to introduce you all to your Jonin senseis, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Izumi Uchiha. They all waved and greeted the Genin group. With that being said, I sincerely wish you all the best of luck in your future ninja careers. And you, Naruto, don't keep Big Sister Rin waiting for dinner tonight, Obito joked, noticing the embarrassment on Naruto's face, which made the other ninjas laugh. All right, everyone calm down. We now have the teams decided, Asuma stated. This year, the Genins will be placed into teams of 4 instead of 3. When I call out your team in Jonin Sensei, you may leave with your sensei. Teams 1 to 6 are already taken, so we'll start with on Team 7, we have Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Hyuga, Sai, and Choji Akimichi. Your sensei will be Izumi Uchiha, Asuma announced. Good luck, Sasuke. Looks like you got the Queen of Stutter, Storbrand you, and Sir Eatslut, Naruto teased. Shut up, dope. I'll laugh so hard if you end up being the dead last on your team, Sasuke retorted. Okay, for Team 8, we have Mira Senju, Taiga Sarutobi, Shino Aburame and whispering, please not Kiba, please not Kiba, please not Kiba. Kiba Inazuka. Your sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma called out. Great, Mira muttered, knowing that Kiba would likely hit on her relentlessly now that they were on the same team. Finally, for Team 10, we have Naruto Namikaze, Shikamaru Nara, Sakura Haruno. Sakura let out a not-so-subtle squeal of delight. She was on her crush's team, but what came next would crush her spirit in more ways than one. And Ino Yamanaka. Your sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Ino jumped up and kissed Naruto passionately, shocking almost everyone except the fangirls. That's right. Naruto and I are together, and we have been for the past 4 years. So keep your fangirl asses away from my man. We will be together for life, and you can't stop us. Find a new man, ladies, because this one is already taken. Wow, Flower, you didn't have to destroy them like that, but I will admit, that was impressive, Naruto said, kissing her deeply. And just like that, fangirls crushed. This is a perfect day, Sasuke laughed. About time you told everyone, Shikamaru said. We all knew for the past year or so. Was it really that obvious? Naruto nervously rubbed the back of his head. It's a drag, but anyone who wasn't blinded by you or Ino could see how you looked at each other. It was pretty clear you liked each other or were already in a relationship, Shikamaru added. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to sleep. The reality of the situation hit Sakura hard. The one she loved was taken, and it was by her ex-best friend. She had ended their relationship 2 years ago, unaware that Naruto had already been dating Ino at that time. Regret washed over her as she reflected on how she had acted in the past and how she had treated the one person who had always supported her. But before that, she needed to know for sure if it was impossible for her to be with Naruto. She had to hear it from him. Is it true? Have you actually been in a secret relationship for 4 years? Sakura asked, praying it wasn't true. It is. I'm truly sorry, Sakura, but my heart has always belonged to Ino. We decided not to tell anyone because the villagers still harbor resentment toward me, and the more people who knew about our relationship, the worse it would be for us. I couldn't let the village attack the woman I love because they still see me as a monster. I hope you can forgive Ino and me one day, Naruto responded, leaving Sakura feeling crushed. It's okay. While it hurts to know the person I like is already in a relationship, I will get over it. We have a team now, and I don't intend to be the one who drags us down, Sakura replied. That's what I like to hear. And for what it's worth, I do think you're really pretty and could probably get any guy here that isn't me. Now let's go meet up with Sensei. Come on, lazy. Naruto picked up Shikamaru on his back and headed to meet Asuma at the barbecue restaurant. At the restaurant, Asuma addressed team. My name is Asuma Sarutobi, and I will be your sensei while you are Genin. Let's start by introducing yourselves. Please share your name, your clan, your likes and dislikes, and your future goals. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke from his cigarette. Could you give us an example? Sakura asked. Of course. My name is Asuma Sarutobi, from the Sarutobi clan. I enjoy smoking, gambling, and playing shogi. I dislike being compared to my father, the third Hokage, and being judged for my smoking. My goal is to train you to become the strongest team among the rookies, something I can be proud of in the future. Wow, Sensei, we won't let you down, Naruto promised. Thank you now, pink-haired one, it's your turn. My name is Sakura Haruno. I come from a civilian family, so I don't have a clan. I love my family and friends. I dislike people who mock others for things beyond their control. My dream is to marry a strong ninja and contribute to the village in any way I can. That's a solid start, Sakura. I believe you can achieve those goals. Now, blondie next to you go. My name is Ino Yamanaka, from the Yamanaka clan. I enjoy Naruto, training, and my family. I dislike those who hurt others without reason and those who harbor hatred for no reason. My dream is to foster unity in the Leaf Village so that no child has to experience pain again. That's an admirable goal, Ino. I truly hope you can achieve it, Asuma said with a smile. Now, you with the pineapple ponytail. What a drag. My name is Shikamaru Nara, from the Nara clan. I like simple things and dislike complicated, troublesome matters. My dream is to be an average shinobi who isn't burdened with too much responsibility. Hey, Shikamaru, I'll get you off your lazy self if it's the last thing I do. You're now part of Team 10, and we will make Asuma-sensei's dream come true, Naruto declared, beaming at him, causing Ino to blush. Thank you for that, Naruto and Shikamaru. Now, Naruto, your turn, Asuma said. Sensei, what I'm about to share is privileged information, so please don't react too strongly, Naruto warned. Okay. Asuma and Shikamaru exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what Naruto would say. My name is Naruto Namikaze, from the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. I am the son of the Fourth Hokage. I love instant ramen, Ino, my family, my friends, and training. I dislike people who can't tell the difference between a scroll and a kunai, and Danzo Shimura. My goal is to end the bloodshed among ninjas and bring about world peace. The ongoing war over control and power has lasted too long. The more we fight, the more blood is on our hands, and the more resentment we create. I want to build a world where children aren't forced into battle upon graduating the academy, and where civilians accept tailed beasts with open arms. I want to honor my father's sacrifice. That was very profound, Naruto. I will do everything I can to help you achieve that goal. We are a team, after all, Asuma joked. I'll help too, Naruto, Ino added. As will I, Sakura stated. I know this will be a drag, but I'm in too, Shikamaru said, before dozing off. Meet me at Training Ground 9 at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will conduct a final test to see if you're worthy of being shinobi, Asuma announced, leaving everyone stunned. Another test? But we already had one to graduate the academy. Sakura protested. The academy's test only checks if you have the basic skills to become a ninja. There's much more to being a genin than just learning how to clone yourself, Asuma explained. The ninja world, as Lord Hokage stated, is cruel and unforgiving. One small mistake can lead to disaster for your whole team. So what will the test be? Ino asked. It will be a survival test. You four will have to defeat me in battle. And don't eat breakfast, or you'll be at a disadvantage, Asuma said, blowing out a puff of smoke as he left. Meanwhile, with Sasuke's team. Thank you very much, Hinata. Now, Sasuke, your turn, Izumi said. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I love my family and friends. I dislike many things, especially my older brother, Itachi Uchiha. I don't have a dream, but I have an ambition. I will make it a reality. I will avenge my clan by becoming stronger to confront Itachi and uncover the truth behind their deaths. Phew, I thought he was still fixated on killing Itachi. If only I could tell you the truth, Sasuke. Izumi thought. Thank you all for introducing yourselves. Now, I have one final test to determine if you are worthy of being Leaf Shinobi. Meet me at Training Ground 7 at 7 a.m. tomorrow. They shared similar sentiments to Asuma's team. With Myra's team. Thank you very much, Taiga. Now, dark-haired girl, it's your turn, Kurenai said. My name is Mira Senju, from the Senju clan. I enjoy training with my friends and studying. I dislike anyone who says girls cannot be as strong as boys. My goal is to become the strongest female ninja ever, as well as the best Kenjutsu user. That's an impressive goal, Mira, Kurenai replied. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. That concludes the introductions. Now, I would like to present the final test to become a Genin. Meet me at Training Ground 6 tomorrow by 7 a.m. And remember, don't eat breakfast. Your challenge will be revealed tomorrow morning. Kurenai said before getting up and leaving the four of them sitting there. So what's the plan? Taiga asked. At the training grounds for Team Asuma. Where is Asuma-sensei? He was supposed to be here by now, Ino said impatiently. It's been almost 2 hours. If he's even a minute late, he's going to hear about it. Naruto, calm her down, I'm trying to sleep here, Shikamaru grumbled. This whole thing is a drag. Naruto walked over to Ino and gave her a reassuring hug, which helped her relax. There, flower. Remember, I'm always here for you. Turning to the others, he continued, Hey guys, I have a feeling something's off about this whole challenge. There's almost no way 4 Genin can take down a Jonin, but here we are with that task. I think this is actually testing something else, something essential for us as ninjas. What do you mean? Sakura asked. How well we work as a team, Naruto explained. Why would they be testing our teamwork? Sakura questioned. Think about it. Why did my brother Obito tell us that story yesterday before we got assigned to teams? He emphasized never abandoning comrades. He values teamwork above all else. He believes in the camaraderie and friendship that comes from working together as a ninja team. Why wouldn't he instill those ideals in the Jonin senseis, especially those who think like him? Naruto elaborated. They want to test our teamwork abilities. No doubt they'll try to separate us, but they want to see if we stick to our morals and work as a team, he continued. I see. So what's the plan, Goldie? Ino asked. The plan is as follows. I will use my shadow clones as a distraction to create some distance between us and Asuma-sensei. While he's busy with the clones, Shikamaru will use his shadow possession technique to immobilize. Of course, there's a chance he could break free, so that's where you come in, Sakura. I want you to trap him with an earth-style jutsu that he can't easily escape from. Then, Ino, I want you to use your mind transfer technique to try and control Asuma-sensei's body. Don't worry, I'll be there for support. After that, I'll use one of my Kekkei Genkais to take him out of the fight. With this strategy, I think we have a good chance of winning. Naruto explained, and they all nodded in agreement. Do any of you have questions? I think I'm good, and your plan seems like it has the best chance of working, Shikamaru affirmed. Just then, Asuma arrived at the training grounds. I hope you are all ready because this test won't be easy, Asuma said. Oh, we're more than ready to take you down, Sensei, Naruto declared confidently. Oh, I think you've got it mistaken, you won't be fighting me. What? But you said yesterday that we had a survival test today. What do you mean we're not fighting you? Sakura asked. Exactly what I said. You will be fighting Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi jumped down from a tree, putting away his book. He looked at the Genin and knew exactly what to do. All right, everyone, Asuma-sensei has asked me to be the proctor for your test, so he can observe everyone's performance, Kakashi explained. All right, so what's the test? Shikamaru asked. Having grown up in a family with Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, Naruto recognized the test immediately. It was the same one used by his father when his brothers and sister were Genin, the infamous bell test. All you have to do is get these bells from me before noon today, Kakashi said, holding up 3 bells. Wait, why are there only 3 bells? There are 4 of us here, Ino protested. The person who fails to get a bell before time runs out will be sent back to the academy, Kakashi announced. Wait, that's not fair. Sakura protested, but Naruto cut her off. It's completely fair. This is the same test that he had as a kid when my father trained him, Lord Fifth and Big Sister Rin. Many Jonin have done their own version of the bell test. It is said to be the hardest test for Genin, as no one could figure out its true purpose. Only 2 teams have ever passed this test, Kakashi's team and the legendary Sen. Becoming the 3rd team to pass this test would be a great honor, and I already know the true purpose behind the bell test and why so many failed. If you claim to know the true purpose behind the bell test, then why don't you enlighten me? I'm confident you would be wrong, Kakashi replied. I'll tell you the true purpose after we pass the test, or else what would be the point of conducting it? Naruto said with a confident smirk. He knew exactly what to do. The plan remained intact. They were just facing Kakashi Hatake instead of Asuma Sarutobi. They made their way to the trees and hid. Hey Flower, can you form a mind link between me and the rest of the team? Naruto asked. Yes, Goldie. And never underestimate my Yamanaka abilities. I may not be as good as my father yet, but I can hold my own, Ino said, pouting slightly as she formed the link. What is it, Naruto? Sakura asked. Now I know this test is definitely about teamwork. The bell test was designed to see if the team would turn on one member and force them to return to the academy. It tests whether the ninja would prioritize the individual over the team. If they do, all of them fail, regardless of whether they get the bells or not. If they prioritize the team over the individual, they all passed, regardless of whether they obtained the bells or not. Big Brother was simply testing everyone's teamwork and resolve 2 essential skills for a ninja, Naruto confidently declared. He felt assured about the test. So what's the plan, Naruto? Are we sticking with the original strategy or coming up with something new? Shikamaru inquired. For now, let's stick with the original plan. If things go awry, which I suspect they might, we can improvise, Naruto replied. Sounds good, Goldie. Ino smiled as she took her position. And remember, approach this with determination, or we'll all fail, Naruto warned. Outside the mindscape, Kakashi thought, I could have sworn they would have started attacking by now. I need to be careful, otherwise, this test will be over before I even know it. If Naruto is anything like his father, he surely has a plan and is piecing it together right now. To the Genin, Naruto asked, is everyone ready? We're in position, they all responded in unison. Okay, wait for my signal. When I give the sign, Shikamaru, bind him, Naruto instructed as he began preparing his shadow clones. Suddenly, a marked kunai appeared beside Kakashi, who recognized the jutsu immediately. So he's mastered it. Minato-sensei, wherever you are, I'm sure you are proud of your son. He may be just a genin, but he has already surpassed many jonin in skill. Your legacy will live on for a long time. In an instant, 25 Naruto clones appeared, catching Kakashi off guard. They engaged in a taijutsu battle, with Kakashi skillfully taking down nearly all the clones until even more emerged. Soon, there were almost 200 Naruto clones fighting Kakashi, now employing ninjutsu. Remember, Big Brother's main chakra nature is lightning, so we need to use wind style to counter it, one of Naruto's shadow clones advised. They all nodded and performed the hand signs for a wind style jutsu, yelling in unison, wind style, gale palm. The collective gale palm struck Kakashi from all directions, nearly knocking him off balance. Suddenly, the figure everyone thought was Kakashi transformed into a log, revealing the real Kakashi standing behind the shadow clones, ready to counterattack. Naruto, look out! Ino shouted, almost revealing her position. The clones turned just in time to see Kakashi taking down nearly all of them. Noticing Kakashi's back was turned to Shikamaru, Naruto signaled him to initiate the shadow possession. Kakashi suddenly found himself unable to move. What? Why can't I move? Shadow possession complete, Shikamaru said with a smirk. Kakashi was frozen in place when Ino and Sakura emerged from their hiding spots to finish the fight. Ino unleashed her Phoenix Flower Jutsu while Sakura trapped Kakashi underground using the tunneling mole jutsu. Oh great, now I'm stuck. I'd like to know who came up with this plan. It was quite clever. You almost got me there, Kakashi chuckled before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The Suma, watching from the sidelines, remarked, "That was a brilliant plan, Naruto. Too bad you forgot to account for the shadow clone. But it was impressive to see everyone working together. You four may become the strongest Genin team the Leaf has ever seen, perhaps even surpassing the legendary Sannin one day." A shadow clone. We almost had him, Naruto said. I didn't want to use my trump card yet because I'm not proficient in it, but if we want to win this battle, I might need to use at least one. What are you talking about, Naruto? Don't tell me, Ino said, concerned. Yes, Ino, I am talking about that. We won't stand a chance against him without using them. For now, I need you three to keep him immobilized while I gather the chakra needed for that jutsu. What are they planning right now? Their teamwork is incredible, and they've already passed the test when Shikamaru used his shadow possession, but it looks like they want to keep going, Kakashi thought. What are they planning now? It seems like Naruto is gathering his chakra for a big attack while Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru work to restrain Kakashi. What new ace could you have up your sleeve, Naruto, and why wasn't I informed of this sooner? Asuma pondered. To Shikamaru, he asked, Ino, Sakura, how good are your taijutsu skills? Above average at best, they both replied. Okay, then we can engage Kakashi in a taijutsu battle, forcing him to tire himself out while we distract him. When he's tired, I can use my shadow possession on him, giving Naruto plenty of time to recharge his chakra and finish the test, Shikamaru explained. They all began engaging Kakashi in taijutsu, hoping to distract him long enough for Naruto to replenish his chakra. He had one final ace up his sleeve, and if he missed, it would surely lead to failure, so they knew they needed to keep Kakashi immobilized while this new jutsu was still in its early stages. Flashback to before the Academy Finals. Naruto, Ino, and Obito were training together, with Naruto learning to control his ice-style jutsus. At this point, he was proficient in basic nature transformations, with a few Storm Release jutsus added to his arsenal. Naruto, I found a few scrolls in the old Konoha library that could help you perfect your Kekkei Genkais, Obito said, handing Naruto a few scrolls containing Storm and Ice Release seals. This scroll contains all the Storm Release jutsus ever gathered by Leaf Shinobi, both from within the village and beyond, Obito continued. And this one contains all the Ice Release information we have so far. It's not much since only members of the Yuki clan could use Ice Release, and they were all lost during the reign of the last third Mizuki. I'd like you to study these scrolls and see what you can learn, as I believe this will elevate your arsenal to nearly unbeatable levels. I also want to train Ino to master her fire release, as I believe it will be invaluable in the future. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto began studying the scrolls related to Ice Release, his weakest chakra nature. He learned all about the Kekkei Genkai and started practicing his own jutsu, using the wood prison as a base to create his version of the wood prison jutsu in the form of an ice cage. The jutsu not only traps the user in a cage of ice but also drains the opponent of their chakra. Unfortunately for Naruto, it consumed a significant amount of chakra to maintain, meaning he needed to be at full capacity to use it without straining his body. Naruto presented this jutsu to Obito, with Rin as the test subject. The jutsu worked flawlessly, draining Rin's chakra to the point of exhaustion. Great job with the new jutsu, Naruto. This will give us a great edge in combat. But I must warn you that jutsu should only be used as a last resort. You should not use it carelessly because it drains a considerable amount of your chakra. It's almost like you need to be at full capacity to use it without tapping into the Nine Tails chakra, Obito cautioned. So I am telling you this once. Do not use the jutsu carelessly. Only use it when it's your last option. Do I make myself clear, Naruto? Yes, big brother. I will only use this jutsu if I actually need to, Naruto affirmed. Back to the present. How much longer is it going to take for Naruto to restore his chakra? Sakura said, almost out of breath. We've been fighting him alone for almost an hour. Time is running out. I'm no Hyuga, so I can't accurately say how much longer it will take for Naruto to replenish his chakra, but I can say we won't have to fight him for much longer, Ino confidently replied. Well, he better make it quick because we're all running out of stamina. How is he so fast and strong? This is turning into the biggest drag of all, Shikamaru complained. Right on cue, Naruto had fully restored his chakra and was making his way to the fight. There, he saw Shikamaru, Ino, and Sakura holding Kakashi in place. Shadow possession jutsu complete, Shikamaru said. Now what is going on? I know you aren't planning the same thing as before, Naruto, so hurry up and get to it, Kakashi said. Ice style, ice cage. Naruto yelled, forming the hand signs for the ice style jutsu, trapping Kakashi and taking the bells from him before releasing the jutsu. You all pass, Kakashi said with a smile. To be fair, you all passed on your first coordinated attack, but I wanted to see how strong each of you were, so I let this drag out longer. I'm glad I did, or else I wouldn't have seen Naruto's new jutsu. Thank you, big brother Kakashi. Now I'm pretty sure we're all tired, so why don't we go get some ramen? Naruto proposed. You can come too, Asuma-sensei. They all went to the ramen shop and ordered their meals. With Sasuke, Hinata, Choji, Sai, and Izumi. Alright everyone, your job is to try and beat me in a fight. Remember to come at me with the intent to win because I am not holding back. Izumi activated her Sharingan and prepared to defend herself. Sasuke, Hinata, Choji, and Sai jumped back and got into position. Does everyone remember the plan? Sasuke asked. No, can you remind me? I was busy eating my chips, Choji said. For the last time, Choji, stop eating and focus on the mission at hand. I will explain it to you one more time, but then remember it. Okay, Sasuke, Choji replied. Izumi has her Sharingan activated, so trying to catch her by surprise is virtually impossible. We need to minimize the effect of her Sharingan on us. To do that, we need to completely blindside her with multiple attacks so she cannot keep up. That is where you, me, and Hinata come in. I will start with my Fireball Jutsu, then you and Hinata attack simultaneously with your clan's special techniques. Try to make it so she cannot copy the moves and use them against you, so your clan techniques are the only ones that will be effective against a master of the Sharingan like Izumi. While she is distracted fighting you and Hinata, Sai will then use his Super Beast Scroll to immobilize Izumi. From there, I can put her under a Genjutsu, and that's how she falls, Sasuke explained the plan. Got it now? I'll get into my position. Choji then left, and Sasuke gave the order to commence the attack. Is everyone ready? Sasuke asked. We're in position, they replied. Great. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Izumi could not help but jump away from Sasuke's fireball, which had grown to be even stronger than Itachi's. What she didn't see, however, was that the fireball was a signal for Choji and Hinata to spring into action. Expansion Jutsu. Choji yelled out as his body grew to an enormous size, catching Izumi by surprise, but she managed to dodge it easily, which led her straight into Hinata, who activated her Byakugan. 8 trigrams, 16 palm. Hinata yelled as she performed her clan's secret taijutsu technique, the Gentle Fist. Hinata shut down several of Izumi's chakra points, including those linked to her eyes, rendering her incapable of using the Sharingan. Seeing the opening to finish the fight, Sasuke instructed Sai to use his scroll. Now Sai. Sasuke called out. Super Beast Scroll, Great Tiger. Sai drew a tiger on the page and commanded it toward Izumi, completely immobilizing her. Hee, you all pass, Izumi said with a smile. And you, Sasuke, I think you will eventually surpass him one day and become the strongest Uchiha alive. Do you really mean that, or are you just saying that to flatter me? Sasuke asked. I really do mean it, Sasuke. Your leadership skills are unlike those of a Genin. In fact, most Jonin don't have the leadership skills that you do. The way you planned your attack and coordinated with your team shows you will become a great ninja one day, and I know they are proud of who you will become, Izumi reassured him. Now come, let's go get some onigiri. You 4 deserve it after that performance. I could not be more impressed. With Team 8 and Kurenai. Okay everyone, I want you all to scatter. Your job is to locate your specific target. You each have 3 hours to do so. Each of your targets is placed somewhere within the forest, which I have now forgotten. The target is specially marked for a person, as only their jutsu types can activate it. If you cannot find your target before time runs out, you will be forced back into the academy. Kurenai instructed her team, to which they nodded. Something seems off about this whole situation. Taiga voiced his concerns to the group. I agree. It reminds me of yesterday. Why would Lord Fifth tell us that story? What does it mean? And how does it relate to this exercise? Mira asked. Could it be that they want us to demonstrate teamwork and collaborate? The Hokage has made his stance on teamwork very clear. He values it highly. He believes we are stronger together than apart. Shino explained his understanding. That makes sense, Shino. So what's the plan? Kiba inquired. We'll use you and Akamaru's keen sense of smell to detect our chakra on the targets. Once we get close, my bugs can identify whose target it is and relay that information back to me. Then, the person whose target it is can go and activate it. I can create bug clones, allowing us to split into pairs. It will be me, you, and Taiga on one side, while Mira, Akamaru, and my clone will be on the other side. Through deception. Mira told him, hoping to instill some sense into the stubborn dog boy. What do you mean? Those who break the rules are scum. Lord Hokage even said that before. Well, you clearly haven't been paying attention in class then. Lord Hokage's philosophy is comrades before mission. His ninja way is that he would save his comrades even if it meant abandoning a mission. Because missions can be completed at other times and by others. Other shinobi, but once a comrade dies, there's no turning back. They are gone. Their loved ones, your friends, and everyone must carry that pain for life. Taiga snapped at Kiba's apparent foolishness. Those who break the laws and rules of the village are seen as scum, that's true. But those who would abandon even one of their friends are worse than scum. Obito appeared behind the trio and placed his hands on Kiba's shoulders. Remember, Kiba, your comrades are the ones who will always have your back. Cherish them and keep them close, no matter what. All right, Lord Hokage, Kiba replied, resolving to rejoin the others. So, are we sticking with the plan or going with another one? Kiba asked. We will stick with our plan. Regardless of what happens, if we stay together, we will pass this test. They continued until they found all the targets and activated them. It turned out to be the undoing of a genjutsu that Kurenai had placed on them. Well done everyone, you all pass, Kurenai said. Wait, but what happened to the rule about being sent back to the academy if you saw us working as a team? Kiba asked. I made that rule to see if you would make the right decision. You must always work with your team, as going solo on a mission would be even more dangerous than facing a top-tier shinobi, Kurenai explained, proud of her team. Now that we passed, why don't we go out and celebrate? There's a great new burger shop that just opened up, Taiga suggested. Mira, are you coming? I know this might seem like a waste of time for you, but I would really love it if you joined us. You know what? Sure, why not? I've always wanted to try burgers, Mira said as she joined them. For the next month, all Genin teams were assigned D-rank missions to prove their worth to the village. I won't list every mission because that would be boring. Who really wants to read about Naruto catching cats? Throughout the month, Team 10 practiced their new battle strategies for all chakra natures, excluding Kekkei Genkai. Naruto and Ino made their relationship public to the village, which created some tension within the council. Sakura, on the other hand, made peace with Naruto and Ino being together, although she still felt a pang of jealousy towards Ino. They took steps to rekindle their once-cherished friendship, and Naruto couldn't have been happier about it. Team 7 focused on gaining strength and willpower, as they were already proficient in teamwork. Sasuke and Mira grew closer, though both were too shy to admit their feelings. Team 8 worked on enhancing their sensory abilities to support the team during battles. They also learned more about ninjutsu, which Kiba and Shino used to advance their clan's secret techniques. Sakura trained in sensory jutsus, some of which were on par with Tobirama Senju, known for his unmatched sensory abilities. Meanwhile, Naruto and Ino began training together. In no time, Ino managed to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, able to manifest 20 clones at once, though she couldn't use it to the same extent as Naruto. Ino also started mastering fire-style jutsu with special training from Obito himself. By the end of the month, they all felt ready for more challenging missions, so they headed to the Hokage's office. After a month of D-rank missions, the Rookie 12 were tired and eager for harder tasks. They had discussed this with their Jonin leaders, who agreed to approach the Hokage together. All 3 Genin teams gathered outside the Hokage's office to make their request. "I see you're tired of D-rank missions too, huh?" Mira asked. "They're a drag." "Oh great, now I'm starting to sound like Shikamaru," Naruto joked, earning a glare from Shikamaru. "That's my line, Naruto. Now stop being a drag." "Sorry buddy. When will Sasuke's team get here?" "We've been waiting for the past hour," Naruto said impatiently. Just then, Sasuke arrived with Choji, who was carrying an enormous number of bags of chips. "Sorry we're late." "Someone here," Sasuke said, glancing at Choji, "made us go to the supermarket to buy all these chips because he was hungry." "Well, we're all here now. We can go ask the Hokage for harder missions." "These D-rank missions won't even cover ramen," Naruto said. Ino smacked her forehead. "I swear this idiot loves ramen more than he loves me." Everyone burst out laughing, even Naruto, who decided to tease his girlfriend a bit. "Of course. Ramen will never let me down. It's the one thing I can teach our future kids when they grow up. Ramen can give me satisfaction that no other woman can." Naruto paused as he felt Ino's intense glare, silently warning him to think twice about his words. Naruto quickly backtracked. "Sorry, Ino-chan. I love you more than ramen, and to prove it, I won't eat ramen until our mission is complete." "Good boy, Naruto-kun. Now let's get our mission from Lord Fifth," Ino replied, intertwining her fingers with his. "You may enter." Obito called from the Hokage chair. The Rookie 12 entered the Hokage's office and addressed him. "Lord Hokage, we would like to request harder missions. The D-rank missions have become too easy for us, and we believe we're ready for more challenging tasks," Mira explained. "I see. Your success rate with D-rank missions has been impressive, and I've observed some of your missions myself. You all show exceptional promise as shinobi. However, I can't just assign you harder missions on request. I need to discuss this with the Jonin leaders. If they agree you're ready, I have 3 C-rank missions for you," Obito replied. Izumi, Kurenai, and Asuma entered the room to share their opinions. "If you ask me, they've more than proven themselves ready for C-rank missions, Lord Hokage," Asuma said, still puffing on his cigarette. "From what I've seen, their teamwork is outstanding. They could rival the legendary Sannin in their prime." Asuma may be exaggerating about the Sannin, but his point stands, Kakashi added. "I've witnessed Team 10 on several missions, and they executed them flawlessly, possibly in record time. I believe they're ready, and so are Team 7, and while not quite as strong as Team 10, they are still very capable of handling tougher missions. If Izumi and Kurenai agree, I will call them in to brief them on their missions," Obito stated. "However, these missions will determine their future assignments. This will be a trial C-rank. If they can't handle it, I won't assign them C-rank missions until they prove themselves. We both believe our team is ready, and if they encounter any trouble, we will be there to assist them," Izumi said confidently. "Good. Call them in, I have the missions ready. To make it interesting, I have 3 envelopes and they will choose their missions. Each envelope contains the mission details," Obito said with a chuckle. The Genin teams entered and selected their envelopes. Team 8 was the first to open theirs. "So it looks like we're going to the land of tea to help with a race?" Mira said, looking at Obito in disbelief. "Exactly. I've received word that the feudal lord is hosting a race between 2 prominent families, and the land has been ruled harshly by the ruling family. The Wasabi family aims to overthrow the Wagarashi family and reclaim the land for the people. A good friend of mine personally requested this mission, and I believe you're more than capable of handling it. Your task is to assist the Wasabi family in winning the race against the Wagarashi family. Keep in mind that the Wagarashi family tends to play dirty. All I ask is that you assist with the race and avoid unnecessary confrontations, Obito explained. If the situation escalates, I will send a backup team to support you. Yes, Lord Fifth. We accept the mission. Mira bowed and left the office. Time passed, and Team 8 prepared to leave for their mission. Here's the plan. We need to help the Wasabi family win the race, but we must avoid engaging in fights. Our main job is to protect the runner from any harm. Kiba and Shino, you two are crucial to this mission. Use your senses to detect enemy chakra, and if possible, immobilize them. Taiga and I will handle protecting the runner since we're best suited for combat. We need you to sense enemy chakra and relay that information to us quickly so we can keep the runner safe, Mira explained as they listened intently. Does everyone understand their roles? Who appointed you as the leader of this mission? Kiba challenged. Can you come up with a better plan, Kiba? Mira shot back. Well, you see. Kiba struggled to think of a plan that could rival Mira's, eventually conceding. No. Keep trying dead last. You'll think of something, Taiga teased, knowing it would irritate Kiba. He enjoyed poking fun at Kiba's shortcomings outside of his tracking skills. Oh, you've done it now, Suritrashi, Kiba said as he and Akamaru prepared for a confrontation, but Mira intervened. We're all teammates. So if you could both stop bickering and grow up, we can leave for our mission, Mira snapped. Why did I have to get stuck with 2 children and an antisocial freak? Sasuke and Naruto are probably having the time of their lives with their teams, she muttered under her breath. Now come on, we have to leave for our mission. If you're not ready by the time we leave, I will personally take Akamaru's scrolls, Taiga, Mira ordered. Geez, would it kill you to be nicer for once? Taiga and Kiba sighed. Yes, it would. You guys are just being wimps. Now come on, we have a mission to complete. They arrived in the land of tea and settled down in a tea shop. So who's this runner we have to protect? Kiba asked, sipping his green tea. I don't know, but we'll find out soon. I just hope he's not difficult, Mira scoffed while enjoying her dumplings. Just then, a man sharpening a stick with a pocket knife turned to face them. So you're the ones the Leaf sent to guard the runner, huh? Seems like they have no idea what they're doing. The fact that you can just sit here and eat while on a mission frankly disgusts me. I'm sorry, but who are you? Mira asked, her annoyance growing at the young boy's attitude. And what do you mean by punks? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I dislike you 5. Just go home. A ninja has no place in this land, and I will make sure of it. The boy's words only fueled their agitation. Suddenly, Kurenai stepped forward, holding a kunai close to the boy's face. Look, I don't know who you are and frankly I don't care. But if you threaten my team again, it will be the last mistake you ever make. The young boy's bravado faded as he felt the pressure of the kunai near his throat. Now that that's settled, who are you? Mira asked. I am Idate Marino. Good. Now listen closely. If you ever insult my team again, I will find you and make sure you understand the consequences. I've faced much stronger opponents at a younger age, so take my warning seriously. Don't mess with us. Mira's voice was firm, and Idate felt a chill run down his spine. Now, can you lead us to the starting point of the race? We have a mission to complete, and I won't let someone like you get in our way. What is this mission? If you're on a mission, why are you just lazing around eating food? This is why I dislike ninjas. They think they can just lounge around while everyone else suffers. Idate complained. If you don't want us here, we can go back and report everything to the Hokage. While we might be seen as scum, I'd prefer that over spending another moment with you and your superiority complex. But our duty as ninjas is to complete our missions without letting personal feelings interfere, and that's the only reason we're here to help you. Mira snapped. Now, take us to your boss so we can properly start the mission. Idate led them to see the head of the Wasabi family, Jirocho, who had requested help from the Leaf. Along the way, they passed many hungry and overworked individuals in the land of tea, which immediately concerned Mira. No one deserved to go without food, no matter who they were. Idate, why are there so many hungry people in your village? Mira asked. My master will explain everything, so let's keep moving, Idate replied. Master Jirocho, I have brought the Leaf Ninjas to you. Although I don't understand why we need their help when we could easily win this race ourselves, Idate announced. Welcome, Leaf Shinobi. My name is Jirocho Wasabi. I cannot thank you enough for assisting me, Jirocho said. Thank you, Mr. Jirocho. I would like to ask, why do you need Leaf Shinobi to help you win this race? Is the mission more dangerous than originally reported? Mira inquired. The reason I called you here is for extra assistance. The Wagarashi family has been ruling this nation with an iron fist for far too long. This race will not only free the villagers but also end the Wagarashi family's reign. I believe they will stop at nothing to ensure their victory, even bending the rules, Jirocho explained. That is why I need you. I suspect the Wagarashi have hired ninjas to guarantee their win, and I cannot risk our runner facing them without proper help. Wait, if ninjas are involved, this mission should be ranked at least B rank. Why was it classified as C rank? Kurenai asked. Unfortunately, with the Wagarashi family holding most of the village's wealth hostage, the Wasabi family had no choice but to request a C rank mission, as that was all we could afford at this time. The wealth disparity has become so severe that over half the population cannot afford a meal each day. If we could rid ourselves of the Wagarashi, we could pay more for an upgraded mission, Jirocho explained. Kurenai looked at her team, and they all nodded in agreement. Very well, we will continue with this mission. Don't worry about the cost. Your priority should be to feed your people, so we'll accept this at a lower rate, Kurenai reassured Jirocho. But you owe the Hokage a great deal. Speaking of which, how is Obito? I never properly thanked him for everything he did back then. He's doing great. He's married now, and he and his friends have adopted 2 children. Kurenai said excitedly. It always amazed her that the underdog in her class would become the most successful. All those days with Obito declaring he would become Hokage, and it came true not even 4 years after graduating the academy. She smiled and looked up at the sky, knowing he would inspire future generations of ninjas. That's wonderful, but what does the race entail? We need to know exactly what to expect, Mira interjected impatiently. A long time ago, the people of Port Degarashi would offer Ryuko's jewels to the great Todoroki shrine in the center of the village to escape bad omens. This worked for a long time, and the village prospered whenever they made the offerings, so it became a festival. Every 4 years, a race takes place to offer the jewels to the shrine, with many spectators and the fastest villagers competing. The winner earns the title of the Great Hero and retains it until they lose a race. Recently, however, the port has been divided into 2 factions, the Wasabi family, who believe in equal distribution of wealth and that everyone has a role to play in the village's survival, and the Wagarashi family, who aim to control the village and believe that wealth and necessities must be earned through loyalty to their family. Many people continued to suffer under the Wagarashi rule, and if they could not win today, the people would endure another 4 years of hardship. Jirocho explained, last time, the Wagarashi family won because they hired shinobi who turned the tides of the race. With their help, they not only left the Wasabi runner behind but also ensured their victory through underhanded means. I believe they will try the same tactics again, so I urge you to protect Idate while he runs the race. We will do what we can. As Konoha shinobi, we will do our best to ensure no harm comes to Idate. In fact, we have 2 of Konoha's best sensory ninjas here to assist. They can detect abnormal chakra levels and report back discreetly, Mira assured him. I can't thank you enough, but please make sure you win this race. The people of Port Degarashi are counting on it. We will, Mr. Jirocho. Now, where do we start the race? Shino asked. The race begins at the port and ends at the Great Todoroki Shrine. You will also find a checkpoint with the Ryuko jewel that you need to pick up and place on the shrine to win, Jirocho explained. I forgot to mention one thing, Jirocho said, tears in his eyes. What is it, Mr. Jirocho? Kiba asked. There is a side bet on this race, and the loser's family must leave the port or face dire consequences. If the Wagarashi win, they will control Port Degarashi for the foreseeable future. Jirocho tensed at the thought of the port being under their control forever. I'm sorry if this adds pressure, but I felt you needed to know exactly what's at stake. Please do not lose. We will do our best, Mira said, feeling the weight of the promise. They arrived at the port and prepared for the race, with Kurenai discussing suspicious activity from the Wagarashi, whom she believed had rigged the race in their favor. Welcome everyone to the Great Todoroki Festival. As promised, the race will commence in a few minutes, so would the racers from the Wasabi and Wagarashi families please make their way to the starting points. The race announcer called out as Idate and the Wagarashi runner approached the starting line. You and your family are going down, Jirocho, and the people of Port Degarashi will be under my control forever, the Wagarashi family had taunted. I think you're in for a surprise with our runners. I have full confidence that we will not only win the race but also restore Port Degarashi to its former glory, Jirocho replied. All right everyone. The racers have taken their positions. Running for the Wasabi family is Idate Marino. Idate waved to the crowd, determination etched on his face. He knew he needed to win this race, and he was determined not to let his boss down. And running for the Wagarashi family is Fukasoke Hikakuya, the announcer called. Fukasoke smirked at the crowd, and his fangirls swooned. He was confident in his abilities, believing his victory was assured. As the signal sounded, Idate and Fukasoke took off, with Kiba, Shino, Taiga, and Mira close behind. They soon diverged paths, with Idate making a left turn instead of a right, raising questions among team. What just happened? Does he know the boat is on the right? Kiba asked. Well, there goes the race for us. It was fun while it lasted, Taiga said. You two are missing the point. Even if Idate isn't the brightest, he is fiercely loyal. He wouldn't do anything to jeopardize his chances of winning. I think he found a shortcut, Mira explained. For once, he might actually be smart. If he does anything that puts this mission at risk, I'll have to intervene, Taiga said calmly, and Kiba and Shino nodded in agreement. Oh, don't worry. If we fail this mission because of him, I'll make sure he pays, Mira echoed. They followed Idate into the woods, finally catching up with him. Hey, Idate, I hope you know what you're doing. If we fail this mission because you got lost, I will personally make you regret it, Kiba warned. No need to worry. The last thing I want is to lose this race. I just know that while the boat is faster, it may present other dangers. I want to take the path with the least resistance to save my energy, Idate explained. Wow, you're not as clueless as you look. For once, you actually had a plan, Mira quipped. What did you say? Idate asked, confused. Nothing. Let's just continue before someone gets hurt. Mira turned to Kiba and Shino. I want you two to scout the area. Let me know if you sense anything unusual. I have a bad feeling we might have some uninvited guests. Got it. Kiba and Shino dashed forward. Why are you sending them out alone? Idate asked, bewildered. Aren't shinobi supposed to stick together? If you think that, you don't understand what being a shinobi truly means. I sent them ahead because they are the best trackers on our team. They can easily contact us if they sense anything unusual, Mira explained. And while it's true that shinobi must stick together, it doesn't mean they have to be side by side at all times. It means they must always support their comrades and do what they can to help the team. Shinobi are specially adapted for different kinds of missions and roles. For instance, I am an assault ninja, meaning my skills lie in combat, while I struggle with tracking. The same goes for Taiga here. Mira continued her explanation about the various roles of shinobi. Kiba and Shino, on the other hand, excel in tracking, sensory, and support roles. They possess unique clan techniques that make them exceptional at locating individuals using their chakra levels. However, in a one-on-one fight, I'm pretty sure they would struggle against many opponents. Still doesn't make sense to me, Idate said. Nothing about shinobi makes sense to you, which is why you dislike it so much, isn't that right? Mira asked, and Idate's expression revealed that she had struck a nerve. You know nothing about me. Idate shouted. Then tell me, what do we need to know about you? Taiga was growing increasingly frustrated with Idate's comments. He seriously considered leaving Idate behind for the enemy, but his duty as a ninja held him back. Why do you hate us even though you've never met us? Back at the tea shop, you looked at us as if we were the embodiment of a great evil. Why do you despise shinobi so much that you would risk everything just to shake us off? Taiga sounded annoyed. I wasn't trying to shake you off. This time of year, the winds at the port are dangerously high, which could lead to trouble and even put lives at risk. I found a way to help us avoid the storms entirely. There's another port at the north end of the island that we could use to finish the race safely, Idate explained. So you're not a complete fool, and that's actually a clever plan, Mira complimented. But you still haven't told us. Why do you hate shinobi? Kiba and Shino then returned and reported to Mira. We couldn't sense anything within a 10-mile radius, so we should be safe for now. Thank you, Kiba. Now, Idate, we can continue this conversation later. For now, we need to get moving, Mira said, which relieved Idate of the pressure to explain himself. They reached the port a few hours later and boarded the boat to the island with the shrine. So, Idate, you still haven't answered my question. Why do you hate shinobi? Mira asked. Let me ask you this. Why did you become shinobi? What drives you to risk your life for a system that will betray you and take away your future? What do you mean by taking away your future? Taiga asked. I mean that in this world, shinobi are seen as disposable soldiers, Idate replied with disdain. Hey, that's not true. We're not disposable. Kiba yelled, offended. Yes, you are. But what can I expect from mere genin? You don't truly understand how people view shinobi. We are tools, and once we reach our expiration date, we are discarded like trash. Wait, you said we. Does that mean you were a shinobi at one point too? Taiga asked. Yes, I was a Konoha shinobi until I took the Chunin exams. It was during the last question that we had to choose to stay or leave. I chose to stay, but I answered the question incorrectly. The exam proctor told me I was unfit to be a shinobi and that I wouldn't receive any missions from Konoha until I figured out the answer to that last question. It was then that I realized shinobi were not meant to have freedom, they were merely tools for the village. That is why I hate shinobi, Idate explained, allowing Team 8 to understand his reasoning more clearly. Wait, you said you were a Konoha shinobi, right? And your last name is Marino? Mira asked. Yes, what about it? Do you have any relation to Ibiki Marino, the head of Konoha's torture and interrogation? He's my older brother. What do you mean by head of Konoha Tandai? I saw him die right in front of me. Idate was taken aback by this revelation. He had lived his life believing he had failed his brother by not saving him and by not answering the last question. Ibiki Marino is very much alive. In fact, I ran into him just the day before we left for our mission here, Shino said. Suddenly, dozens of spikes and kunai shot toward the boat, catching Team 8 off guard. Ambush! Taiga shouted as a ninja from Amigakure, Rain Village, appeared on the boat. Oh, hello Ida. It's been a long time, the Rain Ninja said with a sinister smirk. Do you know this guy? Mira asked. Unfortunately, he is the one who helped me escape Konoha after the Chunin exams. Idate replied. He is the one who helped me escape Konoha and become a rogue ninja after I failed the Chunin exams, Idate said, looking down. In a flashback, Idate sat in a corner, reflecting on Ibiki's harsh words. You will never be a Chunin. In fact, I don't think you even deserve to be a ninja anymore, Ibiki had sneered. If you cannot figure out the answer to the last question, then I'm afraid you cannot be a ninja in Konoha. Big brother, I swear to you, one day I will figure out the answer to that last question, and then I will make you recognize my worth, Idate had yelled at his brother. Come back to me when you have the answer. Then and only then will I consider reinstating you as a ninja, Ibiki had replied coldly. Idate wandered the village, muttering to himself and kicking a rock. Stupid big brother, why did he have to trick us with that last question? I answered every other question correctly. Why did I fail? He should have made it easier. How are we supposed to know what the answer is? Just then, a ninja appeared in front of Idate. Well, hello there. I heard you failed the Chunin exams. On the first stage too? How unfortunate, the ninja remarked. Look, if you're just here to gloat about my failure, save it. I'm not in the mood, Idate replied, his frustration evident. I'm not here to taunt you. My name is Aoi Rokusho. I'm leaving the village in a few months to head to the Rain Village. I know the leader there, and I can help you become a Chunin ninja. Wait, are you saying there's still a chance for me to become a Chunin? Yes, but there's a catch. You'll need to sneak into the Hokage's office and retrieve the scroll of sealing as a peace offering to the Rain Village. I'll do whatever it takes. But will you promise to help me become a Chunin in the Rain Village? I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee you'll be promoted right away. You'll still need to earn that title. Thank you, Mr. Rokusho. What do I need to do? All in good time, young one. For the next few months, I will personally train you to become the strongest ninja you can be, Aoi said. Thank you, Aoi-sensei. It means a lot that you would take me under your wing. I won't let you down. Idate jumped up eagerly and got to work. Fast forward to the day they planned to steal the scroll. Idate had grown rapidly under Aoi's training, mastering kenjutsu skills, increasing his speed, and becoming the fastest genin in his class. Aoi constantly praised Idate's quick learning and determination to be a good ninja. Even without an affinity for ninjutsu or genjutsu, Idate was becoming a capable shinobi in Aoi's eyes. So here's the plan. At midnight, you will sneak into the Hokage's office. I've mapped the place, so you shouldn't trigger any alarms or traps. Once inside, grab the scroll of sealing from this vault, Aoi explained, pointing to a spot on the blueprints. Idate nodded in agreement. Later, Idate and Aoi met with the scroll of sealing. I got the scroll. When will we leave for the rain? Idate asked. Soon, my student, very soon. We're still waiting on a few people, Aoi replied. Suddenly, a group of Umbu ninjas emerged and confronted Idate and Aoi. What's the meaning of this? Idate demanded. We have received word that you stole the scroll of sealing. We are here to retrieve it, and you will face consequences for stealing village secrets, the Umbu informed. Idate turned to Aoi. Did you know anything about this? Aoi's response ignited Idate's fury. This was all part of my plan. We get the scroll and deal with the Umbu. The leaf will learn not to interfere with us. I didn't sign up for this. I'm not going to harm any Umbu. If we do that, we'll be branded as criminals and banished from the village. It's wrong. What will the rain think if we kill our own ninjas just because they stood in our way? Idate protested. You see, Idate, this is what we must do. We cannot let the mission fail just because some Umbu decided to stop us. I will deliver this scroll to the hidden rain, with or without you. To prove your loyalty to me, you must eliminate these Umbu. No, Aoi-sensei. They did nothing wrong. They are here to uphold the law, and we are the ones who stole something valuable. Killing them would only tarnish our reputation and deter other villages from working with the rain. Aoi sneered. If you're not going to deal with these Umbu, I'll find someone else who will. Ninjas like you are just tools. You are completely disposable. I see. Enjoy fighting these Umbu alone, Idate replied, sprinting away from the battlefield, but not before revealing to the Umbu that it was Aoi who masterminded the plan to steal the scroll. He ran as fast as he could, hearing Aoi's distant shout, "Next time we meet, I will have your head." End of flashback. I see, so that's what happened, Taiga said, absorbing Idate's words. While I don't fully forgive you for betraying the leaf, I understand your perspective. For now, we need to defeat this Aoi guy, and it seems you know his abilities best. How do we counter him? We can't. His techniques are far too advanced for any normal genin team. We will need someone of exceptional strength or at least Chunin level to match his abilities. His spinning needle technique, which he uses with his umbrella to shoot out needles, can only be deflected by someone with Jonin level kenjutsu skills, Idate explained. Just then, a flurry of senbons shot from Aoi's umbrella, aimed directly at Kiba. Instinctively, Idate jumped in front of them, taking the brunt of the attack and becoming nearly immobilized. Gah! Idate gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Idate! Taiga and Mira shouted in unison, their concern for the runner evident. My Idate, it seems you know my abilities well. But fighting me is futile. Fukasook is likely at the Madaraoki shrine already. Any chance you had of winning is long gone. Say goodbye to your precious Wasabi family and your Master Jirocho. I look forward to having my fun once we claim the top prize. Aoi taunted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. But don't worry, I'll help you cross the finish line. Of life itself. I don't take kindly to threats, nor do I appreciate smug individuals who think their rank automatically makes them stronger. You know nothing about us, so why make assumptions about our skills? Mira shot back, her anger flaring at Aoi's dismissive words. With that, she unsheathed her sword and assumed a fighting stance. Suddenly, Aoi was called away and left the boat. Looks like my boss needs me. I'll see you soon. Aoi called out as he departed. That guy looked scared. It's like he didn't want to fight when I drew my sword, Mira remarked, shaking her head as they approached the shoreline. For a while, the race continued smoothly. They reached the Madoroki shrine and retrieved the jewel without much resistance, though Akamaru had to carry Idate on his back since he hadn't fully recovered from Aoi's attack. As they were on the final leg of the race, Idate recalled something important. There's a shortcut we can take through the forest. I know of a bridge that could cut the remaining distance by almost 3/4. The only issue is that it's old and spans a massive ravine. Then let's go. The faster we finish this race, the sooner we can be rid of you. Mira quipped. They made their way to the bridge, where they spotted Fukazuka standing confidently, ready to cross. The finish line is in sight, and that poor wasabi runner isn't coming. Fukazuka laughed, certain of his victory, even taking a moment to rest. Suddenly, Aoi appeared before him. Looks like Idate made it to the Madoroki shrine. So get moving, he said, sounding defeated. What? I thought you said you could handle the wasabi runner. Why did we hire you if you can't even do that? You call yourself a jonin, yet you let Genin beat you? Fukazuka muttered angrily, but Aoi was unfazed. I underestimated them, but I won't make the same mistake again, Aoi replied quietly. You truly are worthless. Once this race is over, I want a full refund from your pathetic village, Fukazuka sneered. Listen, the only reason I'm helping you is because I have to. It's my job. So next time you think about disrespecting me, remember that I could easily take you down right now, Aoi retorted, his irritation clear. Fukazuka visibly paled at this. Sorry, Mr. Aoi, it won't happen again. Good. Now get moving. I'll take care of these brats once and for all. Fukazuka dashed across the bridge just as Team 8 and Idate arrived. Well, if it isn't Idate and the four pests, Aoi sneered as Team 8 approached. You've come back for more, I see. Let this be a reminder to you to never mess with Leaf Shinobi again, Mira declared confidently, unaware that Aoi had another trick up his sleeve. Let's skip the chit-chat. I'm eager to take you all down, so if you would kindly surrender, it would make my job much easier. Who knows, if you surrender, I might make your end painless, Aoi taunted, revealing his weapon, a sword-shaped rod of lightning crackling from its hilt. Mira recognized the weapon immediately. It was the sword of her great-granduncle, Tobirama Senju, known as the Sword of the Thunder God. She had heard legends of its power, but seeing it in person was beyond her imagination. How did you get that sword? Mira asked, astonished. Yes, after Idate betrayed me and the Umbu took me in, I was arrested for stealing the scroll of sealing. But they didn't know I left a clone in my place, so they never truly captured me. After they took my clone into custody, I snuck into the Hokage office and stole the legendary sword. The village must be naive to think someone like me would let himself be caught, so they lowered security. When the opportunity arose, I struck. The village and the Senju clan are quite pathetic. They can't even keep one precious legendary item safe, Aoi laughed, oblivious to the anger building within Mira. As a new chakra and aura began to surround her, this was not just Mira's power, but Kokuo's. Aoi then saw Fukazuka reach the other side. He used the sword to cut the ropes, ensuring that Team 8 couldn't cross. They took their positions and prepared for battle. Mira and Taiga exchanged determined nods, knowing exactly what to do. Mira formed the signs for a water-style jutsu. Water style, water dragon, she called out, summoning a dragon made entirely of water that surged toward Aoi, forcing him to use the sword to defend himself. It's pointless to fight me right now. The Thunder God sword is unbeatable, wielded by the second Hokage himself, Amai boasted. Wind style, great breakthrough. Taiga shouted, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent Aoi stumbling backward. Using teamwork, I see, but it's still pointless. Eventually, you will fall to the sword of the Thunder God, whether you like it or not, Agai taunted. So give up and I'll make your end swift. I don't care what you say. You stole what rightfully belongs to me, and I want nothing more than to take it back. Myra's anger was palpable. A Senju I see. Well, you can tell your clan hello for me when I bring you down. Aoi charged at Mira, who unsheathed her sword, and they began to clash. So this is the strength of the leaf now? I'm disappointed. I expected more from a descendant of the legendary Senju clan, but this is just pathetic. Aoi sneered. You will never measure up to Hashirama or Tobirama Senju, and the leaf will never rise again. Your friends are as good as gone. Once I'm done with you, I'll take them down one by one. You can mock me all you want. I know I'm not perfect, but if you dare insult my friends, my village, or my clan, you won't live to regret it. Mira was consumed by rage, and part of the chakra from the 5 tails began to leak out, surprising even her teammates. What is this power? What level has Mira reached? How is she able to do this? Questions raced through everyone's minds, but they knew better than to interfere. Mira was in a state of fury, and getting in her way would be a grave mistake. I guess there's no point in fighting right now, we would only get in the way. We'll ask Mira about that power after we finish the mission. Taiga motioned for Kiba, Idate, and Shino to step back. Mira, you're free to go all out now. Taiga shouted from a distance, and Mira took it as a cue. She began weaving hand signs for a wood-style jutsu. Wood-style, cutting springs jutsu. Mira unleashed thousands of sharp wooden shards at Aoi, aiming to incapacitate him. Aoi, however, was skilled with his sword and managed to deflect most of the projectiles. A few grazed his side, but they were not enough to stop him. No way you have wood style? Defeating you will make me a legend. Imagine the headlines. Aim Jonin battles the descendant of the legendary Hashirama Senju and emerges victorious. Aoi's taunts only fueled Myra's anger. I do, and your incessant chatter is really getting on my nerves. So I suggest you quiet down before I make you. Mira was fully under the influence of the 5 tails, yet she still found the strength to speak. With the chakra of the 5 tails enhancing her abilities, she knew the perfect jutsu to immobilize Aoi and reclaim his sword. Wood style, wood prison. Giant wooden pillars erupted around Aoi, who desperately tried to cut through them with his sword but was quickly trapped. Mira approached, took the sword from him, and signaled her teammates to come forward. Would anyone like to do the honors of finishing this guy off? Mira asked. It's okay, you took him down and you were the one wronged. It's only right that you deliver the final blow. Taiga, Kiba, and Shino agreed. Out of the corner of his eye, Shino noticed Aoi attempting to escape the prison with his senbon. He quickly released some of his bugs to reinforce the wooden cage. Knowing time was of the essence, Mira walked up to Aoi, raised the sword, and ended the confrontation. Now that that's done, how are we going to cross the ravine? Aoi destroyed our only bridge, Idate complained. If you had been paying attention, you would have seen that I can use wood style to create a bridge for us. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get started on that. Mira replied, and realization dawned on Idate. Even though Mira had been the one doing most of the fighting, she could rely on her comrades to support her when needed. They could count on each other to have each other's backs and never betray one another. That was the essence of being a ninja, never betray a comrade. That was why Idate understood he wasn't yet ready to be a chunin. Wood style, wooden bridge. Mira formed the hand signs and created a sturdy bridge for the team to cross. They made it safely and continued the race. Time skipped to the end of the race. Idate and Fukasook were neck and neck. You can do this, Idate. Taiga and Kiba cheered from the sidelines, rallying behind the racer they believed could win. Almost. There. Idate gasped, pushing himself forward. He knew he had to win the race to ensure his family's safety. Idate crossed the finish line and celebrated with team he had won the race, securing his family's safety. Idate Marino wins. And that concludes the Great Todoroki Shrine race between the Wasabi and Wagarashi families, the announcer declared. Well, Wagarashi family, as per our agreement, the Wasabi have won. Therefore, we claim rights to Port Degarashi, and you are now exiled, Jirocho informed the Wagarashi family head. Not quite. Your runner did not reach the finish line on his own. I have photographic evidence of the ninja hound user carrying your runner to the Madoroki Shrine, the Wagarashi family head said, waving a photo of Idate on Kiba's back. This is a clear violation of the rules, meaning Idate is disqualified. Fukusuke Hikyakuya is the true winner. I believe a banishment is in order. Jirocho, the Wasabi family is no longer allowed within Port Degarashi, another official from the land of tea stated. Before Jirocho could respond, Kurenai appeared with the feudal lord, presenting evidence that the race had been rigged from the start. There is no rule stating that, Minister, the feudal lord interjected. Idate won the race fair and square, so it is not the Wasabi family that will be banished, but rather the Wagarashi family. But my lord. Silence. In fact, I will be banishing you along with them, as you have been accepting bribes from the Wagarashi family. And before you start claiming anything false, I have proof here that you took bribes from them. The feudal lord stated. Kurenai handed over a photo showing the head of the Wagarashi family passing money to the minister. Yes, my lord, the defeated former minister replied. Time skipped it. The next day, Team 8 is leaving the village after the festival's conclusion. Idate meets with Ibiki and shares the answer to the final question, prompting a warm smile from Ibiki. His little brother is finally growing up. Team 8 boards the boat back to Konoha. Goodbye, Idate. We hope to see you again soon. Team 8 called out to the boy. Thank you, everyone. I will make sure to live up to everything you've set out to do. I will become a wonderful ninja here, Idate replied, and Team 8 laughed and smiled as they made their way home. Time skip back to Konoha. Team 8 is in the Hokage's office to report the results of their mission. I see. Thank you for the detailed report. Based on the parameters and the involvement of Jonin-level ninjas, I will be upgrading this from a C-rank mission to a B-rank mission. As such, you will be compensated according to the B-rank mission, Obito stated as he examined the report. Thank you, Lord Hokage. If I may ask one more thing. Mira said. Would it be all right if I kept the sword of the Thunder God? It was my great-granduncle's after all. I see no problem with that. Very well, you are all free to go, Obito replied. Team 8 left the Hokage's office. So, our first mission is complete. What are you going to do now? Taiga asked everyone. Akamaru and I have some clan techniques to learn. We need to get stronger if we want to have any chance of beating everyone now, Kiba stated, and Akamaru barked in agreement. I will be going home to feed my bugs, Shino said. I have to go hide my sword. I can't have another wannabe Aoi stealing another precious heirloom, Mira laughed with everyone. I see, so I guess I'll see you all later. They all went their separate ways, still riding the high of completing their first mission. Team 10 received their mission, to escort a princess back to her home in the land of Whirlpools. Meanwhile, Team 7 received their mission to escort a bridge builder back to the land of waves. Naruto was at home, getting ready with his team. Hey, big sister Rin, we will be heading out for our missions. Naruto and Sasuke called out. Wait, Naruto, Sasuke, you forgot your lunches. Rin called from the kitchen, handing them both their lunches. They grow up so fast. One day, they will be running this village, Rin said to herself as she watched Naruto and Sasuke head off. Speaking of leading the village, I need to see what Obito's up to. Naruto and Sasuke met up with their teams and senseis to begin their missions. Just then, a woman approached the teams, looking lost. Hey there, are you lost? Naruto asked, flashing a warm smile at the young lady. And no sir, thank you for saving me, the girl stammered, struggling to get to her feet as Naruto helped her up. Glad to hear it. Say, I haven't seen you around here before. What's your name? Naruto asked. Name? The girl wasn't used to many people asking for her name. She had always been called princess or something related to royalty. But this boy was different. He seemed to care less about her title and more about her. Ichika Kuriko, she stuttered. Nice to meet you, Ichika. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, he replied. Can I ask what you are doing in the village? Ichika began to warm up to Naruto, mesmerized not only by his looks but also by his attitude. She felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks when he smiled at her again. I'm not from this village. I was just here to visit an old friend. I was on my way back home, but the Hokage asked me to wait for an escort team. I was actually looking for someone named Asuma Sarutobi. I was told he would be escorting me back to my country, she explained. Wait, are you the princess we're supposed to be escorting back to the land of Whirlpools? Sakura asked Ichika, having just arrived with Ino. Sakura was astonished to be in the presence of an actual princess. Ino, however, felt a surge of jealousy that the princess was eyeing her boyfriend like he was some sort of prize. She needed to calm down before she lost her temper. Then Sasuke said something that completely irked her. Bro, can we please trade missions? You get to protect a princess while we're stuck guarding an old bridge builder. It's not fair. Sasuke complained to Naruto. And that princess seems to have a crush on you too. Yes, but now I have to deal with a jealous girlfriend who probably won't look my way unless I literally propose to her on the spot, Naruto whispered to Sasuke. This whole situation is such a drag. Speaking of girlfriends, when will you get the courage to ask her out? We both know you've had a thing for her ever since we met, so don't try to play it off, team. Shikamaru's ears perked up at those words. Hey Naruto, stop stealing my catchphrase and making everything a drag. Sasuke immediately felt his face heat up. He had confided in Naruto about his feelings for someone special, and now his friend was using that against him. What do you mean, my dear friend? Sasuke attempted to mask his emotions, but it was futile. Naruto saw right through him. A fine dobe, you win. It's just hard. Not everyone has your level of confidence, especially when you've been with the same girl since you were 8. Not to mention, all the other girls look at you like you're some kind of model. For goodness sake, even a princess likes you. Care to explain what's going on here? Ino approached from behind Naruto. And nothing, Ino-chan. Naruto stammered, flustered. Better not be. Or else I will personally enter your mindscape and mess it up, Ino threatened. She then turned her attention to Ichika. I don't believe we've met. My name is Ino Yamanaka. Ino shot a glare at Ichika that clearly communicated, if you even think about looking at my boyfriend, you'll regret it. Ichika felt a shiver of discomfort and instinctively clung to Naruto's arm. Hey Ino-chan, I think you're scaring our guest. Let's try to calm down, Naruto said, wrapping his arms around her waist. This seemed to ease Ino's tension, much to the relief of everyone present. They all knew that when Ino got angry, it was a sign to run. No, it's fine, I'll be all right, Ichika assured them, brushing off her clothes. Naruto, is she your girlfriend? She is indeed, Naruto replied, beaming with pride. Oh well, you can do much better than her, Ichika remarked coldly. Why don't you stay in the land of Whirlpools once this mission is over? I can certainly make it worthwhile. Her words were flirtatious, igniting a spark of jealousy in Ino. Before Ino could react, Asuma intervened, blocking her path. Come on, Ino, that's no way to treat a princess, he said firmly, prompting Ino to step back. He turned to Ichika and introduced himself. You must be Ichika Kuriko. I am Asuma Sarutobi, and my team will be escorting you on your mission. Nice to meet you, Asuma. So who is your team that will be escorting me? Ichika asked, hoping Naruto would be among them. We have Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara, Naruto Uzumaki, and Ino Yamanaka, Asuma replied, and the four stepped forward to introduce themselves formally. I hate to interrupt your little banter session, but it's time for us to head out on our mission, Asuma stated. Team 7, Izumi-sensei will be arriving with the bridge builder shortly. Yes, Asuma-sensei, Team 10 replied, and they all made their way to the gates for their mission. As they traveled, Asuma asked, Hey Ichika, how far is the land of Whirlpools from here? We want to know how long it will take us at this pace so we can plan our rests and guard shifts. The land of Whirlpools is quite a distance away. It would take us about a week to reach there on foot, assuming we aren't stopped along the way, Ichika explained. I see. Just to be aware, who might we encounter on this mission? Naruto inquired. Oh, not much, just a few bandits or someone like that, Ichika replied hesitantly, a look of concern crossing her face that made Naruto and Asuma uneasy. They exchanged glances, realizing this mission might not be as simple as a C rank. But they decided to hold off on questioning her further until they had more information. So, Ichika, can you tell me the state of affairs back in the land of Whirlpools? It's been a while since I've been there, and I want to catch up with a few people. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when they find out their old friend is back, Asuma said, reminiscing about the good times with the Guardian Ninjas during his previous visits. Actually, the main reason I asked Lord Hokage for this mission is different. This is not a simple escort mission, Ichika began, which made Naruto uneasy. What do you mean this isn't a simple escort mission? Naruto pressed. What is actually going on here, Ichika? We need to know so we can prepare. I'm not a fan of surprises during missions. Okay, fine, I'll tell you. But first, I must apologize for not being completely honest about the mission parameters. The only reason this isn't a higher-ranked mission is that my country cannot spare the extra resources, Ichika confessed, her voice trembling. Why don't you have the funds? You're a princess after all, Ino remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ignoring her, I don't have the funds because our whole country is in the middle of a civil war. Before my father's reign, the country was under a dictatorship for a long time. The living conditions were terrible, and many were starving. A few individuals thrived under the previous leader, and they were the ones calling the shots. After a coup to overthrow that government, my father took charge and instituted a wealth redistribution policy to help the public, Ichika explained. I don't see how that would lead to a civil war unless. Shikamaru started to piece it together. Oh no, please tell me that didn't happen. Ichika confirmed his worst fears. The group that remained loyal to the previous leader defected from the capital and set up base near the outskirts of the land of Whirlpools, close to the Stone Village border. They've been planning to reclaim their lost wealth and eliminate the current leadership. The coup began about a year ago when they started attacking villagers to reclaim land. But now it has escalated. The rebels have begun hiring Stone Village ninjas to assist them, promising alliances and land in return for their help. They began not only overwhelming our defenses, but they also started taking women and children hostage and harming them as well. Ichika was in tears. Naruto wrapped his arms around her to reassure her that everything would be all right. It's okay, Ichika. We're here now. Can you tell us why you felt the need to mislead us about the mission details? Naruto asked gently. I tried to reach out to other ninja villages for help in the civil war, but none of them were willing to risk their ninjas' lives for us. Eventually, I grew desperate and had to come up with another way to get assistance, or else my people would continue to suffer. I truly apologize for lying about the mission details, but I thought that would be the only way Lord Hokage would agree to send ninjas to my country. I just can't bear to see my citizens suffer any longer. I understand the situation. After hearing what you said, I believe this mission would be too dangerous for any ordinary genin to undertake, Naruto began. I understand. You don't want to risk your lives for this. What else could I expect? Ichika said, feeling defeated. But, Naruto continued, and Ichika's hope sparked. If there is one thing I cannot tolerate, it is someone who would harm innocents for their own amusement. So if everyone agrees, we will help you with the mission. However, I will need to send word back to the Leaf to inform them of the situation and hopefully secure some backup. I'm in. These rebels will pay for hurting innocents, Sakura declared, fully supporting her teammate. Count me in as well. I can't believe these entitled individuals would dare to do this again after we overthrew their dictatorship, Asuma added. But we will need to send word back to the Leaf for backup. It'll be a hassle, but I'm in. Like Naruto said, I can't stand to see women and children in danger. These people are barbaric, Shikamaru agreed. That leaves you, Ino. Are you in or out? Naruto asked his girlfriend. After hearing Ichika's heartfelt plea, Ino was filled with rage. She despised people like the rebels, and knowing that a ninja village was actively contributing to the suffering of women and children did not sit well with her. She wanted to help the nation as best she could. However, she was aware that engaging in this mission would mean fighting in a war against ninjas likely far beyond their capabilities. Nevertheless, she resolved to continue with the mission. That settles it. We will help you with the mission, but I have to ask, is there anything else you haven't told us? Because, as I mentioned, I don't like surprises when I'm on missions, Naruto said to Ichika. Ichika then jumped onto Naruto and kissed his cheek. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As for anything else, that is as far as my knowledge goes on the situation. Anything new that happens will also be a surprise to me. Thank you for your honesty, Ichika. Now we should get moving if we don't want this war to drag on, Asuma stated, and the 6 of them set off for the land of Whirlpools. Naruto created a shadow clone and instructed it to send word back to Konoha about the updated situation. Time skipped 5 days. They were on the outskirts of the land of Whirlpools. Alright, we are on the outskirts of the land of Whirlpools. To be safe, I need you all to stick with me. As you can imagine, the war has made many distrustful of outsiders, so I need to keep an eye on you to avoid suspicion, Ichika explained. Understood. We'll follow your lead, Naruto replied. Just then, a ninja without a Konoha headband appeared in front of them. He looked menacing and was ready to attack. Well, look who we have here. It seems the Leaf couldn't spare any higher-ranking ninjas, so they sent puny Genin to fight. The mysterious ninja taunted. Now get out of the way, I need to claim my target. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Naruto challenged the ninja. I don't like repeating myself, kid. Now step aside so I can take care of the princess. I'll spare you if you cooperate. Now run home to your mommy, the ninja smirked, clearly enjoying the provocation. Oh no. Time to calm down, my boyfriend, Ino said as she leaped into action, just before Kurama could take over Naruto's body. That there, Titan, I'm here for you. Just ignore what that ninja said. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Guys, stay back. This is a Jonin-level shinobi from the Stone Village. Let me handle him. You 4 protect Ichika, Asuma commanded, and the 4 genin formed a protective circle around her. So, if it isn't the infamous Earth Striker, Tsukuji Kibachi. I know all about your reputation for taking down your enemies in one strike, Asuma stated. It seems my reputation precedes me. Good, I was getting tired of only the Stone Village knowing who I am, Tsukuji replied, charging up his sword. Asuma began to infuse his chakra blades with wind chakra. I see, you're Asuma Sarutobi, the strongest of the guardian shinobi. It'll be an honor to take you down, Tsukuji said. Don't waste your breath. Wind style, wind scythe jutsu. Asuma shouted, unleashing gusts of sharp wind towards Tsukuji, who effortlessly deflected them with his sword. Really? For a former guardian ninja, you're quite disappointing, Tsukuji laughed as Asuma took a moment to regain his composure. Tsukuji then charged at Asuma, sword drawn. Their weapons clashed, leading to an intense battle of skill, with neither gaining the upper hand. To the Genin and Ichika, Ino asked, Hey Naruto-kun, shouldn't we be helping Asuma-sensei? No. Asuma-sensei can handle that ninja. Our priority is to ensure he doesn't have any allies trying to take the princess from us. That's what's most important right now. If sensei needs help, then we'll step in, Naruto replied. Just then, a few more stone ninjas appeared and attacked the 4 genin. The princess dies here today, and if we have to take you weaklings down to reach her, then so be it, one stone ninja declared. I truly hope we get to take these kids out. They seem like they would make good targets, another stone ninja added. They both began weaving hand signs for an earth-style jutsu. Earth is... Wait, why can't I move? They both exclaimed, suddenly worried. Shadow possession jutsu successful, Shikamaru stated, having caught them both in his shadow. Now Sakura. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. Sakura pulled both of the enemy ninjas into the ground and began questioning them. Who sent you two? She asked, holding a kunai close to their necks. We won't tell you anything, you worthless fool, one of the enemy ninjas shouted. Oh, you will talk because I will make you talk. Mind transfer jutsu. Ino exclaimed as Naruto caught her body and glimpsed their memories. He saw the enemy ninjas discussing their orders. I have a way we can turn the tide of the war and force the feudal lord to return our properties, a man said. What is it? One of the enemy ninjas responded. I am assigning you a new mission. I need you to capture the princess. If we have her, we can exchange her for the feudal lord's abdication and have one of us in charge. But what if he refuses? What do we do then? The other ninja asked, sounding foolish. Then eliminate them. Understand? The man replied, his frustration clear. Yes, sir. The enemy ninjas replied. Back in the present, Naruto spoke up. I see. Now that you've served your purpose, we can't let you return to your master and tell him what happened. So, our best option is to eliminate you. I know it's unfortunate, but that's how it is. Shikamaru said, sounding bored. Wait please. Don't kill us. We'll do whatever you say. We don't want to die, the first enemy ninja pleaded. Anything you say. Naruto said with a smirk, hinting at a plan they wouldn't like. Alright, then go back to your boss and tell him the Leaf is here to fight. They can die trying to capture us, or they can call off the coup entirely. Also, let them know they have no chance of winning this battle, so it's best to end this conflict before anyone else gets hurt. We can't do that. Lord Arami will surely have us executed, the second ninja protested. Well, that's unfortunate because that's the only way I'm letting you two live, Naruto replied coldly. Ino had only seen this side of Naruto once before, during their fight with Mizuki. Fine, we'll tell Lord Arami, the first enemy ninja said, thinking about how they would inform him that the Leaf had sent Genin to assist the feudal lord and that they were willing to spare their lives if they complied. Naruto let the enemy ninjas flee. He waited until they were a safe distance away before creating a shadow clone and sending it after them. Why did you let them go? Ichika asked. They're likely heading back to their base where their leader operates. I sent a shadow clone after them to gather information about the base's location. That way, we can strike at their camp and end the civil war quickly, Naruto explained his plan. The others were impressed by Naruto's clever strategy, but they needed to focus on their sensei, who was still battling the stone Jonin. To Asuma and Tsukuji. I must say, I'm impressed you're still standing after this long, Tsukuji taunted. Well, I wasn't the strongest of the guardian ninjas for nothing. But now, I think it's time to end this battle, Asuma declared as he began forming hand signs. Wind style, great tornado. High-speed winds surged toward Tsukuji, who barely had time to react. He took the full force of the attack and was knocked down. I think I did it, finally, Asuma said, panting. And I'm almost out of chakra. Naruto saw what was happening and sprang into action, signaling his team to follow his lead. He instructed Sakura and Shikamaru to stay back while he and Ino rushed to assist Asuma. You ready, Flower? This will be our first official fight as teammates, Naruto said with a smile that made Ino blush. Ready as ever, Goldie, Ino replied, and they both dashed toward the battlefield. As they arrived, Tsukuji was forming hand signs for a jutsu. Earth style, Mud Dragon Jutsu. Tsukuji shouted as a giant mud dragon surged toward Asuma. Lightning style, Black Panther. Naruto yelled, summoning a massive lightning panther that collided with the dragon, neutralizing it. He stood face to face with the stone ninja. Well, I never thought you would be so weak as to have your student fight your battles for you, Asuma. It's sad that you can't handle me yourself. Tsukuji taunted. This kid looks just like that leaf ninja who took down over 1,000 shinobi in the last war. No, it can't be. I need to stay on guard around him, he thought as he eyed Naruto. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be protecting the princess. Asuma exclaimed. You were in trouble, so we had to come save you. I will never leave a comrade behind if I can help it, Naruto said, staring at Tsukuji. I have a plan to take this guy down, but I need you to create a distraction while Ino and I prepare. When I give you the signal, jump away from Tsukuji. The signal will be me performing the hand signs for my jutsu. Well, there's not much I can do about it now, so what's your plan? Asuma asked. I need you to distract him with taijutsu while Ino and I prepare our attack, Naruto explained. Asuma nodded and drew his chakra blades, charging at Tsukuji to inflict damage and create an opening for Naruto and Ino. While Tsukuji focused on Asuma, he didn't notice Naruto and Ino preparing for their attack behind him. "Hey Ino, I need you to use your strongest fire-style jutsu. I will combine it with my wind style to amplify its power against the stone ninja. That way, even if he uses a water-style jutsu, he won't be able to counter it," Naruto explained as they formed their jutsus. "Got it, but when will we attack?" Ino asked. "We need to find a way to get behind him without being seen. We also need to ensure Asuma is out of the blast radius, so hopefully when we signal him, he jumps away." To Tsukuji and Asuma. "I hope your students aren't planning a sneak attack." "I have eyes at the back of my head," Tsukuji declared as he lifted his hat, revealing 2 additional eyes, capable of seeing just like the ones in front. "This is bad. If Naruto and Ino can't get behind him to use their attack, then we're all in trouble before we can even think about completing our mission," Asuma thought to himself. "Hey Ino, can you set up a mind link between us?" Asuma called out to his student. "I can try, but we won't have much time. I'm still a beginner with my clan's techniques," Ino replied. Ino connected her mind with Naruto's and Asuma's. "What is it, Asuma-sensei?" she asked. "This guy has eyes at the back of his head, meaning an attack from behind won't work since our whole plan relied on him not seeing you and Naruto. We need to find another way to catch him off guard without him noticing either of you. Do you have a solution?" Asuma inquired. "Already on it. Can you knock him away with wind style? That should give us the opening we need to hide and send the signal. We can take cover in the canopy and signal you from there. That way he won't see us," Naruto suggested. "Are you sure that will work? I wouldn't be surprised if he could see through objects too, even without something like the Byakugan," Asuma said. "What's the Byakugan?" Ino asked. "It's the Kekkei Genkai of the Hyuga clan. It allows them to see a person's chakra points and grants access to the gentle fist technique, the most advanced taijutsu technique ever," Asuma explained. "Alright, but I think we should start executing the plan. Ino, use your strongest fire-style jutsu, and I'll amplify it with the Great Breakthrough," Naruto instructed. "Does everyone understand what they're supposed to do?" "Yes, we do," Ino and Asuma replied. They exited the mindscape, and Asuma took his position in the fight, forming the hand signs for his wind-style jutsu while Naruto and Ino hid among the trees. "Wind style, Gale Palm," Asuma shouted, unleashing a gust of wind that knocked Tsukuji backward. "Alright Ino, there's our opening. Start performing the signs," Naruto directed. "Yes. I love it when you take charge. It makes you seem more like your father every day," Ino complimented her boyfriend. "Thank you Ino, but now's not the time. Start performing the jutsu before the gap closes and we can't hit it without hurting Asuma-sensei," Naruto urged. He wanted to return the sentiment, but he knew it was crucial to stay focused on the mission. "Fire style, Fire Dragon Dance," Ino exclaimed as a massive fire dragon emerged from the forest. "Wind style, Great Breakthrough," Naruto shouted, directing the dragon toward Tsukuji. Tsukuji continued to advance toward Asuma, completely unaware of Naruto and Ino as he formed hand signs for his jutsu. Suddenly, a giant dragon made entirely of fire charged at him at incredible speed, catching him off guard and engulfing him in flames, knocking him out. "Looks like the plan worked," Asuma said, feeling proud of Naruto and Ino's teamwork. He knew they would become a formidable duo. "Thank you, Asuma-sensei. Now let's bring this ninja in for questioning," Naruto said as he approached the unconscious body. "Are you sure he's not dead?" Sakura asked as she, Shikamaru, and Ichika joined them. "I took special precautions to ensure the jutsu would only temporarily knock him out, not kill him," Naruto explained. "We need his intel more than anything, especially since we're entering a war zone without any information." Just then, a masked Umbu from the stone approached Tsukuji's body and lifted him over his shoulder. "Where do you think you're going?" Naruto asked the masked shinobi. "I was sent by my team to retrieve Tsukuji Kibachi's body." "Don't worry, I mean you leaf ninjas no harm. I'm just taking him back to the stone," the Umbu replied. "I see. Well, you're free to go, but tell him if he ever tries to attack us again, we won't hold back, Naruto warned. Alright sir. I'll relay your message. The Umbu took Tsukuji's unconscious body and departed, leaving the Genin behind. Why did you let him take our prisoner, you idiot? Sakura asked, ready to confront Naruto. Because he seemed ready to fight, and we're not looking to engage in unnecessary battles. I agree, something feels off, but for now, we should head to the princess's home and formulate a strategy there, Naruto explained, and the rest of the team nodded in agreement. How far are we from the feudal lord's place, Ichika? Sakura asked. It should take us about a day longer to reach it. While we are on the outskirts of the country, the feudal lord's palace is still quite a distance away, Ichika clarified. Alright, we should get moving then. We don't know how many more ninjas are out there wanting to attack us. It's best we don't give them a chance to catch up, Naruto said as the 6 of them began their journey through the forest toward the feudal lord's palace. Time skip one day, arriving in the city. So this is the capital. The feudal lord's palace is just up ahead, Ichika said as she guided the Genin team toward the palace. The capital was a beautiful city filled with attractions within the land of Whirlpools. It felt almost peaceful, despite being in the midst of a war that could potentially change everything. Ino, in particular, was captivated by the stunning scenery and turned to Naruto. This place is beautiful. It's almost like the citizens are happy here, she said to her blonde companion. I agree, but we need to remember this place is fighting for its life. The people here seem to be making the best of a tough situation, even if it's really challenging, Naruto replied, taking in the beauty of the city, despite the ongoing civil war. They arrived at the feudal lord's palace, where the feudal lord himself came out to greet the Genin and Asuma. Well, if it isn't Asuma Sarutobi. I can't thank you enough for helping me all those years ago. I am truly saddened that I have to call on you again, but you are my last hope for the country's survival, the feudal lord stated. It's an honor to fight alongside you again, your majesty, but I'm afraid the small talk will have to wait. Right now, we need to settle in and find a way to win the war, Asuma replied as the Genin echoed his sentiment. Right, I will get your rooms ready quickly. Settle in, and then I can update you on the situation, the feudal lord said, handing the Genin the keys to their rooms. They all went to their rooms and got settled in. Suddenly, there was a knock on Naruto's door. Come in. Naruto called, and Ino entered, greeting him with a warm smile. Hey, my Goldie, how's your room looking? She asked, her smile bright, but Naruto could sense the underlying tension they both felt given the circumstances. I would like it more if I wasn't here to stop a civil war. It kind of kills the vibe, he chuckled softly, which Ino mirrored. They both understood the weight of the situation. Naruto felt a wave of fear wash over him. It was their first mission, and they were expected to make a difference in a year-long civil war involving ninjas from the Hidden Stone. He worried for the lives of the citizens, his comrades, his friends, and most importantly, the one he loved dearly. Ino sensed his distress and pulled him closer, comforting him. It's okay, I'm scared too. But this is the life we chose. Missions don't always go as planned, and I hate to say it, but some comrades may not return. I truly wish it won't be the case for us because I can't bear the thought of losing you, she said, her words soothing him. Naruto looked at Ino, uncertainty clouding his eyes. Do you think we can pull this off? Will the sacrifices of our comrades be worth it? Can the country move past this and forge a better future? He asked, seeking her reassurance. Knowing you are here to stop the coup, nothing is impossible. The sacrifices will be worth it in the end because you, Minato Namikaze, son of the Fourth Hokage, will be the one to end the coup and bring peace back to the village, Ino said, her genuine smile reflecting her belief in him. And just like everything for the past 4 years, I will be right by your side, helping you or cheering you on. Thank you, Ino. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that, Naruto replied, looking deeply into her blue eyes before pulling her in for a tender kiss. Remember, I will always be by your side, Ino said as she turned towards the door. Now get ready, we have to plan our strategy in a couple of hours. Back in the Leaf, in Obito's office. So the land of Whirlpools is in a civil war right now and has asked the Leaf for help? Obito asked Naruto's shadow clone. That's right. We will likely need backup to continue our mission, but sending too many ninjas at once may alert the Stone Village, which could lead to more bloodshed, Naruto's shadow clone explained. I see. How many ninjas would you like me to send as backup? Obito inquired. I think a maximum of 3 ninjas should be sufficient. This way, we can get reinforcements without alerting the stone and aim to end the civil war with as few casualties as possible. We would need Jonin-level shinobi or higher to complete the mission. I understand the situation. I will send out a team shortly. Thank you, big brother. Naruto's shadow clone then dispelled, transferring all the memories back to Naruto. Obito looked through the files of ninjas not on missions when Kakashi entered the room. I heard Naruto and his team are involved in a civil war right now and they need backup, Kakashi said. Yes, I need to find Jonin-level ninjas who are currently available to provide assistance, Obito responded. Let me go. I can bring Rin along as a medical ninja, and we can fight alongside our brother, Kakashi suggested. It will send you directly into a civil war. Are you sure you're up for the task? I couldn't forgive myself if any of you got hurt and I could have done something about it, Obito said, his concern for his ninjas evident. Yes. I couldn't live with myself if Naruto got hurt and we weren't there to back him up. So please, let Rin and me go to assist, we can end the war quickly, Kakashi insisted. Alright, Kakashi, but before you go, I have a gift for you, Obito said. Meanwhile, in the Stone Village, with Tsuchika Jinoki and Tsukuji. Give me a report, Tsukuji. How did the mission go? Inoki asked his Jonin ninja. It seems the Leaf has gotten involved in the war, and I was stopped by a group of Genin and a Jonin sensei, one of whom bore an uncanny resemblance to the Yellow Flash, Tsukuji reported. I see. Wait, did you say one of the Genin resembled the Yellow Flash? But he died many years ago. Are you sure about what you saw? Inoki was astonished by the news that his Jonin lost to a group of Genin, especially one who looked like Minato. Completely. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then I looked closely at the boy. He resembled the Yellow Flash in many ways. I would like to request more assistance to complete this mission, but if he has similar abilities to the Yellow Flash, we could face significant losses again. I think we should only send out a small force of our best ninjas to try to eliminate him, Tsukuji requested. Very well, call Katara and Magami here. The 3 of you are our best ninjas. I'll send you on this mission. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, Tsukuji replied as he left the office. Minato, it seems your legacy continues. But don't worry, his time will come sooner than he's ready for, Inoki thought to himself as he settled back in his chair. In Konoha, with Kakashi, Rin, and the other ninjas. Wait, what? Naruto's in the middle of a civil war? Rin couldn't believe what she heard. Please, Kakashi, tell me that's not true. Tell me our little brother is not in the middle of a civil war right now. Calm down, Rin. Unfortunately, it's true. Naruto's clone just informed Obito about the new circumstances of the mission he was assigned to. It was never just a simple escort mission. It was an elaborate scheme for the land of Whirlpools to enlist our ninjas to aid in the war effort. You know Naruto better than anyone. If the mission is more dangerous, that just makes him more determined to help, Kakashi explained. I know, but I wish he could ease into it, not on his first mission outside the village. We had to fight in the war under Minato-sensei, but I don't want Naruto to be moved into a war just yet. He's too young. Rin felt tears welling up, and Kakashi shared her concern. Naruto had come into their lives when everything was at an all-time low. He was their beacon of hope, the one who saved their family. That's why Obito sent 2 ninjas to assist him and his team with their mission. So pack your bags, we leave as soon as you're ready, Kakashi reassured her. Wait, just the 2 of us? We won't be enough to help Naruto, especially when we're heading into a war front where we have no idea what awaits us, Rin said, fear evident in her voice. We definitely need more support. We can't. Sending more ninjas would alert other hidden villages that we've gone to help the Whirlpool in their time of need, especially the stone. Obito and I can't risk anyone else going in our place because we don't know what we're facing, and the more ninjas we send, the greater the chance the situation escalates into an even bigger conflict, Kakashi reasoned. Plus, Do you remember the nickname that made me famous before Sensei and Lady Kushina died? Wait, don't tell me. Just. The copy ninja, or better known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, is back, Kakashi declared as he and Rin left their home. Obito gave me Shirsue's former Sharingan, which he took from Danzo, so now more than ever, I believe we're ready. Great, now we might stand a chance of helping Naruto. But once this is over, you and Obito better hope I'm called away for another mission, Rin said, giving Kakashi a fierce look that sent a chill down his spine. Thank goodness I'm single. I don't know how Obito and Naruto manage with their girlfriends when they're this mad. It's not for me, he thought. Why is Rin? Now let's go before things get even worse for him. Kakashi and Rin took off, leaving the village and making their way to the land of Whirlpools. Meanwhile, in the land of Whirlpools, Naruto, Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru were preparing for battle. Good morning, everyone. Asuma called out to his team. Today, we will be learning how to control our chakra. As you all know, chakra control is essential for being a ninja, especially when you're fighting high-level opponents in the future. So, we'll start with a simple tree climbing exercise. That sounds easy enough, Naruto teased the exercise. He had already mastered both tree climbing and water walking during their D-rank missions as fresh Genin. He made sure the others knew it so they would pass this test with flying colors. Chakra control is one of the hardest skills for a ninja to learn, so I wouldn't underestimate it if I were you, Asuma warned. And I know for a fact that you four still haven't fully mastered it yet. The four Genin had already made their way to the top of the tree when Asuma finished his sentence. You were saying? Sakura taunted. How did you get up there so fast? Asuma was taken aback. Simple, we've already mastered chakra control during our D-rank missions, Naruto said as he jumped down from the tree. Now we can walk on water too, so I think it's time we expand our skills. What do you mean by expand our skills? Asuma asked. Asuma-sensei, what are your chakra natures? Ino inquired, hoping he had natures that Naruto didn't possess. I have wind, earth, and fire release. Wind comes from my mother's side, and fire and earth from Lord Third, Asuma replied. Do all of you know your chakra natures? I have earth and lightning, Sakura stated. Fire and wind, Ino responded. Earth, Shikamaru said. Water, wind, lightning, storm, and ice, Naruto said, shocking Asuma just as it had Shisui and Itachi years ago. Wow, Naruto, I knew you were talented, but I didn't realize you were this much of a prodigy, Asuma said, still processing the revelation that he had a true prodigy on his team. Thanks, Sensei. I think we should break off into groups for training. Since you have Earth style, I can take Ino to practice her wind style techniques while you teach Earth style to Sakura and Shikamaru. After that, I can train Sakura in lightning style while you take Ino for fire style. Sound good, Sensei? Naruto was sounding more and more like a Hokage every day, and Asuma couldn't be prouder. However, he also felt a little resentment towards his favorite blonde, as he was stealing his spotlight as the Team Jonin leader. Alright, Naruto, is that truly the case, or do you just want to spend more time with your girlfriend? Asuma questioned. A little bit of both, but mainly the spending time. With my girlfriend part. Naruto's words made Ino blush deeply. The rest of the Genin laughed and went their separate ways. Naruto and Ino made their way to a corner of the training grounds while Shikamaru, Sakura, and Asuma worked on their own elemental jutsus. Hey babe, we're going to work on your wind affinity because that's the weaker one of your jutsu styles, Naruto explained. I'll start by showing you the hand signs for the Gale Palm, as that's probably the easiest wind style jutsu to learn right now. Alright, Ino responded as Naruto began performing the hand signs for the Gale Palm, studying his movements as she started replicating the signs. Wind style, Gale Palm. Ino exclaimed as a gust of wind burst from her palm, striking the tree beside Naruto with impressive force. Wow, Ino-chan, I never knew you had that much power within you. You will become a very strong shinobi one day, but for that, I need to know something. Naruto understood Ino's potential well. Being her boyfriend meant he needed to know everything about her, including what she could become in the future. What is it, Naruto-kun? She asked, already having a good idea of what he was going to ask. She knew Naruto inside and out, and the one thing she understood most was that he would not accept slacking off as an excuse. Even though he was a generational prodigy like his father, he still had to work hard to gain those skills, so it frustrated him greatly when someone wasn't giving their all to become the best they could be. "Who are you trying to get stronger for?" Naruto asked, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "What do you mean by that?" It wasn't the question itself that surprised her, but the fact that he asked it. She expected him to ask if she was willing to put all her effort into getting stronger, even though he already knew the answer. "What I mean is that true strength comes from those who have something or someone they want to protect. Once they find that someone, they will do whatever it takes to ensure their safety, even if it means sacrificing their own well-being. So I have to ask, who is it you are trying to protect with this training?" "There are more than a few people. I'm trying to protect my family from harm, especially my mom. Then I'm trying to protect all my friends. But most of all, I'm trying to protect the love of my life," Ino said, looking back at her boyfriend. "I made a promise to him years ago that I would become a ninja to show the world that it didn't have to be dominated by hatred. I intend to keep that promise." Naruto walked over and hugged Ino tightly. "Thank you for saying that. It truly means a lot to me. Now we can continue with our training." Even though they were dating, Naruto made a habit of not letting anyone take it easy during training. He would push Ino to her limits, ensuring she was thoroughly exhausted by the end of their sessions. Although she sometimes disliked the intense training regimen, she understood why it was necessary. Naruto would not accept anything less than 100% effort. They continued to practice wind-style jutsus until Ino learned to manipulate wind chakra as well as she could her fire chakra. Naruto even taught her the basics of the shadow clone jutsu, which allowed her to create up to 10 clones. By the end of the training, she had learned to better control her chakra, enabling her to maximize the effectiveness of her shadow clones. She mastered basic wind jutsus like the Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, and Wind Scythe jutsu, and learned how to increase the strength of each jutsu by channeling more chakra into them. With this training, she felt she could become the strongest ninja her clan had ever seen. "Alright, now we're going to learn how to make your attacks more efficient, meaning using fewer hand signs to perform the jutsus," Naruto instructed. "At the same time, we'll learn how to combine our jutsus into even stronger attacks." "How is that possible? I mean, it's not like I can practice both at the same time by myself," Ino protested, unaware of the smirk Naruto wore. "Glad you asked, Ino-chan, because there's a secret behind the shadow clone technique. You see, once a clone dispels, all their memories get transferred back to the original, meaning you'll gain the experiences of the shadow clones themselves," Naruto explained as he created 10 clones. "Alright, 5 of you go to one side and start practicing wind-style jutsus. I want to perform my jutsus with only one hand sign by the time this mission is over. The other 5 come with me." Naruto had great command over his shadow clones, to the point where they respected him as a leader. "Ino-chan, I'd like you to do the same. Make 10 shadow clones, 5 will train to make your jutsus more efficient, and the other 5 will train with me on combo jutsus," Naruto said, fully aware of their capabilities when they worked together. He knew that if they perfected their combo jutsus, they would be unstoppable. After a while, Ino managed to cut down the hand signs required to perform her jutsus by about half, and she and Naruto developed several 3-part combination jutsus, mainly involving her fire style and Naruto's Kekkei Genkai, the freeze flame jutsu, fire and ice combination, the hellfire jutsu, fire and storm combination, and the hurricane vortex, wind and storm combination. Ino was exhausted after training with Naruto, to the point where her entire body felt limp. "Hey Naruto-kun, can we take a little break now? My body is basically giving out on me," she said, completely devoid of energy. "Yeah, sure, I don't want you to suffer from chakra exhaustion," Naruto replied as he sat down beside his favorite platinum blonde. "Hey Naru, I have a question." "Yeah, Ino, what is it?" "I want to know. Why do you keep defending Konoha? I mean, it has treated you poorly ever since we were kids." All the adults, aside from a few, still looked at Naruto with disdain, as if he were a plague. The only reason he wasn't attacked daily was because the Hokage had issued an order protecting children from harm. Ino was on the verge of tears. She couldn't stand how the village treated the one person who meant everything to her. The thought of them wishing harm upon Naruto made her heart ache. "There's a simple reason," Naruto said, his voice steady. "Konoha is my home. It's where my parents sacrificed everything to protect. It's where my family lives, where my brothers and sister would do anything to see me grow stronger. It's where my wonderful girlfriend stands by me no matter what. Would be dishonoring their legacies if I stopped defending Konoha, because I love this place with all my heart. I know, but it breaks my heart how the village treated you back then. You were just a child. No child deserves that kind of treatment. How could any village shun a child like that?" Ino clung to Naruto, her fear for his safety palpable. "Fear," he replied simply. "What do you mean by fear?" "People often fear what they don't understand. Because I hold Kurama within me, they believe I might turn against the village and cause them more pain. All I can do is earn their trust and show them who I really am, not who Kurama was," Naruto said solemnly. "But with you by my side, nothing can hold us back. We need to get back to training, or we won't reach our goals." "Right?" Ino said, looking somewhat defeated. She wanted to spend more time with Naruto, but she knew they needed to grow stronger to stop the impending war. Naruto and Ino pushed their limits, training until they were nearly exhausted. After a while, they switched partners, with Naruto working with Sakura on her water-style ninjutsu and introducing her to the shadow clone technique. While she couldn't create as many clones as Ino, her precise chakra control allowed her to maintain them longer. By the end of the session, she had learned 3 new water-style jutsus and how to combine them with Naruto's lightning style. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he watched Sakura grow from a self-centered fangirl into one of the top genin, focused on her goals. He noticed her determination in battle, a spark he had never seen before. Sakura was truly coming into her own as a shinobi, and Naruto felt immense pride. He had known her since childhood, but after her fallout with Ino over him, he had worried about her resolve. Thankfully, she had found her passion again and was willing to work with everyone for the team's success. "Wow, Sakura, that was incredible," Naruto praised as he witnessed her execute a water-style jutsu. "I'm really impressed with your progress." "Thanks, Naru. I'm truly sorry for how I treated you in the past. I was just blinded by infatuation. Thank you for guiding me back to the right path," Sakura replied as she continued to practice. "The world of shinobi is extremely harsh. Remember, before my father ended the Third Great Shinobi War, we had children fighting on the front lines. We're fortunate not to face such extremes now, especially during this time. The Hokage almost lost his life during that war," Naruto explained. "Yeah, I know. Is there a point to this?" Sakura asked, starting to feel annoyed. She had heard this lesson many times before, from Naruto, her parents, friends, and teachers. "Are you going to tell me to give up too?" "No, quite the opposite. I see great potential in you, Sakura. That's why I'm pushing you so hard to perfect your craft. We're going to need your skills in the future. I'm not telling you to give up, I'm asking you to remember what's at stake. Our lives depend on each other," Naruto said, gazing into the horizon. "I believe in all our teammates, and I truly think we can be the catalyst for much-needed change in this world. Are you willing to give it your all and stand by my side when we achieve our goals?" Naruto extended his hand to Sakura, ready to help her up. He knew that despite her lingering fangirl tendencies, she was prepared to embrace the challenges of being a shinobi. I'm tired of being at the bottom among the girls. I want you to train me as hard as you can because I need to see this world change. First, you were mistreated by the villagers for something beyond your control. Then Sasuke lost his entire clan to his brother. What's next?" Sakura stood up, determination radiating from her. "Good, because it's all or nothing," Naruto replied. "Now, let's continue our training." They practiced their jutsus and coordination until they knew each other's moves inside and out, complementing each other's abilities. Naruto and Sakura developed new combo jutsus that combined his lightning style with her water style, similar to what he and Ino had created. They soon fell into a rhythm, completely in sync. Eventually, they returned to the rest of the team. "Hey, Naruto. Sakura, how did the training go? Asuma asked. From what I can see, Sakura is really coming into her own as a ninja. Her affinity for water-style ninjutsu may one day even surpass mine, reaching the level of Tobirama Senju. She just needs to keep practicing, and she'll be just fine for the future, Naruto said, beaming with pride over his teammates' progress. It was one of the qualities that made him a great leader. He took the time to help others learn and grow while also allowing himself to grow in the process. I see. It looks like we should be more than ready to take down the stone ninjas, and with the reinforcements arriving any day now, we should be able to end the war sooner rather than later, Asuma said. Wait, what do you mean by reinforcements? Sakura asked, confused about the situation. I sent a shadow clone back to Konoha to inform my brother about the changed circumstances, and it seems he decided to send a couple of shinobi to us as backup. As Sensei said, they should be arriving shortly, Naruto explained to Sakura and the rest of team. I see, Sakura replied. Well, we should get back and prepare. We don't know who they will send, and any more casualties will not sit well with me. So let's get ready for what's to come tomorrow, Naruto said as he and the rest of Team 10 returned to the temple. Time skip to night. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled over him. It was not the first time he had such fears, but this time they weren't directed at himself. He couldn't sleep knowing that his team was heading into a war zone and that he had no idea who the enemy was or what their forces looked like. Any experienced ninja would feel uneasy about this, but what made it worse was the fact that this was something they had to do. The ninja world was not all daisies and roses. It was a place where people would have blood on their hands. He knew that this situation could get messy quickly. Even with the reinforcements from Konoha, it would take their combined efforts to win the war without causing many civilian casualties. They had to be ready for this, and regardless of whether they felt prepared or not, they would have to put their best foot forward to protect the land of Whirlpools. The involvement of the Stone Village complicated things even further. Ready to take on one of the 5 great villages? It was a question that weighed heavily on the entire team. On their first official mission away from the village, they had expected to face no more than bandits, but now they were up against some of the best ninjas the Stone Village had to offer. It was likely that the Stone would send reinforcements to aid in the upcoming war. He knew there would be casualties, but he didn't know how many or who would be affected. That uncertainty scared Naruto the most. He had always approached situations with a clear understanding of the details and risks involved, but this was the first time he truly felt lost. Where was Ino when he needed her? She always knew what to say to calm him down, but it seemed like she and the rest of the team shared the same fears. Naruto walked over to Asuma's room and knocked on the door. Come in. Asuma called. Hey, Asuma-sensei, Naruto said as he entered the room, hands in his pockets. Hey, Naruto. What's bothering you? Well, it's this mission. I have a really bad feeling about it. A bad feeling as in what? I have a feeling that someone innocent will die, and that I won't be able to prevent it, Naruto vented. I don't know what I would do if it were someone from our team. That's a normal feeling to have on missions like this. It's a good thing because it keeps you alert and aware of your surroundings. You want to HRNS that feeling but don't let it overwhelm you, Asuma reassured him, sharing the same worries. Unfortunately, this is part of being a ninja. People die, and often there's not much we can do about it. No one will die on my watch, Naruto said with determination in his voice. I promised myself that I would protect my comrades with my life. No one I consider family should die on my watch. My comrades are my family. Asuma thought to himself, it seems we have a fine young shinobi on our hands. Kakashi, Rin, Obito, you did a great job raising this young man. I doubted you at first, but you've proven me wrong time and time again. He then settled back into sleep. To Kakashi and Rin. Kakashi and Rin finally arrived in the land of Whirlpools. To their surprise, they found little evidence of bloodshed. However, this lack of chaos unsettled Kakashi greatly. He had expected to see many bodies, which would have allowed them to move in and out without much trouble. Now they had to navigate with uncertainty, fearing for both their lives and Naruto's. We're here, Kakashi said, looking at Rin. Here we are, but I have a really bad feeling right now, Rin replied, fear evident in her eyes. I know, Rin. I feel the same way, but we came here for one reason, to protect our little brother, Kakashi said as they both sprinted toward the feudal lord's home. I had written my MCAT exams last September, and then my third year of university began. I have fully transitioned out of Wattpad and will now be working on fanfiction.net. My profile there is called Goat Obito, and I'll be posting this story there as well. I would greatly appreciate it if you followed me and added my story to your favorites. It's been enjoyable being here on Wattpad with all of you, and I hope to see you on fanfiction.net in the near future.